Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
713-572-4610 from the text line. They're division champs. Of course they are the hunted in the division. And as far as Indy goes, Minshew is better than Richardson. They're going to fall off this year.
Maybe. Need stuff like that to happen before you become the hunted. Right? I mean, at the end of the day, we got to be real about what we accomplished last year and what we watched last year. I mean, great, not minimize it in any way, shape, or form. It was an absolutely huge year, but as we bump into expectations this year, and let's keep this thing a bit grounded here, folks. It's hunted is a bit much. What happened? What'd you read, man? Did you read something over there? What's wrong?
Gardner Minshew is better than Anthony Richardson. I just
he can't play dead in a horror movie.
Just can't get around that.
Some folks believe it, man. Some folks believe it.
Maybe if you worded that into he was more ready. I mean, he is in the offensive system that is. I mean, and we saw him flourishing. Like you watched him up close against you. I mean, and he was. I mean, with ease.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just a different level of. It's just a different level of threat. I mean, it's just Gardner. Not taking anything away from Gardner.
He's a backup quarterback.
Gardner,
maybe the best in the league.
Yeah, maybe the best in the league. And hell, if they don't, where's he at right now? Vegas. I think he's in Vegas now. He'll end up starting in Vegas if they don't bring somebody in there or draft a rookie. But I mean, he's one of those guys that'll float around the league, and like you said, is a backup, but will end up starting because he's one of the best in the league.
Like in my mind with the Colts, like I am not in. Whew, all right, the path got easier now because Gardner's out of there and Anthony's in.
Yeah,
like that's just not how I think there are some who take it that way. I know Landry and Lopez aren't real high on Anthony Richardson. I know I've heard Landry say that he feels like they maybe improved.
The problem here's the problem.
My thing is not like, whew, boy, all right, that's easier.
Well, the problem with Anthony Richardson, if you're an opponent, right? If you're in the division, hell, I don't care if you're in the division, if you're on their schedule. The problem is you go into the game and you hold your breath because what can happen. What happened in Houston last year?
The first quarter?
The first two possessions, wasn't it? Boom, boom, it was 14-0 before you knew it. That's more than likely, or let's say this, that's a lot more difficult of a thing to happen to you if Gardner Minshew's quarterbacking. Because it's going to take other guys. It doesn't just happen in the blink of an eye. When Anthony Richardson is out there, it could very easily happen if you just have one defensive end that's not disciplined on a zone read kind of deal.
The final play, it was a good play call. They blew, the player dropped. There's a lot of different options they could have had with Anthony Richardson.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, good point. Yeah, and that's that fourth down situation. Yeah, so I think it's comparing those two guys is almost silly. I mean, it's just because there is some truth to, like, Gardner is going to minimize mistakes, but he's also got a very low ceiling. And, you know, if you want to play
But Gardner makes mistakes too.
Like,
more than like Joe is their backup now. Like Flacco.
Right, yeah.
Like he's probably more of minimizing that Gardner gets himself a little.
Right. Well, just the reality of it is you got a guy, and look, it may not ever work out in Indy for Anthony Richardson. I don't know what they're going to do with him in terms of him being injured. You know, he missed a lot of time last year playing that style of ball. So what are they going to do with him? Are they going to not run him? Are they going to play this protect the quarterback thing? That's going to change the dynamic. I have no idea whether it's going to work out. They may never win a division. They may never go to the playoffs, Anthony Richardson. I don't know. But as you sit here right now and look at it, like, the scary thing about the Indianapolis Colts is if that guy stays healthy, then they're going to be a problem with him and Jonathan Taylor and that offensive line and Pittman and they're going to be
whatever receiver they draft in this draft.
They're going to be a problem. They're going to be scary.
Yeah.
So I mean, I wouldn't count the Colts out at this point in time. I wouldn't count the Jags out. I don't believe that the.
Now, I think the Texans are a clear, for me right now, the clear favorite with their team and their roster. But I don't I in no means think this thing got easier because Gardner Minshew left.
Right.
And Anthony Richardson's going to be the guy now. I don't think I'm speaking out of turn, and I don't think that I should be. I think Hunter Brown is pitching for a spot in the rotation tonight. I mean, I don't need,
that's what it should be, for sure. 100%.
I know he still has options. I mean, he may need to, I honest to God, if Hunter Brown in 3 starts is 0-2, he has pitched 7 2/3 innings.
Oh, my God.
Ronel Blanco has not Blacko, but Ronel Blanco.
It's the opposite of Blanco.
He hasn't pitched less than 6 innings in any of his 3 starts, including 9, his first one. He has pitched 7 2/3 innings on the season in 3 starts. His ERA is almost 16.5. 8 strikeouts to 7 walks. I know he's hit guys.
That amount of innings is a start for Framber in September.
It's a start for Ronel Blanco, his first time out.
Yeah.
In April.
Yeah.
Tack on an inning at 2/3.
Or was that March?
To me, fellas, if he has another less than 4 inning where he's giving up high runs, you can't run him back out because Verlander comes back. And at this point, I'd rather Arrighetti be in the rotation.
Well, look, for me, what it does, I mean, we go from having, because I legitimately, I'm a Hunter Brown fan.
I am too. I thought he was going to have a big step.
Ron, the expectations were for this guy to be a top of the rotation type of starter and prove that this year. What he's done is put himself in a position where, hey man, one more slip up and you're going to slide into that middle relief role that we're just kind of running guys through, that when Montero's not at full strength, we may go to you, right? You're flirting with being the BLAC, the guy that, hey man, and no offense, Seth Martinez, but when all mess hits the fan and it's an emergency situation, we may go to you, because clearly this starter thing is not working out for you.
Yeah, you're right. Like I'd rather, hey man, go figure out down here when we're not 6-13 or 6-12 trying to get back in. Because if he has another one of these, I mean, 4 innings is the most. His best game was 4 innings, and he had 80-something pitches the first one out against the Yankees. I think I don't think he allowed a run, but he is in constant stress in his innings. Man, if he comes out here and does another, if he goes 2 innings and 5-6 runs or something tonight, I don't think he should be in the rotation anymore. With Verlander coming back, we have completely passed the stage of Ronel Blanco in any conversation. He is in this. Well, he is in this puppy.
I think it would be very easy to have Hunter Brown in the category of, hey, when a game gets out of hand is when we're going to see if you can't work yourself out of this funk.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
Or would you want him to still pitch every 5th day in Sugarland?
I mean,
so he can work him, because now if we relegate him to this role that you're saying, which
not me, I would. We need too much help up here right now in multiple positions for me to push him to Sugarland at this point in time. I mean, he ain't above doing what Christian Javier did until this year.
I know it, but what do you think you're getting from Hunter Brown if you take him out of the rotation and put him in middle? I don't know how. I don't know what. I know before the season started, Hunter Brown was hell-bent on my mechanics got a little bit funky down the stretch. That's why in the second half of the season last year, I struggled. It's about arm slot, and it's about this and that. I've got it corrected. Well, clearly, he overcorrected because this ain't the answer. So at what point is it, hey, and I don't know, I'm just throwing it out there, the guy may be better coming out of the pen. He may be. But yeah, it's go
thoughtless,
time.
As you said it a million times, just come out here and throw everything you got.
But his problem is control. Control in terms of walks and control in terms of the ball in the zone.
Well, I mean, hell, I ain't got all the answers.
No, that would and maybe they slowly bring him down to that, but that would be if he blows up again and screws this bullpen again.
Right.
I mean, it's go time. You're 6-12.
No pushback from me whatsoever.
It is go time, and you got I'm right now. If he has another one, I'd rather see Brandon Belak. I never in my life thought I would say that. I'd rather see Brandon Belak to come in because I feel like Brandon at least is going to give the defensive chance of fielding the ball. My man's got 8 walks. 8 strikeouts, 7 walks.
Gotta laugh to keep from crying, man.
There's a lot of pressure on him tonight. I hope he doesn't succumb to it, but that is something we got to watch. What you got coming up in the 4?
There's one Houston Texan that we had to put the expectations on pause for a couple of years.
Uh-oh.
I'll let that stew for a minute, see if anybody can figure that out. But damn it, now's the time. I'll tell you who that is. We'll let you hear from the quarterback on that particular player. We'll do all that next right here on Sports Radio 610.
Hey, but before that, soda weight loss.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
Speaking of having a party, I got a buddy in town. I'm not going to put any names out there. Buddy in town, a little bit of business. And he's asked me some questions. Where should he go before the game? I'm not going to go to the Astros game tonight.
Is it Emmitt Smith?
No, it's not Emmett. It's not Emmett. Emmett probably wouldn't need my help on where to go. I mean, I'd imagine he's got a runner.
Wouldn't that be something if Emmitt Smith hit you up? Say, hey, man.
I'm going to tell you right now, if Emmett was hitting me up right now, I'd say, I'm going to tell you where you're at. You're in the studio. Give me about 30 minutes in the studio. Let's break a little bread, and then you don't need the Uber. I'll drop you at the bar you need to go to. In fact, I may stick around and let you buy me a couple of beers. You still owe me from back in the day.
Stick around and let you.
Yeah.
Emmitt Smith still owes you?
Oh, ain't no doubt about it.
Where's your damn head at,
you
dude?
slipping.
Oh, ain't no doubt about it, man.
I wouldn't have paid for a damn drink for it.
I tell you, why this is about running back? You know, Ricky Williams still owes me a damn autographed jersey from Miami.
Oh, okay. That ain't drink. I wish Emmett would. If there was a tag between the two of us.
Oh, no.
I would stare his ass down.
No, I don't know that we ever paid a tab when Emmett was around. No. I mean, he owes me for other reasons, not that.
Oh, never mind.
But Buddy's in town, a little business, going to the Astros game. I gave him the spots that he needed to go to before the game, a couple of bars in that area. Gave him several options, 4 different options, if I'm being honest, that he needs to stop through. But then he hit me up and he said, hey, man, got some customers with me. Best strip joint in Houston.
Uh-oh.
Best strip in Houston. Where should we go? I said, well, you know what? I just happen to have about 100,000 friends out there listening right now. Let me run it by them. 713-572-4610. Best shake in Houston. Best strip joint in Houston. You got customers, or if it's your thing and you got the fellas are out and about or whatever it is you do, maybe you and your old lady go by the strip joint, whatever it is. You're going to catch the Astros game, catch some pops, drink some pops before. Astros going to, of course, get a W, so you're going to be in a real good mood.
Shout out to the ladies just getting ready for work, getting started, getting themselves going. Getting themselves in game time mode right now.
Easy on the glitter, easy on the perfume now. It's hard to shake that stuff. It's hard to shake that stuff late, man.
It really is.
So easy on that stuff. Do yourself a favor.
Glitter is the herpes of the craft world. Yep.
I don't know if I would phrase it like that, but 713-572-4610. The number one strip joint in Houston. Where are you going tonight? Minute Maid Park. Stay up on the north side kind of deal, I believe. I'll tell you what, you get the whole full reign of the city. Where are you going? Top shake joint in the city. I got to let my guy know. I don't know off the top of my head, so I'm gonna rely on the people. 713-572-4610. You text in. Ron will have it for us right here.
I had some questions.
White guy.
Thank you. I'm just going to see what maybe would be his interest.
White guy.
Where's he leaning?
Now he'll get way out over his skis. Now he's got. You know what?
Because I want him to be comfortable.
Very similar to that guy on the other side of that glass in there.
Okay, all right. That
must be a hell of a guy.
Very similar to Tyler. So think through that. Maybe Onyx isn't the one on this one. Maybe we go in.
Could have a very, very good time in Onyx, no question about it. But I don't think he'll fit in.
Don't know if that is exactly 100% comfortable.
And I don't know if he. I don't know if that's where he.
Cabaret somewhere like something.
Gentlemen's Club needs to be where he goes.
Gentlemen's Club. Okay. Well,
all right.
Is that the men's club?
Yeah, the men's club.
What about Treasures?
The men's club.
Treasures was going to be my second.
Treasures right here. How about Colorado Club?
Colorado's club's been around forever, man.
If you want a budget, Colorado Club. Someone said.
If you're on a budget.
Is that where you were when you were haggling over?
Ron tries to get 2 for $5. 2 dances for $5.
You haggled a lap dance.
Hey, Ron's over here got a pinky up on a drink he's drinking over there and got his phone out taking notes. That text line must be moving on his ass. Oh, man. But let us know. 713-572-4610. My buddy will appreciate it. A couple other things to note real quick. Boys, I got my computer's at 15%. We're rolling. Whatever charger the boss man came up with
I'm telling you.
is working. By the way, my wife, I'm trying to Ron's rubbing off on me a little bit here. I kind of let my eating habits get away from him. I'm trying to bring in a snack and kind of do some things. He's encouraging me, right? Well, I grabbed some yogurt out of the fridge today. I'm going to tell y'all right now, plain yogurt is awful.
I gotta have something. I gotta have some vanilla.
That's exactly right, man. At the very least, Lauren, at the very least, get vanilla. Are you kidding me? Plain is. I can't get enough of this damn granola in that little cup right there.
Should plain yogurt be discontinued?
Absolutely. It should simply be for one reason. It's where you start when you put a little something in it. When you put a little flavor in it.
Unless you're uses like for some cooking. Maybe plain yogurt, you don't want any flavor, but you want the yogurt. Maybe that's.
Well, I mean, ultimately, that's the same thing as. I mean, anything. If you're going to add flavor to it, that's where it should. It should be like broth. It should be like broth. Like you're adding something to it. Like it's always adding something to it to make it complete. Like just plain yogurt should not be the deal. By the way, moving on. C.J. Stroud. Did y'all see C.J. Stroud put on a clinic throwing out the first pitch?
Sure as heck did.
Right down the pipes.
I mean, right down the pipe. Now,
John Singleton was able to catch it.
Now, he framed it.
He framed it.
He didn't just catch it. Hell, he framed it.
Angel Hernandez would have called it.
Even Angel would have called that damn thing a strike in Houston. Here's the deal. Did you see the video? He actually got on the side and warmed up a little bit.
Smart.
Got on the side, warmed up a little bit. Had it look like somebody that may be an Astros player squatted down on the sides, like he was throwing to the actual catcher. That's how the hell you do it.
Did it look like he's pitched before?
I don't know. I just watched.
Because when I looked at him, it didn't seem like he. Like, there are some guys you go out there and watch. It's like, oh, that guy pitched. That guy's throwing. A lot of quarterbacks do.
I didn't really break down the mechanics for a change. I was more in on the framing that John Singleton. There was a lot to take in at that point on that video, right? When John Singleton left-handed was framing it over the plate, that kind of stole it from me. But C.J. Stroud, that's how the hell you throw out a first pitch. You get there a little early, you warm up, you look the part, you go out there confidently, and you don't overdo it, obviously, but you get up there and you rip one down.
He ripped it though. I was going to say it had some pace on it.
That's it.
Him.
Here's the deal. John Metchie, y'all. C.J. Stroud, DeMeco Ryans, Will Anderson, they all spoke to the media yesterday. And John Metchie's name was brought up multiple times, right? We all know John's story. He's been in the league 2 years. He got drafted in April, July. All of a sudden, he's got a form of cancer, form of leukemia. Which one was it? The same. Which one are they?
Same thing. Cancer, leukemia. Yep.
That he was out for He was out for his first year in the league. He was away from the team. He comes back. He's healthy enough to be back last year. A lot of people, every time we talked about the wide receiver room, people brought up John Metchie early in the conversation. I was like, whoa, pump your brakes a little bit, right? But John Metchie was brought up multiple times. Here's C.J. Stroud on John Metchie specifically. He was brought up 3 or 4 times now in a 10 or 15-minute media session with C.J. Stroud. But here he was when Stroud was specifically asked about John Metchie.
Man, he has a ton of value, a huge impact I think that he'll bring this season. I think last year was good to get his feet back in the water, coming off of an injury, then something so traumatic like being sick, how he was. And his mindset is just, he's ready to come back and ball. So not only is he a great football player, but he's a great person. And I wouldn't want to be anywhere else with anybody else other than those guys in that room. So Metchie's looking amazing. Everything that he'll put on this field will be no surprise. But, I think everybody in his room knows how special he can be, and he'll put that on the field.
Ron, this one got me to thinking. Because, look, John Metchie came out of Alabama. Him and what's Williams' first name, the kid in Detroit right now?
Starts with a J.
Jamison Williams. And John Metchie were together at Alabama and were a hell of a combo. And I liked John Metchie. I was not in love with John Metchie. I wondered how his game would transition to the NFL. You knew Jamison Williams. You knew that speed was going to transition to the NFL in a major way. That's why he was taken earlier than John Metchie. But I always wondered, what is John Metchie in the NFL? What does that look like in the NFL? I thought he'd be successful, but I wondered how successful and how dominant he could be, whether it was physically or with his speed, right? How does it look at the NFL level? But the audio got me to thinking about him, Ron. Whatever your expectations were for John Metchie April the 29th when the Houston Texans drafted him in 2022, right? Between that day and July of 2022 when they announced that he was sick. Whatever your expectations were for him in that 3 to 4 month span right there is what your expectations should be for him today. Anything prior to this year, I think it was unfair, unrealistic, and the odds were stacked against the young fella to have any level of success, consistent success, and even remotely close to live up to a second-round draft pick in the league. It was silly to even talk about it if we're being honest. This year is the year for John Metchie. He's been healthy for a season. He's been healthy in an offseason where he can actually get out there and grind and work with the fellas and get his body right. And now he's in a position with a play caller that's as good as any, or last year was as good as any in the league, a quarterback that last year was as good as anybody in the league, and a supporting cast, the receiver position, that should give plenty of opportunity. Those guys are going to get a ton of attention, whether it's Tank Dell, Stephon Diggs, Nico Collins. They're going to get a ton of attention. So when Metchie does get in the game, there should be some opportunity there, Ron. I think now is the time. John Metchie ultimately got a pass for 2 years, rightfully so. This is the year when the expectations, the bar should be set for John Metchie. This is the year to expect him to show up and show out. And be a second-round pick expectation. I mean, it's not second-round pick. Whatever expectations come with that, be that for the Texans.
Couple of things. Listening to CJ there and listening to you. First with CJ. I wonder if we said, CJ, what are your thoughts about Jared Wayne?
He's amazing.
Right? Jared Wayne, who is right now listed as the fourth receiver behind Stephon Diggs, behind Robert Woods and Xavier Hutchinson. I wonder what he'd say about Johnny Johnson III.
There ain't no doubt. There's no doubt that C.J. Stroud is bordering on everybody being amazing.
He's got something.
Yes, indeed.
Oh, I'll tell you, boy. I tell you, Jared, boy. What he does, he's able to go up and get the ball. He high points. I feel like he's got something to say.
Yes.
For everybody. But what you're talking about with John Metchie, I don't know about you, Tyler. I don't have any expectations from John Metchie.
Not much.
I don't have any expectation, and the very slim amount of expectation that I have may walk out the door come draft night. Because I feel like I don't, because I know what CJ's saying, but what they keep telling me is like they keep either bringing in people ahead of them or keeping on guys as insurance. I don't know why Robert Woods is still on this team. They done brought back Steve Sims, right? They not Stephon Diggs. They have anything to do with him, but they brought back Noah Brown. Right now, I mean, you count it right now, straight up. That's Stephon Diggs, Nico Collins, Tank Dell, Noah Brown, who I know flat out right now are ahead of them. Yep. Should be.
There's your four.
They bring back Steve Sims, who has to me shown more than he has. Right, and if they draft with any of, they've got 2 2s, a 3, and 2 4s. If they draft a wide receiver with any of those first 3 picks, the 2 2s or the 3, like that's another person that they are putting either is insurance or slotted in front of them, right? And that would be 5 at
Ron,
least. So they're telling me, despite what CJ's saying, they're telling me that they want to re-sign Noah Brown if they felt very confident that he could be a 4.
If this team drafts a wide receiver with either 2 or the 3rd round pick, I'll kiss your tail in Town Square at a city meeting.
You don't think with the top 3 picks they got 2 2s?
Ron, if they draft a wide with the needs on the defensive side of the football and at guard, if they draft a wide receiver, I fully expect Ron Hughley to bring his ass in here and stand on this table and rip and roar about what in the hell DeMeco Ryans and Nick Caserio are doing.
They may be going best available.
Receiver
has a very good chance to be best available.
Okay, it's a deep receiver draft. Look, I mean, you're not wrong, because if they do, then you're right. Then clearly they have written off John Metchie.
You don't even think it's on the board?
I don't even think it's on the board, man. You got Nico Collins, you got Tank Dell, and you got Stephon Diggs. I mean, and you just re-upped Noah Brown, and that's even if those are your top 4 guys, and those are the 4 guys you're going to ride. Look, I've already written Bob off. I don't think he's going to be here.
Why is he still here?
I think you can save some money with that. I think he's gone. But I like this team. Like I just don't think they're in a spot to even consider wide receiver. Look, I think John Metchie's got a chance to be the number 5 wide receiver on this team. I think he's got a chance to be the 5th wide receiver on this team. And you have expectations for the 5th wide receiver? Like, because you said the I don't want to get what you're saying wrong. You said I don't think he's going to. I don't think there's room for him to show up and go out there and be a 1,000-yard wide receiver unless a bunch of guys get hurt. But you said whatever expectations you had as he was drafted, now is the whatever year. And I mean that more from a skill stand. Like whatever you expected to see. Like this is a loaded wide receiver room, especially if you're not Mike Evans or Devontae Adams to walk in here. When you're talking about the 2, 3, and 4 wide receiver on this team, it is loaded. There is as good a 2, 3, and 4 wide receiver as there is in the league right now in this receiver room. So I don't expect the guy to go out there and get a ton of run. I'm saying when you and me go sit down and when a fan watches a game and John Metchie gets in the game, last year, hell, you might as well have ran Sims' ass out there. You just said it. Sims has been better. But based off what you're saying, when you say the expectations that you have when he was drafted, if I go by that, then your ass should beat out Noah Brown. Fair. I think that is very, very. If you talk about what fair. I thought about a 2nd-round pick, fair. They moved up to get him. Fair. Your ass should beat out Noah Brown. 100% fair. And I don't know from based off what I've seen, I don't think I can put that on him. Well, I don't. Based on what I don't have any expectations. No, based on what we've seen, you're right. But that's what I'm saying is it's time. Like it ain't about what we've seen. Hey man, he went through something that we've never seen before. Yep. Like now is the time for him to step up and prove that he belongs. And boy, if that dude ends up being the 5th receiver on this team, good gosh, assuming he's right. Yeah. And I think when he does get in the game, like you saw last year, 5 receivers ended up having to play more than 5 had to play. I think you see a guy that can change the game, not a guy that is just drops touchdowns. Yeah, and I hope he can separate more because that was the big thing for him was his inability. Now's the time to separate. So we'll see. I just ain't got it for him. No expectations. I would be pleasantly surprised if we saw potentially anything close to why they moved up to go get him right in the 2nd round coming out of Alabama. All right. We're sitting in, especially based off last night. It missed me with the too early thing. This is becoming a disaster, and will remain a disaster if things don't change quickly. I ain't trying to scare nothing. I'm just being honest, and I got the facts to prove it. We'll discuss that coming up next. But before we get there, fellas out there, you've heard us talk about Low T Center. You've heard us talk.
SportsRadio610.com/contest all this week and enter for your chance to win.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, fellas. The Astros are 6-12 right now. Clint said, "I said they're approaching a danger zone." Clint said that they're there. They're there. Damn it! Tonight
They're there.
And last night, coming off of winning 2 of 3 from the Rangers and winning those last 2 games at home the way they did. They lose yesterday 6-1. It's 2-1 going into the 9th inning. They've got their closer on the mound, and they're hoping that he can hold it right there and get those bats back up at the line, get those bats back up to the plate to try to at least get that game tied, if not walk it off. And then he came out, Clint, as you all know, and got rocked. So bad that Brandon Bielak had to come and relieve him. He threw so many pitches. I'm pretty certain that he's not available tonight. And honestly, he's not a guy who pitches. You know, if he's going to pitch back-to-back days, it's not going to be with high pitch counts like he had yesterday. So, pretty certain that he is going to be out today with what he did yesterday. And Clint, this is one to watch. And I don't think it's too early to be seriously getting concerned about the season. I will say it's maybe too early for this, but this right now, thus far, this has been an absolute disaster. The bringing in of Josh Hader and the back end of this bullpen and what we thought it was going to be, it has thus far been a complete disaster. And honestly, if it continues, like this is the kind of thing people get fired over. Right, when we look at it and we're like, boy, we're looking at that center field situation. We were sitting here and talking about it. I'm like, they're really not going to run Jake out there in center field. They probably had the opportunity. We know they did. They went and gave Hader 5 years, $95 million. So they had the opportunity to do it. When you already
had a closer, 2 guys that could close.
I thought Brian Abreu was ready to take over the role. Mm-hmm. I think Brian Abreu has arguably been the best reliever on this team the last 2 years. At least the last year and a half. He was ready to go, if not Presley, if not rolling with Presley. But you had a center field issue because you're hell-bent on playing Mauricio Dubon as a utility guy, which I understand. That value, if he is able to be that, can be huge. But you got Jake Myers in center. And instead, all right, we're going to go 5 years, $95 million. You have a bench that includes Mauricio Dubon and who else? And John Singleton. You knew what John Singleton was when you got him. Now, he swung the bat a little bit well here of late. That don't still mean hey, we're going to use our bench. You know you're going to use him. You walked up there and used John to pinch hit. You know you're going to use him. And you didn't do anything to get better on the bench. So you went 5 year, $95 million to a closer, as you said, when you had 2 guys already on the roster who you feel could probably close at a high level. Been in the bullpen when you won a championship, and you kind of decided to do that to neglect those other things. And now that has, to me, I don't care what nobody says, has appeared to in some way cause issues with Abreu and Presley. I damn sure believe so with Presley, to where you're sitting here with that back end of the bullpen when we thought this could be one of the best bullpens we've heard people talk about since the Nasty Boys. With the Reds, since the Royals, who won a World Series with their back in the bullpen, since the Billy Wagner, Octavio Dotel run here. Who's the third, Tyler? Who the hell am I leaving off?
Those are definitely the big 2.
Is it Lidge?
Lidge, yeah, Lidge came after them. Yeah.
Yep. Since that.
Before Pujols took his soul.
He really did.
Sorry, I got closer to the pen.
I still could see him squatted on that mound.
Me too.
He didn't even want the ball back.
I got him at River Oaks Country Club. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, you did. That's right. But Hader's ERA is at 9.39. Presley, 9.53. Abreu, 6.75. The middle has consistently been better than them. Like, if you were going to do this and say, we're going to take a chance with Jake, we're going to take a chance with this bench, which clearly they could have done that. They could have given themselves better options on the bench and in center field if you gave Hader 5 years, 95. You better be right on it. And instead, you're not just right. This is just out of control how bad this is.
Yeah, dead wrong.
And that's the kind – I'm not saying Dana or anybody's going to fight, but that's the kind of thing that gets people's jobs in trouble. And this better change quickly.
Dana better be glad he didn't have nothing to do with that Abreu.
That Abreu one,
and I'm talking about the Jose Abreu. I'm talking about that first baseman because, I mean, when you look at everything you just laid out, along with the way that the Abreu deal is working out, along with how the Montero deal worked out last year, I mean, they've thrown some good money at bad recently, man, and so they need this. They need those three guys you mentioned more than anything. I mean, obviously they need to get healthy first and foremost, but outside of injury, they need Hader, Abreu, and Presley to get right, and they need to be nails in the 7, 8, 9. I don't care who's doing what, but they need to be nails in big games versus the better opponents, 7, 8, 9. Those guys need to generate. You talking about we'll go a long way. Those guys need to generate some momentum, if you will, of just being shut down in 7, 8, 9.
Well, that's what you expected, and that's what they should be. And Clint, they have been as big a problem as – actually, they've been a bigger problem than the starting pitching because at least with those guys, with Blaine and Spencer, you can write off with – or not Blaine, Blair. Blair. Blair.
Taking
70.
drive-bys.
You can at least say, all right, those guys are young. These three are supposed to be the best in the game. And they have either lost games or themselves put games out of reach when they've entered because they've given up so much. Right? Like we watched what Hunter Brown and what Spencer did and what Blair did. They have done it a few times from the back end. Last night it was 2-1.
Yep.
It's 6-1. When they take them out or go to the plate in the ninth. That's
Ron, it's
crazy.
It's a tough pill to swallow when a young kid like Spencer Arrighetti comes out there and goes 4 innings, gives up 2 runs.
At least gives you a chance.
And at least gives himself, he got better from 1 to start 2, and he's over here going, man, okay, I feel good about what I just went out there and did. And then you sit over in the dugout and watch. And
Seth Martinez comes in and gives you. Rafael Montero comes in and gives you help. Abreu comes in and
you watch Hader go out there and let them extend the lead. It's a tough pill, man. It's the thing about the Astros right now is like they just can't find any momentum anywhere. Even the big day from Altuve. You know, I know Altuve's hot, and the big day from Altuve. Those are just like, it's the momentum gets sucked out of the ballpark when last night happens, when it's Hader, when it's Presley, when it's Abreu,
especially when it's those guys.
Yes,
right? It feels different. It's like, damn.
Yeah.
Yeah. Someone texted in and said, center field. What about first base? Well, I mean, their hands are tied with first. They got $20 million over there. They got to try to make that. We established Jake's made $1.6 million in his career. They didn't have to be stuck there. Good Lord. All right, coming up. I'm interested in the thought that Clint has here with the Texans. This is intriguing based off something that the head coach, DeMeco Ryans, said, almost like, hey, let's pump the brakes and have the proper mindset of what the Texans potentially should have. We'll discuss that coming up next right here live on The Drive.
everything to your advantage. Learn how at USPS.com/advantage. USPS Ground Advantage. Simple, affordable, reliable.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, is there a little news here, potentially, Tyler, about Justin Verlander?
There is some news indeed.
Oh, please let it be good. We need it.
Manager of the Houston Astros, while meeting with the media just a few moments ago, he said that Justin Verlander will be making his 2024 debut on the bump for the Stros. It'll be either Friday or Saturday coming up. They will determine that for sure tomorrow.
Yeah, this weekend. So that's huge to get him back. Right now, you just have two guys in the rotation right now that you feel any level of confidence in. Cannot have confidence very much in Spencer Arrighetti. Cannot have very much confidence, if any at all, than the fella throwing the ball tonight at Hunter Brown. And maybe you got a tinge, but I don't know how much you have in J.P. France. Friday night, the look in his eye, he looked like he just didn't have any answers. And he didn't until Angel Hernandez said, "Here, man, I'm going to let you off here. I got three balls clearly off the plate. You just keep going further outside. I'll call him."
I got your back, bro.
I got you, man. I never liked this wide Langford kid, so his ass is gone. But outside of that, so that would be big to have a third person, and not just a third person. It's Justin Verlander. And you can feel a lot better about that. And at least you could tell yourself, all right, we got Verlander, we got Blanco, and we got Javier. We got a chance in those games, and then maybe we just beat the hell out of somebody and score 10, 11 runs or something, those other two.
Yeah.
And we can go off, right? You feel like you can win a 2-1 game with those guys. Well, by the way, you had a 2-1 game going into the ninth yesterday. So anyway, but –
well, I mean, look, the schedule has no – I mean,
there's no let-up, is it?
Well, I mean, no. I mean, there's no way it can be as difficult as it has been. Yeah. I mean, you've had 4 against the Yankees, 7 against the Rangers, and you will have had 3 against the Atlanta Braves.
Who's next?
And then, by the way, Kansas City's thrown in there. I don't know what they've done since the Astros.
11-6.
Huh?
They're 11-6.
Yeah, so I mean that's a pretty good squad too. But then you go Washington, Chicago, Colorado, Cleveland. So, I mean, I'm not saying there. I mean, just when you look at it, it's
Which
not.
Chicago?
I'm sorry, Cubs.
Oh, the Cubs, right.
Yeah.
The White Sox are one of the worst teams. The White Sox have a chance to be. How bad were the Astros that one year?
Whew, had a stretch of them.
White Sox are feeling it.
Definitely triple digits in the loss column.
Mm-hmm. Yep, they are 2-16. I mean, 2-14. They've been
early, Ron.
They've been shut out 5 times. And then they have 4 other games where they've scored 1 run. But at least you're not there.
Yeah.
At least you're not there. Like to the person text in, like this is how I know you all know it's not too early. When you've got to hold on to this one, Tyler and Clint. Don't forget, in our past, we had a year where we started 15-30 and ended up making the World Series. That was a year after a year with high expectations. It started out really slow. Like when you type that in, you know you're clinging. Like you know how unusual that is. And I'm going to go out on the limb to say that's a Roger Clemens, Andy Pettit led, Roy Oswalt led rotation.
National League days, a little different.
National League. Jeff Bagwell's walking through that door, and now Jeff is out here
getting new contracts for folks.
He's out here standing at the batting cage, going over a lengthy early batting cage performance with Jose Abreu yesterday to go out there and to have him just get beat by 88.
Nobody needs it. Nobody needs it more than Jeff, man. I know Jeff said he doesn't want to be a GM, but
he was out there for an hour with him.
Oh, I bet he was.
And then he came in here and did what he did yesterday.
I bet he was.
That 88 went past him so fast. I had to look at that again. I tried to give Jose an excuse. I said, well, maybe he was looking slider. It's looking slider. He was looking change.
Yeah, yesterday, I don't know if this is a good thing or not, but I will. As I said, I tuned over there when I was up to something. I looked down. I was like, oh, it's the ninth, man. Let me check this out, see what's going on. Haters on the bump. Well, I don't know why, but I stuck around for the bottom of that inning. And I will say this again. I don't know if it's good or bad, but Abreu did try to unleash on one. He did swing and miss, and he finished with his chest about towards the shortstop.
And he swung through. It didn't look like a chop hit.
Did not look like his back was about to snap. One time, one swing. Now the result was the same, but it did look like he was at least somewhat frustrated in going after that sucker.
And had a swing where you felt like.
I felt like
at least
that.
He touched it.
Well, yeah. I mean, look, that's the thing is. It's one thing.
How does he get blown by with 88?
With that short of a swing. It's not like he's loading up. It's not like he's Jeremy Pena in this thing and dropping it down by his bicep in the windup.
Maybe he should try it.
Maybe.
If he got in that thing if he got in there and got in the left-hand box, that'd be interesting. give it a shot. All right. Yesterday, DeMeco talked about being the hunted, Clint, or still hunting. They're hunting. But if you listen to the national media and you listen to a lot of people around and you listen to Vegas, who has them tied with the Ravens in terms of Super Bowl odds, you could wonder, what are the Texans? Are they the hunted, or are they still hunting? Because they are a heavy favorite right now to win the South, their division right now. Vegas and most people look at it. Do you think the Texans in a year have moved to a hunted position?
No, I don't. Now I think in the national media they have. I think what the
they've
Texans,
at least been put on the same, feeling like at least if not on the same level or close to the level of teams that I think we have viewed as we got to get to their level.
Well, we somehow want to put them on the same level with Baltimore, who we saw them on the field with last.
The teams have changed.
Yeah. Danielle Hunter's a hell of a player.
Tank would be back.
Tank would be back. Yeah.
Stephon Diggs.
Yeah, Stephon Diggs. No. Look, I get it. The Texans are better. I'm going to go out on a limb and say Baltimore's going to get better as well. I mean, Titus will be better in his normal position.
Be back.
Absolutely. Joe Mixon's better running back.
Yeah,
no question. Look. Here's the deal.
They got a new running back too.
Here's the deal with the Texans. They have got pretty good one. They have gone. That's had a lot of success against the Texans, by the way. They have gone from being the laughing stock of the NFL to being on the radar for everybody in the league, being a team that if you take them lightly, if you overlook them, they'll put a foot in your ass. That's what the Texans have accomplished. Let's be honest where we're at. And this is I hope this is the poison that I hope the team doesn't believe. I don't want to minimize the season. It was a great season, but let's take it for what it was. You had a rookie quarterback play like we've never seen a rookie quarterback play before. You had a relatively speaking very weak schedule. You won a game at the end of the season to get into the playoffs by against a team with a backup quarterback and a failed fourth down play to get into the playoffs. And that's the NFL. Everybody says that's the life of the NFL. I agree wholeheartedly. But let's not act like we dominated and beat some really, really good football teams and good quarterbacks in the league and some established quarterbacks in the league to get there. The schedule's going to get more difficult. People are going to have film on you. In no way, shape, or form are the Texans the hunted at this point in time. I just hope like hell. And I think DeMeco's saying the right things, and I think DeMeco's mentality is always to be a hunter and a killer, like he said, like he and Will Anderson have said multiple times. But no, this team, other than in the media, you can't tell me there's any other team in the league right now, Ron. There's not another team in the league right now that says, man, to win the Super Bowl, this thing goes through Houston. Man, look, I'll be honest with you, Ron.
No one's saying it, but damn it, when you listen to people talk about the Texans and the AFC,
you know the game.
It sounds.
You know the game.
It does not sound like a team that won 10 games and won their division in the last week and won a playoff game and then got blown out. That's really young in a lot of spaces. That it does not sound like that.
I agree. I think the media is going to blow it out of proportion. I think they are a team that is respected right now. I don't believe they are a team that's feared. I think they're respected. And you got teams out there that strike fear in folks. Hell, Pat Mahomes, people going with different game plans against Pat Mahomes because they're so scared of how quickly they can score points. Like they're not anywhere even remotely close. They haven't earned or they anywhere close to being a team that is feared in this league. They're a sexy pick. They're going to be a lot more, I think, fun to play against and ultimately beat for opponents. There's teams that are going to look forward to playing Houston. There are teams that are going to put Houston, like beating Houston is going to be a nice little resume builder. But being the hunted in the NFL, nah, man. I don't know that they're the hunted in the damn division.
Someone texted in our guy or on the chat here on YouTube and Twitch. C. Mallory said they're hunting for the Super Bowl, but they're the hunted in the division.
I don't even know that they're the hunted in the division.
I would agree with that.
What, the division?
I think everyone is looking to get past them in the division. I'm flabbergasted.
Well, yeah, because they won it last year, though. I mean, I
with CJ there and especially what they have added.
I would pick the Texans to win the division. I got the Texans as the division win, but it's not a convincing. Like you literally beat the Colts backup quarterback to get in the playoffs last year that played all year long without their starting running back, who's one of the top 3 in the league, top 4 in the league, missed half the damn season. I mean, it's not a convincing, like in your own division, it's not a convincing you are the hunted. I mean, I think Jacksonville, if we're being completely honest, is 2 years ago, they made a hell of a run.
I am flabbergasted that so many people have them on the same level, if not. I've heard several have them pass Baltimore.
Come on, man.
I'm flabbergasted by that. And I understand what the Texans added, and I understand that Baltimore lost their coordinator. Someone texted in and said, we'll accuse you of drinking too many silver bullets.
Maybe.
Clint, too many silver bullets. Let's not act like Baltimore don't have new coordinators on defense and lost important pieces. That Geno Stone was important. Patrick Queen was important. They had Henry, and they'll probably say themselves, we got Mark Mark. I don't know what
Andrews.
To call him Henry. Mark Andrews for the year, and some other things. But that's a team that has been established as an AFC and Super Bowl type contender for years. I am flabbergasted. I'm not saying the Texans can't beat them. I'm just blown away.
Ron,
so many people have shoved the Texans on their level or past.
Ron, the Texans aren't. If you watch the Baltimore game last year, you walked away with, man, we're a player away. Danielle Hunter's putting us over the hump and getting it. Come on, man.
Yeah.
Like you don't go back and watch that game again. Like you don't watch that game and go, man, we're one player away. No, I mean until you meet them again and prove that you can beat them, prove that you can play toe to toe with them. There's no one player you're going to go out there and sign. No Diggs. There's no Danielle Hunter that you're going to go out there and sign and be like, okay, now we're equal to or above the Baltimore Ravens. Now you got to go out there and do it.
All right, important news you need to know about the Astros. And it doesn't even have to do with the game tonight. We'll talk about the game as well, but big night in the NBA as well. We'll touch also all of that coming up next. A little 5 o'clock fire right here live on The Drive. But before that, guys, Soda weight loss, 122 pounds in 11 months. That was what I was able to achieve. And listen, I'm very proud of myself, and I learned a lot about myself in the entire process, and great help from the certified nutritionist that I spoke to each and every week while on the program. But I think the biggest achievement for me, and especially in today's time, there were no pills, there was no shots or anything that I took. It was natural. It was natural. I followed the routine. It was about the foods that I was eating and the foods that I stopped eating, and the drinks that I stopped drinking. And I'm telling you, man, it's a life changer. If you want to learn more, if you want to get the ball rolling, at least just taking the step to find out what soda's about, go to sodaweightloss.com. Check out the almost 9,000 reviews they have there. You can see before and afters as well. You'll see mine on there. And you can at least learn to take that step. I'm telling you, if you work hard and you adhere to the program, I've never seen anyone not have success. Soda is, say it with me now, state of the art.
Payne and Pendergast.
This is where I will give Joe Espada credit. Not every decision he's made has been the right one, but Dusty kept Jose Abreu at cleanup in the fight.
access, exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Welcome to 5 o'clock fire.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty and the Dilf.
The big deal.
And Psycho T have the latest. And the latest is 5 o'clock fire is brought to you by Kirk Holmes. And even further than that, big news here for the Astros. And Clint, as you said earlier, boy, they need some good news. There's some news about additions and potential additions to the team. I know one of them damn sure is a good news. The other one, I'll let you determine. But the manager, Joe Espada, speaking to the media today before the game, said Justin Verlander will make his season debut either Friday or Saturday against the Washington Nationals. Final decision coming tomorrow. Verlander threw a bullpen session today and felt good. So that will be determined tomorrow, but we know he is going to start Friday or Saturday. And Clint, that is huge. That is huge because
Verlander.
It is not only their best pitcher, and who was the guy that they the guy they trust the most on the mound of anybody, a guy they've won two championships with. Justin Verlander getting back in this rotation and taking either Spencer Arrighetti, Hunter Brown, or J.P. France out of it is a huge deal for a team that has to get going.
Look, absolutely. Verlander getting back, even if he comes back, I'm sure he'll be on a pitch count. I'm sure he'll be a 4 or 5 inning guy at best for a couple of starts. But him coming back and adding some kind of stability to this rotation is absolutely huge. Even if he's not the Verlander that we've come to get used to when he is healthy. So the other part of that, Ron, is I do wonder. I know a lot of people poo-poo this, and it bothers the hell out of me, but it's okay. I'll get out on a limb by myself. When Correa left, that whole ability to get in somebody's ass on the mound and tell them to get right, especially the Hunter Browns, the Framber Valdezes, the Christian Javier's. I'm not talking about you're going to go up there and psych some kid into his major league debut being better than it should be or would be otherwise. But when you talk about the ability to impact to some degree from an intangible leadership perspective, I don't know if there's a guy out there right now with the Astros that brings that to the table the way that a Correa did. And I'm not saying that Verlander is that he's not on the field except for one in every 5 or 6 games. But Verlander being in that dugout, I do think can help a few of the guys, especially Hunter Brown, and guys of that ilk, if you will. Ronel Blanco, not that he needs it. Hell, we don't need anybody really talking to Blanco at this point in time. But you get my point. Is not just him coming back and him being a part of it and what he physically can bring to the starting rotation. I do believe a team that is in a position that the Astros are in and has been as, I'll use the term fragile as the Astros have been, I think can benefit from a Verlander
fragile
being
this year.
Yeah, this year, just over the handful of games that we've seen so far. I mean, this thing has come unraveled. I mean, people can minimize it all they want and talk about it's early and all that kind of stuff. We joke a lot about that, but this thing is rough. I mean, you got some guys that if you're going to make a Super Bowl, World Series run, you are going to heavily have to lean into that are messing the bed consistently. And a guy like Verlander, just the mere presence of that guy could change and impact several of the key players that we've seen struggle, I think.
Well, the other news is the Astros are calling up Forrest Whitley. I've already seen photos of him.
I'm not going to put this one on Verlander. I don't know what he can do here.
Whitley will work as a reliever out of the bullpen for a much-needed fresh arm. They're just recycling these guys back and forth. And if you're wondering what Forrest has done in Sugar Land thus far this year, Tyler. Buckle up. He has, Lord have mercy, he's got 3 appearances. He has 3 innings, 3 appearances, 4 hits, 4 earned runs, 3 home runs given up, 2 walks against 4 Ks.
Holy cow!
His ERA is 12. That is what Forrest Whitley has done in his time in Sugar Land, but he was once the number 1 prospect in baseball, and he is finally potentially going to make his major league debut as he's up with the Astros. And what we've seen from Hunter Brown, I think there's a shot that he pitches tonight when we see what the bullpen has had to do. You know, yesterday was a better performance from Arrighetti, but they still only got 4 innings from him, so that means the bullpen had to fill up a lot of it. So Forrest Whitley, he's wearing number 60 for some reason, and he's coming up. And that's when you say it's kind of unraveling. That's a signal for me. Forrest Whitley got called up with a 12 ERA. Forrest Whitley got called up giving up 3 home runs in the 4 hits he's given up. Like that is like and they looked up and down the thing and said, but we got to go here.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, they called up a guy and gave him a catcher's cleats. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, I mean,
Not even a current
think about
catcher
that.
on the team.
Yeah, a guy that's been traded, been gone for a year. I mean, what they're having to do to fill these voids in the starting rotation and in the pen is I mean, it's a mess.
What would you two, you guys are diehard Astros fans, what's the word you would use to describe how you feel about potentially seeing Forrest Whitley pitch?
I'm stoked. I can't wait
That's
for
a
it.
little much.
I can't wait for it.
Stoked. Look.
Intrigued? Curious, maybe?
Well, Ron, you know I'm the one that likes I like when Jeff Okuda and C.J. Henderson get signed by the Texans because they were once top 10 picks in the draft, and so the talent clearly is not the issue, right? And so you just hope the stars align and that guy goes. Look. I mean, all joking aside, I feel sorry for Forrest the way Tyler's treated him. I mean, there's a drop on here for crying out loud.
What's the word you would use, Ron?
I'm dialed in. 2 words.
I was 3.
It's 3 words.
Well, I meant to just say
one of them
dialed
was
in.
a conjunction.
Dialed in.
A conjunction. I didn't have that.
I'm dialed in. Yeah. I'm certainly not stoked. I don't even know if I'm intrigued. I just want to see it.
Yeah, stoked feels really strong.
Like I really want to see it. I
get off on guys that have been that are big time prospects that have messed the bed their entire.
And I apologize.
That's
don't
fine.
get off on that.
Well, I mean, I do. I'm going to as an Astros fan, I'm going to find out about Forrest Whitaker says ASAP.
Whitaker. I think you're going to find out Forrest.
Is he still alive?
Forrest Whitaker?
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah,
his eye's not doing too good though.
His eye is doing the same as it's always.
Oh, it's getting worse.
Is it?
I don't know.
I'm gonna find out. I'm gonna find out about him, man.
I think he's a godfather of
Harlem.
So he's at Harlem, yeah.
Which, by the way, this subscription thing really pissed me off in that one. I think I got 2 episodes in, and it said in order to go watch further, you got to subscribe to something.
And you would have watched it.
Well, if I could have figured out how to subscribe, I would have. My wife's not happy with me because I subscribed. She looks up, and we've got 10 new subscriptions.
Yeah. It's good. I might have
half of them
checking it out.
Half of them cross over. Oh, you hadn't seen it?
I hadn't seen it yet.
It's well, you'll get hooked.
Really? Yeah,
you had to ask Courtney if you can spend $10 a month on a subscription.
I'm certain we already have it.
I thought we did too until I got knee deep in the middle of it.
Forrest Whitaker or Forrest Whitley too tonight.
What would you do if Forrest Whitaker was at the game?
I'd go and check on that eye.
I'm a real boy.
Stop it, man.
5 o'clock
Seriously,
fire.
When he plays, when he enters, you have to stop using that drop because he's a real boy.
Yeah, so he just has to show up. He doesn't actually have to perform.
Unless he gets bombed.
I feel like Tyler. I feel like
bombed,
you want him. I feel like Tyler wants him to bomb, and so you end up.
No, I don't.
Yeah, you do. The way you're disgusted.
No, I don't.
You're disgusted.
I'm disgusted with
You think
how
every
long
prospect,
his path
It
is
would
taken.
be better for
it's not. There's
Tyler
bumpy roads
for
for
the show
folks, Tyler.
This is
I mean,
more
your
than a
road
bumpy
wasn't.
road,
I mean,
bro.
we've heard your story. Your road wasn't smooth getting here. Now,
Bro, he's
Tyler said it didn't take me 10 years,
I mean, you blew out a damn ACL. You've broken
that's
ribs.
what got me here in a weird way.
and it took advantage of it.
See there?
Yeah. I'm just saying. It's more than a bumpy road, man.
He's wearing number 60. All right. Astros Braves tonight, game 2. I think Hunter Brown legitimately is pitching for his spot in the rotation. I think that is the case, and I've got a little advice for Joe Espada. Hopefully Joe doesn't have to adhere to this advice, but knowing what we've seen from Hunter Brown, it might be something that he has to do. I think early in this game, if Hunter Brown starts letting his control get away from him like he has, if Hunter Brown's out there, as you can see, struggling, because with his stuff, it has to be as much mental as anything else. When you see him out there kind of lacking confidence, moving around, I wouldn't let it get to 9-0 before the first time you go out there. I'm not sending Josh Miller, the pitching coach, out there. I think Joe Espada should go out there himself and talk to him and challenge him himself. Now, there's something managers used to do before where we see him walk out there and you think, oh, he's going to the bullpen. No. He wants to go and talk to him himself. I think if he starts fooling around and walking guys and 3-2 counts, it seems like all the time Hunter is in a 3-2 count.
Yeah.
If he starts fooling around and not being aggressive and going after guys, I think Joe should go out there and talk to him himself and challenge him. Like, look, dude, you got to pick this up. I think I would advise him to do that so he really gets the point. He needs to shake it up because, to me, if he has one of those, if he has a 2-inning, 3-inning less, and we're 4 or 5 runs and you're out of it, I just don't see how with Verlander coming back into the rotation that you could run through and give him the ball again.
No.
Not at 6 and 12.
He would get the Javier treatment.
At least.
Now you're gonna get bumped down, and we're gonna experiment with you out of the short mid relief pin we got. We're gonna experiment with you out of that joint.
Yep. This is important for him. It's just you're 6 and 12 right now, and if he does what he's done the last 2 starts, just not giving you a chance. You can't run the risk if you're still trying to stay in it to have him start games again. I just don't think you got to do something else because Brandon Bielak seems like gives you a better chance. Never thought I'd say that. Hell, other guys seem like they give you a better chance. So Hunter Brown to me is pitching for his spot in the rotation tonight.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, tonight the NBA play-in starts tonight. Got the Lakers at the Pelicans. What you doing? Are you betting on any of this, Tyler? Warriors at the Kings tonight.
I can't remember if I put a bet on any of the playing games.
The Lakers have
You got one for us?
The Lakers have had their way with the Pelicans throughout the season. I think they've won all but one of the games. Now, they did just play them the other day, and they beat the hell out of them. But guess what? No surprise, Anthony Davis left the game early with a back issue. So we'll see if he goes tonight. But they have had. I think the Pelicans are 1.5 point favorite, which is interesting, especially what has happened. But big night tonight. The crazy thing I've heard is because the winner of this Lakers-Pelican game gets the Nuggets. What I've heard is people are saying the Lakers should lose this game on purpose and then play the last play-in game against either the Kings and Warriors so they match it with the Thunder.
To avoid the Nuggets?
To me, for LeBron, it's about winning a championship. I probably think they're going to have to go through the Nuggets. I think the Nuggets are going to be there. And I would think they're probably their best shot is when they're most fresh.
Yeah.
Right up the bat, 3
I agree,
games
especially
ahead.
with LeBron.
Yeah, with LeBron and AD, not 2 rounds down.
Yeah.
And so to me, I think I understand the thought. By the way, they have stunk it up against the Warriors and Kings too, so the hell they may lose that game. But to me, if you're gonna have to go through the Nuggets, with LeBron and his age and his hair, I think you gotta do it now. You'd be much better to do it now. By the way, good luck with Giannis.
Hey, LeBron, advanced hair, man.
Please,
advanced hair, bud.
Good luck with Giannis. Giannis looks very similar to the Kevin Durant injury, and now they're saying they're going to start the playoffs without him with a calf issue. Every time I see a person go down, look behind them, and they're grabbing their Achilles.
You know what it was.
It never turns out great. But they're saying it's a calf injury. So we'll see. All right, coming up. Whoo, Lordy. John Metchie. John Metchie, your quarterback, the most trusted athlete here in the city, is pushing him and telling Houston fans, you should have certain expectations. You should trust him. What should the expectations be for John Metchie? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, it's spring, man. It's the time of year when folks get out, they drive.
free Odyssey app thanks to Planet Fitness, home of the judgment-free zone. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
C.J. Stroud, who has been, of course, working out, doing his deal, meeting with his receivers, and he spoke to the media yesterday, the big three. We talked about this yesterday, Clint, when you were out. No accident of the three people who spoke yesterday. The big three, the guys I think are untouchable. As long as this thing runs, DeMeco, C.J., and Will Anderson. Maybe others may come and go, but those three are the ones that they're building everything around.
Yeah.
Like I'd be shocked if those guys aren't here 5-10 years from now. You know what I mean? Like, as long as
second contracts, I would, and they'll the open checkbook, whatever you want.
Yep. I don't know that anybody else is on that level. We discussed it.
No, but that's the crazy thing too. Not to get too far off in the weeds here, Ron.
Adam tried to really push Derek Stingley Jr. and Tyler was ready to agree with him.
No, Tyler, don't do that. Adam, don't do that. There ain't but two of them.
And DeMeco.
Well, DeMeco, they ain't but two players. There ain't. I mean, Derek don't talk enough to be on that level.
Well, he don't play enough at this point.
He's not
right
healthy.
now.
He hadn't been healthy enough. But even when he is, he's just not that guy. He's not. I mean, I think Will and CJ. Where I was going with that is like that is. Obviously, the play speaks for itself, but it is just as impressive the kind of dudes they are. Because it's one thing to say we're going to build around this guy, and this guy's going to be the player that we need, and he's going to do right off the field. He's going to take care of his body, and then on top of that, you've got a guy that embodies everything like it's a true leader authentically within their own personality, a true leader by nature. And they got two of them in the same draft. I mean that is. It's wild, and you hired the head coach at the same time, and he's one of them kind of dudes that's just put on this earth to lead men.
It's everything that they
and they can talk it right. A lot of times you got great leaders that just aren't big talkers that just for whatever reason don't want to. It's competitive to be vocal with C.J. Stroud, C.J. and Will. Just golly, man,
they're the only three people. Like on the field, not up in the front office. They're the only three people that I can't even see a scenario unless something completely crazy happens. I can't see a scenario that they're not here. I can see a scenario with every other player or coach on the roster. Those are the only three right there. But within that, C.J. Stroud spoke about John Metchie. Talked about him. I know he's thrown with him, Diggs, Tank. He talked about John Metchie. This was him about the value and how he's been looking.
Man, he has a ton of value, a huge impact I think that he'll bring this season. I think last year was good to get his feet back in the water, coming off of an injury, then something so traumatic, like being sick, how he was. And his mindset is just, he's ready to come back and ball. So not only is he a great football player, but he's a great person. And I wouldn't want to be anywhere else with anybody else other than those guys in that room. So Metchie's looking amazing. Everything that he'll put on this field will be no surprise. But, I think everybody in his room knows how special he can be, and he'll put that on the field.
All right. He seems to feel like John Metchie is ready to roll. Ready to roll with this thing. I don't know about you, Clint. I'm gonna need to see that before I believe any of that. Right now, from what we've seen thus far, yes, I was surprised by some of the performances from others last year. But, yes, CJ gets to see him clearly more than we do. But in terms of an impact from John Metchie, I got to see that before I actually believe for me to even have expectations for him, because I don't even have expectations for him next year.
Well, I mean, look, I do. I mean, I think – well, look, I think ultimately you got not having expectations is having expectations. Like, you don't expect anything out of him. Here's the way because you can't talk about John Metchie without talking about how he came in the league, right?
Absolutely.
He gets drafted in April, and then in July he announces that he's sick. He misses the entire 2022 season, comes back to some degree for the 2023 season. Nick Caserio's on record before the season started of saying, hey, this is a guy that's going to work his way up, and maybe by mid-year he'll have a chance kind of deal. Well, reality is he never had a chance. I mean, he was still recovering from the sickness when guys were preparing for the 2023 season. But he is healthy enough. He is athletic enough, resilient enough to put himself in position to go out there and at least be on the field, practice, and play a little bit in 2023. I would get absolutely beside myself when we would talk about the receiving group last year and who's going to be the guy, and people are very early in the conversation would bring up John Metchie, and I'm like, man, it's not only is it crazy talk, but it's unfair, it's unrealistic, it's crazy, right? Fast forward to this year, to me, whatever your expectations were, and however your level of excitement in from April to July when the announcement was made, after he was drafted in the second round. Whatever your expectations were then, however excited you were then, now's the time to be there with John Metchie. I'm just talking about from a fairness perspective. Like, the sickness should be behind him. We've seen him play football. Now he's got an entire offseason to focus on being a football player in the NFL, get back to the caliber player you were in college. How does that transition to the league? We'll see. But this is a year where, for me personally, there's no excuses. Like, there's no more, well, you dealt with this in 2022. Well, you didn't get an offseason before this year, so the expectations for him in camp, he's going to be very limited. There's no limitations. There's no excuses. This is the year when I expect to see whatever John Metchie can offer the Texans and whatever he can offer the league as a wide receiver. I think we see it this year. I think now. Look, Ron, I'm not saying. Look, it's a crowded wide receiver room. He's not going to go in there and get 70 catches and 1,000 yards. He's not going to have the opportunity to do that. But I'm talking about you and I go to training camp. Do we see a guy that can play on the same football field with Stephon Diggs, with Nico Collins, Tank Dell, Noah Brown? Can he be a guy that is in that room with those four guys and be the fifth guy on this team? And can the fifth guy on this team, wide receiver on this football team, be a former second-round pick? I'm not talking about a former second-round pick that's stuck sixth round because he's cheap and because there's a feel-good story about the illness. I'm talking about a guy that belongs. Right? Yeah, now's the time, I think, for Ryan.
For the belong. And see, for me, I just like maybe I'm saying when I say I don't have any expectations, if he does well, like big for him. If it goes the other way. For me, from what I've seen from him, him drafted in the second round, that's gone to me. I don't even view him like that anymore. And I think part of it is what the Texans have done and said to me by what they brought in. And it will be a wrap. I said this before. It will be a wrap. If they use any of those top 2 or 3 picks, 2 of the second-round picks, one of the two second-round picks they have, and they have a third. If they use any of those 3 on a receiver, like, to me, it's a wrap. I mean, they have added guys and kept guys as if they don't have any expectations.
Well, if they use a premium draft pick on a wide receiver, Ryan, you are correct.
Right? Like,
there ain't going to be another spot.
I mean, right now, I would say who I would have in front of him before the draft. One of the guys, I don't know why he's still on the team, but from what we've seen and how they have played, I would say he's ahead of them. Clearly, it's Diggs. Clearly, Nico. Clearly, Tank. They're off in another place. They spent money and brought back Noah Brown.
Yep.
Right? You like, if you feel the way CJ's talking, you don't bring Noah Brown in. You don't spend money and bring Noah Brown in if you feel that way, to me. And they still got Robert Woods on this team. And Robert Woods was more of a player than he is. And even with Robert being slow of foot, he has still been somebody that has been there. So for me, and if they draft somebody, it'll be the final nail. But they just have not shown any reason for me to have expectations about what they're doing. Maybe it changes, but
Well, you said it best early. He's got to play it like a former second round pick. that has a future in the league, well, to whatever degree, doesn't have a problem separating in the slot.
No.
Doesn't have a problem. He needs to be a guy that has a well above average hands and has been up until last year, right? Like those, but you said it best earlier. Like if he doesn't push and even surpass Noah Brown for that fourth receiver role, then maybe the league ain't for him.
Or he needs a fresh start or something. Yeah.
Well, you can't be for whatever reason.
Because that's why I said that the second round pick things. Because if it was the guy that I thought they were bringing in, your ass better beat out Noah Brown.
And I agree wholeheartedly with that. He better push the hell out of Noah Brown this year. Him and Noah Brown better be neck.
Is that an expectation you have?
Yes.
That he's pushing Noah Brown at the very least?
If he's not, then it's going to come sooner rather than later.
All right, the lineup is out for the Astros. There is a move in the lineup that I think we potentially have to discuss. We'll discuss that coming up next right here on The Drive.
All right, it's truck season, Texas, y'all, and it's truck season at
American Chase Bank and a member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we were talking here about John Metchie. And you listen to C.J. Stroud, and he at least when I hear C.J., feels like he looks like he can be a player, or at least from what C.J. is saying. A couple of texts in on the text line, 713-572-4610. Again, we really do appreciate however you are taking us in, helping make us the number one drive time show sports-wise in all of Houston. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, those of you on the text line as well. From the text line, you can't write Metchie off and prop up Nico, and then also preach Clint. Tell it like it is. Metchie will be a great complimentary piece for this team. Clint, you're spot on.
I mean, you clearly have great taste, sir. That last.
Did you
one.
say that?
Yeah, I don't follow the you can't prop up Nico thing.
What do you mean? Yeah, I don't get because he came out of nowhere, I guess, this year and lit it up.
Yeah, but he was still like playing and productive those other years, and his quarterback was Davis Mills.
Like it's not nowhere. I mean, it was like I felt good enough to say I think he could still be a number 2 receiver coming into the year.
Mm-hmm.
He'd been on the field play
exactly.
Like we saw him make some plays.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I know he caught 3 balls for 40-something yards against the Browns in the playoff game. For me, I think those are just completely different things.
I'm confused
with Nico. I think the comparison is Nico came out of nowhere, and you can't write off.
Yeah,
Metchie.
I think they're saying this is Metchie's 3rd year, and Nico didn't do anything worth talking about till his 3rd year.
Yeah, look, I mean, I guess I can see where they're coming from, but I mean, when you look at Nico, like. Well, they're 2 different paths, man. I mean, I guess my biggest point with John Metchie is it has been unfair to expect the guy to put a helmet on and contribute to a team at the NFL level.
Gotcha.
Until now. That ultimately that's where I'm at with Metchie. Like, cool, it was a good story that the guy got on the field last year. Great deal. But to get up in arms about him dropping a ball or about the fact that he can't separate and we can't and label him a bust or this or that. Like, I mean, just putting a bunch of effort into evaluating and analyzing what John Metchie has done up until this year, I believe is unfair. The guy's his 3rd year in the league coming up, and this is the first offseason he's had where he can legitimately grind and do what it takes just to be a receiver and get through camp healthy and get your legs conditioned to play receiver for half the damn year, full go. Like, he's never – like, this is the first year that he's ever – offseason that he's ever had. You know, much less you look at it, it was Lovie Smith and the debacle that the Texans were at that point in time. It's night and day to what it is now. I mean, there's every reason in the book for any receiver – whether he was a 2nd-round talent or a 6th-round talent, there's every reason in the book. That guy's got every level of support you could possibly want. Play caller, quarterback, receiver room, culture, chemistry. I mean, whatever it is, now he's got his health. He's had an offseason. There's no excuses moving forward. That's it. I don't know what I'm not sitting here telling you he's going to be a guy that goes out there and is the 1st or 2nd or even the 3rd receiver on this team. I don't think there's room for a guy there's not enough room in camp and practice for a guy to get enough reps to crack the top 3 on this team unless somebody gets hurt.
Yeah, and where I'm coming from, I don't know, maybe it's unfair or not. For me, it is a simple, if he contributes to this team next year in any way, like for real, contribute.
Sure.
Like it's not anything that I have expectation for. I have expectations that Christian Harris is a contributor. I have expectations that Dalton Schultz is a contributor. I have expectations that 47 Beck is a contributor to this team. I just don't have it. It's just a pleasant surprise.
Well,
to me.
I think for me, Ron, is and you said this. We've had this conversation. How we saw it last year in camp. Is like, and it became very evident and obvious in the season, like the inability to separate. Like, I expect you and I, whatever camp, preseason, 10 snaps in the regular season in the first game. My expectations are, if he makes the team, is that he can do those things. That's no longer a problem. Yeah. And so it's twofold for me with Metchie, right? Is one, it's about Metchie personally taking the next step. It's fair to expect him to. If I'm Nick Caserio and DeMeco Ryans, I got to see some movement. I got to see it this year. Number two, and my bigger point about John Metchie is, if John Metchie does do what it takes to make this team, and does what we discussed in the last segment of pushing Noah Brown for that fourth spot on this roster in that wide receiver room, and let's say he's the fifth receiver or the fourth receiver on this team, the Texans have a hell of a receiving room.
I mean, he's legit there, yeah.
I mean, think about it, man. We were – it wasn't long ago. It was DeAndre Hopkins, and so obviously the top was healthier, was not healthier, but the top of the receiving room was better. But you had DeAndre Hopkins, Will Fuller, and one of the biggest conversations that we were having in the offseason was Keke QT being the third guy. We've gone from Keke QT being the third guy to –
Tank Dell is the third guy.
I mean, Noah Brown is the fourth. Yep. I mean, Noah Brown's done more in this league than Keke ever thought about doing.
Ever, yeah.
Right? And so
they have a great, potentially great receiving.
And if you add a John Metchie that will obviously have to take some steps improving playing this league as the fifth receiver, I mean, that's pretty nasty, man. Potentially that is nasty.
It is. All right, coming up behind us, Texans All Access. As the new uniforms are almost here, they'll be discussing that. And DeMeco's expectations for C.J. Stroud in year two. You don't want to miss that coming up after us. And then Area 45. The guys will take over 7 o'clock, and they will have the postgame show, the Astros postgame show right here on Sports Radio 610. So stay tuned as Patrick Creighton and Sean Bajani will hold it down for you coming up at 7 o'clock after Texans All Access.
Oh, wow.
Was that Sean? Oh, okay. Yeah, deep-voiced fella.
He dropped it down right there, didn't he?
Kind of like a T-Boz there. The lineup
that
out.
Was definitely Sean. I remember that.
Yeah, the lineup is out. Altuve.
Somebody said he used to walk around the U of H campus doing that, by the way.
That sounds like something he would do. That
is the weirdest thing I'd ever heard. They said walk around campus doing that.
Oh, he said that himself.
He didn't. I just heard it through the grapevine.
I would imagine. Yes.
It's weird.
Altuve, Alvarez at the DH spot, Tucker and Bregman with Yiner Diaz catching, Pena at short, and then Singleton, who has jumped Chaz McCormick in the lineup. But Singleton is in the lineup at first base. Chaz McCormick in left, and Jake Myers in center field. And that means, again, no Jose Abreu in at first base, which I think is a great sign and a great decision from whoever put the lineup up, Dana Espada, as I like to call it. Whoever put the lineup together, I think you got to stop playing them.
With Joe Brown.
You like that? No, I like Dana. Yeah, Joe Brown seems. I like Dana Espada. that feels better. But as I said, I threw in the towel. I'm done with Jose Abreu. I know Sean Pendergast threw it in last year early, but I'm done with them. And then I see this yesterday, fellas, and I think this is total horse. I think it's total BS from a legend, Jeff Bagwell. Jeff Bagwell talked hitting and worked extensively with Jose Abreu on the field yesterday in an effort to get the slugger going at the plate. He did. It was
That's reported. His guy.
He spent an hour with him.
That's his one guy.
He got to have him. He may want to spend some time down with Rafael Montero as well. He hasn't, according to Bagwell, he hasn't forgot how to hit, Bagwell said. He's got to get comfortable.
Well, thank God for that.
He's got to get comfortable and stop putting so much pressure on himself. Listen, I call BS on that.
Are you
Which part?
Me?
Out of this, Linda.
He's got to get comfortable and stop putting pressure on himself. Him performing like this, to me, I don't believe it's the pressure. This guy has played for his life in Cuba. This guy has been here. He's 37 years old, allegedly. He has been here and played in the big leagues and played in big moments. He had this last year. We see that he annually starts this way every year. This, to me, has nothing to do with this 37-year-old man putting pressure on himself, and that's stopping him from being able to execute. He can't hit 88. I've watched him over the last week. You have 88, 91 thrown right past him. I don't think this is if he could just, I think Jake puts pressure on himself.
Boy, does he ever, and it's written all over his face.
I think Hunter Brown tonight is walking out, and he puts pressure and loads pressure on himself.
Tad bit.
Hunter can still throw 97. But all of it, he can still throw 97. He still has a hook. This is a veteran. This is one of the most veteran players on the team. Played in Cuba, played here, played in the world. The hell no. It ain't his confidence and the pressure he's putting on himself. Nah, man. He up there. What's my man's name that was the center for the Texans that we still have not gotten an update? I'm still waiting on that update from Lovey.
What was his name? Ball-headed dude. The center that got
Justin Britt?
Justin Britt. There you are. For Justin Britt.
Didn't you run into him in Sugar Land or something?
That wasn't me. Brandon did. Justin Britt.
I wonder if he felt similar to the way I felt when I ran into Demetrius Underwood. And
I'm going the other way.
He added me on LinkedIn the other day.
I'm just saying, Justin Britt just said, yeah, I ain't got it no more. Wasn't it? He was putting pressure on himself. Having no more.
Well, what do? Are you pulling the plug on Jose, or are you hard resetting?
I'm done. So,
you turning the technology in, huh?
Yeah, I've done it in. I know it's tough. It's $20 million a year.
Well, I mean,
he's got to get.
At this point, I got to at least. At this point, you know where I'm at. I think it's broken, but at this point, there's got to be that hard reset. We got to get every bit of a series or two. Just sit completely out,
and then bring him back,
and then maybe reintroduce him to the game. You know what I mean? It's just see if he'll miss it for a few.
88, man. I don't think a week or two series off. It's just thrown right past him.
I know what he needs.
Slump buster doesn't work. None of it. No, it won't. It won't.
Nobody needs that but you.
I'd be willing to try. I don't think so. Texans All Access behind us. Clint, great job. Tyler, great job.
Drive by on the dogs.
I'm Ron Hughley, as always. Houston, we love you, baby. He's coming up here. His ERA is at 12. I'm still not there yet.
They open an old fridge up. It's got a bunch of randoms in there.
I'm telling you.
They done pulled out a Henley.
Yeah,
they pulled out a good one with Blanco, though, didn't they?
They open up that thing. They got all they see is they got Bud Ice,
a little bit of everything, man. Just stragglers
That's
everywhere.
That's what they're picking from.
And the world's all right with me.
Are the Astros turning a corner after a terrible start? Joey Spotted thinks so.
There's a different vibe. The offense coming together and getting big hits and middle relief, getting some outs for us. It feels like we are getting over that hump.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Hope the fellas out there are listening for a second. I want to talk to you about Low T Center. And Clint, appreciate you. You're the one who got me and let me know about Low T Center. And I know many guys out there are looking for a provider they can trust, especially in the field of testosterone. And I'm telling you, Low T is that provider.
Trust is not a problem, man. They're an absolute game changer without a doubt. I've experienced it myself. 6 years with them, 2 different states, several different offices. Man, it's quick, it's painless, it's easy. Look, we got to get out of our own way, fellas. At the end of the day, as men, we don't like to be proactive. We don't like to deal with doctors. We don't like to address these type of issues. The truth of the matter is, 25 minutes, $25. Low T Center can change your life forever. LowTCenter.com. There's a little green button in the top right-hand corner. It's that easy, fellas.
And the great part about it is testosterone, yes, they got you covered there, but they got you covered with all the important numbers and everything you need to know about your body at Low T Center. They specialize in it all. They specialize in men's care. So go to lowtcenter.com and book your appointment online today. That's lowtcenter.com. Low T Center, reinventing men's healthcare.
Boner alert. From the Bell Furniture and Vita Bell Prices Traffic Center, your traffic report is sponsored by Kirk Holmes. I-45 the Gulf Freeway, southbound at FM 1959. It's an accident blocking a right lane. Kirk Holmes was just awarded Southern Living's 2024 Builder of the Year Award. Building dream homes from the Gulf Coast to the Hill Country, discover why their superior building process and service is second to none. Visit them at kirkhomes.com. That's K-U-R-K, because at Kirk Holmes, it's all about you. I'm Laura Reynolds, Sports Radio 610.
The time has come. Names you know, champions you've cheered. Join the game's legends as they return to the Woodlands. The Insperity Invitational presented by United Healthcare at the Woodlands Country Club, April 29th through May 5th. Come watch as Stephen Alker defends his title against a field that includes Els, Goosen, Daly, Montgomery, and Harrington. Free admission courtesy of Insperity, Wood Forest National Bank, and Hewlett-Packard Enterprise. Visit InsperityInvitational.com. Be there.
This is Seth Payne here with Trice Ham, the general manager at Bayway Chevrolet, just reflecting on how far we've come in this city to where April is way more exciting with the draft at the end of the month than it was a couple years ago. One thing that never changes is the Bayway Guarantee.
That's right, Seth. The Bayway Guarantee is not going anywhere, and whether you make us your first pick, second pick, third pick, as long as you stop at Bayway, I promise you're going to get the best deal on a new Chevrolet.
That is a great way to put it, Trice, because if somebody goes out and gets an offer at another Houston area dealership, they can bring it on in and you're going to beat that offer.
Yeah, you bring me a written offer on any new Chevrolet, I will beat it, or I'll give you $1,000 on the spot.
Trice is committed to getting you the absolute best deal on the brand new Chevrolet you've been dreaming about. Check it out online at BaywayChevrolet.com. Then head on down to Bayway Chevrolet on Broadway in Pearland. And with Trice Ham and his crew taking care of you, you end up with a great vehicle at the best deal in Houston. Check it out online at BaywayChevrolet.com. It's Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Some people just know bundling with Allstate means big savings. Just like they know the right ingredient means big flavor. They know honey on pizza is where it's at. And olive oil on ice cream is the cherry on top. And they know when you bundle home and auto with Allstate, you can save up to 25%.
Bundled savings vary by state and are not available in every state. Saving up to 25% is the countrywide average of the maximum available savings off the home policy. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
O'Reilly! Stop by the new O'Reilly Auto Parts in Houston on West Belfort Boulevard across from Discount Tire now through April 23rd for the grand opening sale. You'll get 2 times O Rewards points on select purchases, including 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil for $35.95. Plus, buy one, get one free Coca-Cola products at your new O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Diamonds Direct Spring Sale is here. Shop now and get an extra 20% off Diamonds Direct's renowned prices. It's the best sale of the season. Plus, book an appointment and get an additional $100 off. That's 20% off plus $100 off store-wide. Rings, earrings, pendants, bracelets, engagement rings, and more. And enjoy an expanded selection with designer appearances each weekend. 20% off now to April 21st. And open Sundays. Details at diamondsdirect.com.
Get the one and done you want for your dog's monthly protection. NexGard Plus, Afoxolaner, Moxidectin, and Pyrantel chewable tablets. Protects against fleas, ticks, heartworm disease, roundworms, and hookworms. All in one delicious, beef-flavored soft chew. Use with caution in dogs with a history of seizures or neurologic disorders. Dogs should be tested for existing heartworm infection prior to starting a preventive. Ask your vet about NexGard Plus Chews.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey station.
There is no offseason.
Intercepted.
There's no greater expectation than the expectation we put on ourselves.
Rock and roll. Touchdown, Houston.
We have expectations and a standard we hold ourselves to.
Sacked. 3 and out.
The promise of this team, the talent that we have, the coaching that we have, it's right in front of us, and we just got to keep reaching and going and get it.
The Texans win. That's what it's about, man.
Now, it's Texans All Access.
Hello, Texans. Welcome to the program. Mark Vandermeer and John Harris with you as we get ready for the draft, for the schedule release in a few weeks, for the uniform reveal. The videos are out. Well, they're teasers, really, right? Everybody's wanting more. You're not going to get it just yet, but soon enough you will. Can't wait for that. And also, Johnny, since it's NRG Stadium, and that's where this show originates from, the Hyundai Texans radio studio, we have various events coming in here, including but not limited to the Rolling Stones a week from Sunday. They will be here, and they're old, but they're still good.
During draft weekend, of course.
Well, I want to have Mick Jagger on the show on Saturday to evaluate the draft, or maybe Keith Richards. That bloke who plays wide receiver is very good. I think you should really benefit from that. Could you imagine being in the hallway, like in between bathroom breaks or whatever during the draft, and you just bump into Mick Jagger?
Well, the other thing, too, is, and I've realized this, watching now as much Premier League as I do, they call the soccer players over there footballers. So if they start talking about footballers, you got to, like, are you talking about the soccer players? You're talking about the football players. So you've got to differentiate. But yeah, Mick Jagger and Keith Richards doing draft analysis would be very, very funny.
It's legendary now, but when they were here in 2003, that was the first time that they were at NRG Stadium. This will be the third visit for them. Jagger actually worked out in the bubble. He had a workout in the Houston Methodist Training Center practice bubble. Yes. And the last tour in 2019, remember that tour was delayed because he had the heart attack whatever it was.
I remember that.
And then he posted that video of him dancing in the studio getting ready for the tour, and it was, oh my gosh,
he looked
Jagger
like he
in
was
his 70s.
40. I mean, it was like he was 30 to 40 years younger, seemingly.
Yeah, I think he looked like he was in his 20s the way he moves. He moves like Jagger, which is convenient for him.
He does move
Since
like
the song
Jagger.
is named after him. Anyway, Jagger, I don't know if he would qualify for the NFL draft, but we always talk some draft here. In the next segment, we'll do Who's Better, and there's some draft stuff in there. But, Johnny, I thought we'd do this. You did Texans Audio Jukebox last night with C.J. Stroud, but I thought it's time to get to some DeMeco Ryans stuff. Why don't we start it off with his take? He was asked about the acquisition of wide receiver Stefon Diggs.
Yeah, with Diggs, adding him is one of those guys I talked about. He's been a great player in this league for a long time, well respected. He's been a great teammate. He's been a leader, a captain. And when you look at him and you watch the tape and you put it on, you know, no one doubts the playmaker that he is, right? He changes games for the teams that he's been a part of, and we're anticipating the same thing for us.
Well, clearly he's excited about Stefon Diggs. There's no question about it. It's another playmaker. He was asked about the chemistry situation with Diggs in the locker room because, of course, that was going to come up in the conversation. But there's nothing to see here because it's the Houston Texans, and they feel like they've got a good group, Johnny. They've got a good foundation, chemistry-wise, otherwise, and they should be able to perform very well with Stefon Diggs.
So, I mean, use this comparison. I remember when we're talking to Robert Smith and Indy Clue about this, you know, teaching early on. When I was teaching, I taught at Episcopal High School in Jacksonville, and there were a lot of really smart students that went through there. And so I would listen to the teachers complain, oh, this kid doesn't do the work, he doesn't do this, she doesn't do this, all that. And I was like, you have so many good students. What are you complaining about?
Yeah.
Like, help the one that needs the help. Like, there's going to be somebody. So how good a teacher you are is how well you can help that particular individual.
Yeah.
And I think about that with DeMeco. And I'm not saying that DeMeco is not complaining at all, but it's like this locker room, pretty good. So if there becomes an issue, if the diva-ness shows up, well, DeMeco's the kind of guy to say, I handle this. I got this. That's where I feel really, really confident. If any issue ever rises, whether it's Diggs or anybody else, DeMeco's going to handle it. He's going to know how to handle it.
I think the players have it, too. Here's DeMeco on that subject, by the way.
Yeah, again, when we watch the tape on Stephon and the playmaker that he is, right, we always go back to the tape and we look at a player in totality. We don't look at, this amount of weeks or those weeks. We look at the entire season. We look at the guy's entire career and what he's done, how he's been productive. The guy's been an all-pro player. He's been a Pro Bowl player, over 1,000 yards for multiple seasons. So we're excited about adding Diggs to our team.
And part of that question that led to that answer was about Diggs dropping off a little bit as the year went on. The Bills were winning as the year went on, and they were trying to run the ball effectively. Josh Allen running the ball a bit more. But if you just look at Diggs' numbers, you're not understanding the Buffalo Bills here, what they were trying to do, which is, look, Diggs was covered up so much of the time. Did they have a quality number 2 receiver or a high-octane number 2 or number 3 guy? Gabe Davis, good receiver, but he was banged up a lot.
Yeah, he was banged up a lot, and he's just a little, I don't know the right way of saying this, because he's going to be Jacksonville, so we're going to see him. And look, I think he's a good receiver, but he's just a little different. He's almost like he was just a deep shot or a bubble screen. He was like really not a lot in between. He made big plays, called bubble screens, and ran. I don't know how to explain it, but Khalil Shakir is the guy who really kind of started stepping up for them because Diggs was getting a lot of the bracket coverage, doubles, all that kind of stuff. And so at some point, if you think about it, I don't want to say that you're happy about the guy you just brought in. Oh, he didn't have a great second half of the season or whatever, but the fact that he was doubled as much as he was?
Yes.
I mean, that would be kind of a sure sign of, hey, well, first of all, I don't know if he's going to end up getting doubled as much as he is here with what's already here in the wide receiver room. So I don't think he's going to see all of that. So if he does, guess what? There's a better duo or more around Diggs that will make teams pay more than what was around Diggs up in Buffalo. As much as I like Shakir, he's no Tank, he's no Nico. He's not. Gabe Davis, as much as I like Gabe Davis, he is not Nico or Tank. So I think
about the
there's more
tight
around
end?
Diggs.
Do tight ends now. Do Joe Mixon now.
Yeah. No, I know. No, the tight ends were pretty good. Buffalo's going to be interesting. I was on with Sal last week, I think, talking about the Bills. They already needed receiver help before the Diggs trade.
Yeah.
Now they need everybody. But the flip side could be, you know what? They could just be changing their offense. They could just become a 12-personnel team because their 2 tight ends are studs. Kincaid and Knox are just fantastic.
They are, but I don't think Schultz is any slouch.
No,
right?
not at all. Not at all.
And it's a different component when you're tight ends, especially tight ends like that.
No doubt.
Versus receivers. Look, I think that it's a completely different situation here. You're playing defense against the Houston Texans. What receiver are you doubling?
I think it's going to be time, score, position on the field dependent.
Who's
honestly,
hot?
Yeah, it kind of has to be that. I think that's what's going to make the Texans, to me, very hard to defend because it's going to be one of those. Okay, now I don't want it to mean that you come out in the first quarter and you just kind of play around a little bit until you figure out what they're going to do. I feel like you start attacking, and as you're attacking, you're going to realize, okay, well they're taking away this, they're taking away this. They're giving us this and this. Okay, let's go to it. Let's do it. And as soon as you can get that in your mind, this is the way the game's being played, this is what they're taking away, and adapt accordingly, away you go. So I don't know what you take away. Honestly, I feel like taking Nico away. Don't give Tank the deep shots, and then what can I do to play underneath and over the top of Nico? But here's the thing, and I'll give you a great example of this. I think I did a Telestrator on this. The Titans in week 16, week 17? Was it week 17?
Late.
It was week 17. Yeah, it was week 17.
Oh, the one here.
The one here. That was week 17, right? Because 15 was Titans, 16 was Browns, 17 was Titans. Okay. So CJ was back for that game. So in that game, the Titans, there's a play down in the north end. Nico runs an out route. And the Titans were playing some sort of they're playing man, 2-man. So they had a guy on Nico, and they had a safety over the top.
Yeah.
And this corner was playing basically a trail technique, which basically meant because he had help, he could play underneath Nico and follow him that way. So instead of being hip to hip, he kind of was to his back as Nico was running his route. So they were playing essentially a double coverage on Nico. CJ didn't care. He just threw that thing right to the sideline. Nico had the corner beat by just a little bit. Safety couldn't get over there. Completion, third down.
If you make that perfect throw with the receiver in stride.
Bingo. So you could take away all these receivers all you want. You could play double coverage on these receivers all you want. But with 7 and where he can place the football, sometimes it doesn't matter. And you could see that last year as a rookie. So if you're going to take guys away, boy, you better be rock solid with that coverage to be able to surely and definitely take it away, because he'll still beat you. And that play against the Titans, to me, stood out. I remember seeing it from my sideline. Like, boy, that's a pretty good throw. And then when I went back and I watched how they were trying to cover it, I'm like, boy, that's an even better throw, and a great catch and a good route and all that go into it. So I don't know what you do. It's going to be really tough for teams to have to figure it out. So that's why those teams get paid the big bucks. Go ahead, have fun.
All right, more from DeMeco Ryans as he was asked about the addition of Azeez Al-Shire and later about the changes to the Texans' front 7, the additions and such.
When we've added different guys to our team, of course, we had a lot of free agents last year. When you look at our team last year, with a lot of guys who were on one-year deals or the last year of their contract here. So teams change every year. Not something you're looking to do, change your team completely every year. But the teams change, guys change, contracts are up, and we have to make certain moves. But I'm excited about the guys that we've added to our front. I feel like the front for us, offensively and defensively, like the front is the 2 most important pieces to how we operate as a team. And we want to be dominant up front on the offensive line and the defensive line. And we've added guys to that defensive line. I feel like that can help us continue to be a dominant force and help our team and help our defense play great football.
All right, guys have to move on. We all know that. It's pro football. He talked about the contract situations. There were going to be changes. He wanted to get stronger. He didn't really bite on, I said that I wanted this and we got it. He didn't really bite on that, Johnny. He knows that it's going to be a different team. It's almost like what Bill O'Brien used to say, but DeMeco says it in a different way. It's a different year. Every year is going to be different, unique. The team is a brand new team every year. I feel that way about this bunch. When we see these guys together, we're going to look at it and say, yeah, we see all the familiar faces and the key contributors, but there are a lot of new guys here, and it's going to be interesting.
Yeah, I think that's what made last year, fun and frustrating at the same time. The frustrating part was just it ending, because there was such a good vibe with this team and the wins they were having and just the camaraderie that they were having. And we talked about it, the camaraderie they had. We were talking about that with Will yesterday. How does that come to be? But as long as you have a core that has that same belief and you carry that core forward, anybody that comes into the realm then is brought into and I'll never forget this. The Eagles traded for a defensive lineman, and I can't remember who it was. They traded for a few years ago. And they brought him in. Oh, it's Josh Sweat. They brought in Josh Sweat. And I remember hearing Fletcher Cox, somebody's retelling the story and said, Fletcher Cox said, hey, man, in this building, we bust our ass and we practice 100% full go. This is not a country club, so just be ready. And I thought that was interesting, because it's like when you set a particular expectation for being in this building, like, hey, you're coming into this building, you adapt to how we do things. We do things this way. It's been successful, and I think the core that is here is going to maintain that. And then anybody that comes in is going to understand that, Houston's a hot place to play. Listening to Will yesterday at his presser, talking about all the different guys that are at the Pro Bowl saying, hey, we want to come down to Houston. We want to come down to Houston. Will was very quick to say after that, like, hey, if you're coming to Houston, just keep in mind, you're not coming in here to mess around. You're coming in here to work. You're coming in here to play ball. You're coming in here to be part of the culture. You're coming in here to be part of the whole thing. You're not coming in here to mess around. And I loved hearing that from him, and that's why I bring him up, because if you keep that core together, no matter what pieces you bring into that core, they're going to adapt to how the core wants things to be and how the culture of that core is, as opposed to the other way around, like, oh, we just brought in this guy, and then that guy. Now, it doesn't mean that guy can't come in and be a leader, like Danielle Hunter. Coming in and being a leader, but he's going to do it in the style that the Texans are comfortable with and that core of players is comfortable with.
Well, speaking of the way we want the team to be, we all heard it. I'm not sure if we all did, but DeMeco Ryans asked about being the hunted. He said we still want to hunt. He talked about the high expectations that are placed on the Houston Texans.
I appreciate the question, but we're always hunting. Right? That doesn't change for us. We're always hunting. Expectations on the outside, whatever that may be, it really doesn't change who we are, right? It doesn't, the expectations from the outside don't permeate inside our building, and now we have to change what we're doing just because of outside expectations. It really doesn't matter. My message, our focus as a team is it's always been consistent, the same as it was last year, is, man, you show up and we continue to get better every single day. You're the best at your position, you're the best for our team, then that's what wins games, right? For us, when everybody is really striving, putting the work in, right, to be better. And that's what it's all about. We don't care about expectations. Talk doesn't win games. We have to go out and play good football when that time comes.
Well, the expectation is, like he said, same as last year, they expect to play well and win, period. That's how he took last year on. And we heard the words in this time of year, training camp, and as we got into the season, and we were thinking, is he? Yeah, we knew he was serious. Yeah. But is he going to be right? Right. And he was right.
That's a good way of putting it. Is he going to be
right? Is this going to be correct that they'll be able to play better and win games? Yes, they are, because they went from 3 to 10 and then won a playoff game. And, man, what a year it was. And that's, when you were saying it earlier, Johnny, about it was sad to see it over, not just because it ends, but because that group will not be together again the same way. And you want to see an even better group, but you really like the guys. Look, I like being around the players, and I like being around the players in 21 and 22 also. And some of those guys are still here, of course. But, man, last year's group was so special. But I like that they embraced the expectations. If you're going to be a good team in this league, you're going to have those expectations. You're going to have the primetime games. You're going to be the hunted. Everybody is going to give you their best game. You're going to get the attention of the opponent. All those cliches, but they're all true. We all know it, because how do you feel, even as a fan, if the Texans are taking on the Chiefs, if the Texans are taking on the 49ers? You are on high alert. You know that that's a huge game. And those teams respond very well to that. That's what the Texans need to do. Respond very well to being a team with the target on its back. We all got done with, or I'm not even done yet, the Patriots dynasty thing. Yeah. I think in many ways, as time goes on, I feel it already, people are going to take that success for granted that they had. And look, I hated them like poison, but because they were so good, among other reasons, and they embraced that. They dealt with it extremely well. You go into every season as a Super Bowl contender, if not the favorite, and more often than not, well, not more often than not, but very often, they got to the Super Bowl and won it.
One of my favorite things that I ever heard was watching America's game for the Pittsburgh Steelers in 2008, and they used to have this saying, it's a 5-star matchup because we're in it.
Oh, yeah.
And I think about, all the games that the Texans have got to play this year, and against this team and against that team, and you mentioned a few of them. It's going to be a 5-star matchup because we're in it.
Yeah.
That's the way this team has to think. Yeah. It's not, oh, my God, that's Buffalo on the other sideline. It is, no. This is a 5-star matchup because we're in this game.
Yeah.
And I think that's the thing that was kind of hard for me, considering the last 3 years, to kind of get to that point. Like, man, this is a massive game tonight, not because of what's on the other sideline, but because these guys walking in this building, it's going to be a 5-star matchup. And I think that's the way teams, when they start facing the Texans, it's going to be that. Hey, we got to face the Texans on this Sunday night game. Boy, this is going to be tough. I mean, I heard that long ago when they did that America's game, and I thought it was brilliant. Mike Tomlin had kind of given that as their mantra. And so you'd see him in warm-ups, and they would talk to the camera. It's a 5-star matchup because we're in it. And that's the way this team has to think. And this city has to start thinking that way. And, yeah, it was fast and getting this thing kind of turned in the other direction. Keeping it in that direction, I think paramount to that is believing that one thing. You are that good. You do deserve to be on that field with Buffalo in a primetime game, in your building, with Kansas City, in Arrowhead. You deserve to be there. And I feel like there were times, even in the good years, 18, 19, even before that, I maybe didn't quite feel that way. This team has to feel that way. There are enough dudes on this team that when they walk into a building, it's like, whoa.
This is an either-or question, so we're breaking format here. Would you rather open against the Chiefs at Arrowhead on Thursday night, the opening game of the league, just like 2020, except not like 2020 in terms of results?
Sure.
Or, let's see, give me another good one. at Green Bay.
Oh, at Green Bay. I think the Chiefs will come out of the chute hot, considering how they didn't last year. I think they'll want to win that game.
They lost that game.
They lost that game to the Lions. I think they'll want to come out of the chute hot.
Do we really want to watch them again? Can we just put away this tradition for now? I'd rather watch anything else.
I want it to be us. I want it to be us in due time playing in that game.
That's true.
On Thursday.
How about if you repeat? No, of course you get to do it.
You get to do it.
It's their privilege. Because you get the mini bye right after. That's the beauty of that game.
You get the mini bye, and then I don't think you get another Thursday game. I guess you can get
I
another
think you
Thursday
do.
game
I
at
think
some
you
point,
can.
but-
Yeah, why not? They should have that because that's a premier team.
Yeah, it's Amazon.
We
Amazon wants it.
What about Detroit? Did they get another? They got Thanksgiving, of course, so I don't know how the rest of it went.
They had a Monday night game against the Cowboys. I remember that. I think a Monday night game against the Packers.
Back to the DeMeco Jukebox cuts here from his podium appearance this week. What about players who have missed time? Titus Howard, Kenyon Green. How are those guys doing? Let's get to it.
And you have guys who've missed time. When you talk about Titus, you talk about Kenyon. Those are two guys we feel really good about up front for us. We talk about our line being a strong suit for our team, and getting those guys back healthy will only add to our group, only add to what we're able to do up front. So I'm excited to see Titus back healthy, excited to see Kenyon, competing healthy, and to give himself the best shot to go out and show what he's capable of. So I don't think he's had that opportunity fully. So I'm excited to see Kenyon perform. He's been working out. He's been consistent every day. He's been putting the work in throughout the offseason. So excited for him.
What stands out regarding this is you're mentioning two starters on the O-line. I'll call Green a would-be starter because you didn't draft him where you drafted him to sit on the bench, right? And I'm not saying he starts right away if he's healthy, but he needs to climb into that role at some point, right? Mm-hmm. So let's call these guys starters for sake of argument. And obviously Titus is a starter. But Titus has had difficulty finishing seasons due to injury, all right? And Kenyon, clearly, injury issues. So that's two of your five right there. I know they have more. They have some interesting prospects here and some good players, but this needs to get right. You cannot have any erosion here because what if somebody else gets an injury and these guys aren't quite as healthy as they could be? Now, look, they'll all hit the starting line of training camp, I presume, good to go. But slogging it out through that training camp, which has an extra week attached to it. This is going to be interesting to see how DeMeco Ryans and the staff handle the players, the wear and tear aspect. We're going to have Nick Caserio on later this week, and I want to ask him about that because they've got to be thinking about that extra week of camp. They're losing a week of the offseason program. I guess it'll go from 9 down to 8, but they pick up the week because they report early due to the Hall of Fame game. How do they handle the bodies of the players with that long ramp up into the season and a 17-week schedule?
I know it's in July or August or whatever it is, but because it is in July and August, it is something the Texans are going to have to. It's a major part of the season. Yeah. A major part. Oh, well, all these games, it's a marathon. I understand. Think about a marathon. If you ran 26 miles, if you run mile 3 and just sprint it, well, at some point in mile 18, it's going to come back to bite you a little bit.
But Jeff Van Gundy used to make the point. Everybody talks about the NBA season being a marathon. He said, well, look at the marathon runners. They are hauling A. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I mean, those guys run fast.
They do.
So his metaphor was, it's a marathon, but we're booking. We are in full throttle or near it anyway most of the time, and the Texans need to be. But they got to figure out a way to keep bodies preserved because it is a long haul. It's the 17-week schedule. My goodness. Okay, coming up on the program, we got a lot of things happening today. We have Who's Better. I've got another DeMeco cut on a different subject that we're going to get to in the final segment. But coming up, draft stuff, quarterback stuff, Texans former player stuff. It's all happening in Who's Better, and it's next here on Texans Radio.
This is Texans Radio.
No matter where I travel, one thing remains the same. Everybody loves Ford here in the Lone Star State.
The best in Texas isn't just about being the best-selling trucks. It's about you and how Ford trucks help you be at your best every day, offering the technology and capability to handle whatever the day brings. And that's why we say,
Ford is the best in in Texas.
The Texans and SLB are proud to present the Houston Texans Stats Challenge for our 8th consecutive year. This program is designed to help middle school children learn and sharpen their math skills using the game of football. With interactive worksheets and fun videos from Houston Texans representatives, the Stats Challenge presented by SLB makes math a blast for everyone. Last year, over 700 teachers and 85,000 students across Texas completed the challenge. Help your local middle school be the next to join them. Visit HoustonTexans.com.
It's always football season in Texas, and Reliant is bringing the energy, powering game day for the Houston Texans and Texans fans across the Lone Star State. Reliant is the only energy provider trusted by the Houston Texans to power every electric moment for the fans in the stands or on the couch this season and beyond. Reliant, proud to be the official energy provider of your Houston Texans.
Reliant, PUCT number 10007.
Get your tickets now for the 2024 Leagues Cup, Inter Miami CF versus Tigres UANL. Be a part of the action at NRG Stadium on Saturday, August 3rd at 7 p.m. as Lionel Messi's Inter Miami CF and defending Leagues Cup champions face off against the Mexican powerhouse Tigres UANL. This second edition of the Leagues Cup features all Mexican league clubs, Liga MX, and Major League Soccer MLS clubs representing the USA and Canada. And you have your chance to watch an epic matchup right here in H-Town. Don't wait. Visit lsse.net for tickets, parking, and suites opportunities.
More Texans Radio is on the way.
Hi there. I'm a sleep expert, and I'm proud to be on a team that has served the Houston area for 37 years. I'm personally invested in helping you find better sleep and train 200 hours a year to do it. Mattress Firm is me.
We value giving back, with time off to do it too, while promoting causes that support the health and well-being of this community. And we're part of a local staff of 600 that's as diverse as our city itself. Mattress Firm is me.
Mattress Firm, the official sleep partner of the Houston Texans.
Sky Vodka is now made with water enriched by Pacific minerals and filtered through California limestone. Sky Vodka, the smoother, fresher tasting vodka that's also gluten-free. In other words, it's the best thing to have in a vodka since vodka happened. Sky Vodka, born from the blue. Sky Vodka distilled from grain, 40% alcohol by volume, 2021 Campari America, New York, New York. Please enjoy responsibly.
Behind every door at Houston Methodist, you know what to expect. Expertise. Whether it's life-saving brain surgery, your 3D mammogram that catches breast cancer sooner, or orthopedic specialists helping you feel stronger than ever. With hundreds of doors across Houston, you can get expert care everywhere.
That's the difference between practicing medicine and leading it. Houston Methodist, leading medicine.
Coach DeMeco's preaching humility and hard work heading into the new season.
You can't fall into a trap that you made it, right? Just because you have success in year one, that doesn't garner that you're going to instantly have success in year two. Nobody's ever made it. You continue to put the work in, you dive in even harder because you've had success.
Insider access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
This is Texans Radio.
Right back to it here on Texans Radio. Mark Vandermeer and John Harris with you, and we get to the game we like to call Who's Better? All right, it's not really a game. I just throw questions at Johnny Harris, but it's fun to play. You can play at home. See, you have the home version automatically. It's not like one of those game shows where you have to buy it or you hope to win it as a loser on the game show. Do they still have game shows? Yes, they do. All sorts of different versions of them.
They got
but
plenty.
not like they have Password. Password is current
Password's coming
again.
back, yeah.
What else do they?
Pyramid. I don't know what it is
The
now. It's
20
$100,000. It used to be 25. I think it's now 100.
200,000 now or 100,000?
I think it's 100,000.
It's for a bunch of money.
I think it's
anyway.
100,000.
Yeah.
That's Michael Strahan hosting that.
I like the pyramid game.
I do.
I actually like that one. That one is very
Password's
playable
fun.
because it depends on the clues you get. You got to be a great clue giver in Password and in that game. And I like those games. The Who Wants to Be a Millionaire is just one person. I know they get the lifeline and everything.
There was one game that Sean Pendergast told me about. It's from the Game Show Network, America Says. So it's a little bit like Family Feud. So they give them a topic, but then but what they do is they have four people, and they show up on the board like 10 or 12 answers, and they give you like the first letter of each clue.
Okay, and you have to guess what America said about that particular subject?
Exactly.
All right.
America said these are the top 5 teams in the NFL, and they would have, HT. They would have SF. They would have KCC. And you got to fill them in fast. And if you don't, then the game stops.
I don't like word puzzles. I'd rather just guess what it is, right?
Yeah.
I'd rather have hints or clues or maybe none and just guess what it is. Okay, are you ready for Who's Better?
Let's do it.
All right, what's better to start Who's Better? Dalton Schultz campaign 2023 or Dalton Schultz campaign 2024? Ooh. Is this season going to be better than last season? I'll give you the numbers. 5 touchdown receptions, 59 catches last year. So you tell me, is he going to top 59 receptions and or 5 touchdowns? So this is just a stats thing. Look, he could block a lot better, catch fewer passes. The team's more successful. In fact, there's going to be a lot of that going around because you have so many different pass-catching options. But let's just stick to Schultz himself, Johnny. Thoughts?
Okay, I've got a theory. Here's my theory.
Yeah.
Here are the first 4 games of Dalton Schultz last year.
All right.
2 catches, 4 yards. 4 for 34, 1 for 9, 3 for 42. He was targeted in those 3 games just 10 times. Why was that? Oh, wait a second. And you mentioned it earlier.
Injury
to Laramie Tunsil at left tackle.
Oh, he had to help out.
He had to help out a lot more in the blocking. And then when Laramie came back, all of a sudden he started getting a few more. In Atlanta, 7 for 65. New Orleans, 4 for 61. Tampa, 10 for 130. Cincinnati, 4 for 71. He didn't have to block as much. One of his other tougher games, and tell me what happened in this game, was Jacksonville at home. He had 1 catch for 2 yards. What happened in that game? Titus Howard got hurt. So now you got Juice Scruggs going in as a rookie, and so now Dalton's got to probably help out with. I think his results get tied into the offensive line a little bit because of when he has to help versus when he doesn't have to help. If the offensive line stays healthy, I think that number goes from 59 at least 7 to 10 more.
Wow.
And I think he ends up, as long as he stays healthy, he missed a couple games too, but as long as he stays healthy, I think he can get up there. Now, again, the targets have got to get spread out, but I do think he goes above 59.
It's going to be interesting because when we do our real predictions coming up, and we're not going to do them yet.
Yeah.
Because I want to see who they get in the draft.
Sure.
But when we add up all the catches from the receivers and all the yards, has Stroud thrown for 6,000 yards? In other words, are we going Dick Vitale, 75 teams in the NCAA tournament bracket, right? Are we going there because these things have to add up? Or when people do their preseason predictions and you add up the division records, and well, they can't all win 12 games, okay? Something's got to give. Yeah.
Exactly.
So you have to have the math add up. So we'll see. And maybe Schultz gets that, but you have these 3 other receivers. Oh, and this jumped out at me with C.J. Stroud. This kind of got buried. Metch.
Oh, yeah.
What he said about John Metchie.
Oh, it did not get buried for me. I played that last night with the Texans jukebox. It was interesting to hear his comments.
I think that could be headline of the day yesterday. Headline of the day material.
Okay, so assess this hot take. I was talking to our buddy Derek Beeman.
Yeah.
And we were talking about.
He's in ticketing.
Yeah, he's in ticketing. Derek does a great job. Love him. I said, rate this, give me sizzle fires on this, on my hot take. I said there's a chance that they could look at John Metchie like their draft pick of this year.
2.
Okay.
I think Metchie, you're waiting for it. Last year was the first year back, but really his rookie year.
It really was, yeah.
And let's see what this year is like. If he had time to work out, get his body back even more, whatever he needs to do to acclimate to the NFL. They drafted him for a reason.
Sure.
I mean, they had high hopes for him.
Yep.
So can he get to that level that they're seeking? Could you imagine that? That Metchie turns out to be this game-wrecking wide receiver along with the rest of the crew? An embarrassment of riches?
I'll take it.
Look, you need it anyway. You need insurance. You need depth. We all know it. I don't have to say it again, do I? Class. But I am really eager about this because Vander Kidd, the only jersey he owns right now is still John Metchie.
It's a Metchie 8.
Yeah,
How about that?
He got Metchie immediately when Metchie was drafted. He loved Metchie, and that's the one he wears.
What I thought was interesting
the older Vander Kidd.
CJ had been with him last year. So when CJ was asked and he talked about Metchie, I got the feeling just hearing what CJ was saying was that Metchie looks a lot different than he did last year. So he didn't have any, obviously, he didn't know him as a rookie, and he didn't really, nobody got a chance to see him in his rookie year of 2022.
Right.
But CJ did get a chance to play with him in 2023, and now he's throwing it to him this offseason. And look, I know it's thrown on air. I get all that kind of stuff. I understand that. And there are some things that, Metchie has to do a little bit better. There's no question, even when he got on the field. But if CJ is seeing that in just the time that he's throwing to him out in Los Angeles or whenever they have their throwing session, man, imagine what that could mean as they grow.
Yep.
And the reason I say that, and I said that to Derek, was I've been thinking all along, yeah, they went out and got Diggs. I don't think they should completely avoid the wide receiver position. I think they have to look at his wide receiver class because it's so deep all the way through. Rounds 1 through 7 and beyond, you can find a player at wide receiver. And I got to a point where even this weekend when I was coming up with my 2-round mock, I almost gave them a wide receiver. I almost did. And I was like, no, I think they have still more distinct needs, but I think pick 86 could end up being a receiver.
I back you up 100% on this.
Now I feel like maybe not. Maybe they could do this on day 3.
All right, so you were thinking day 2 possibly. Yep. I still think, and I back you up about receiver, not necessarily day 2. Just let them figure out where the best spot would be.
Right.
Because what did I say earlier? I think I said it last week. This time next year or earlier than this, next year, you could be dealing with no Diggs and possibly no Nico Collins.
Correct.
So what are you going to do? It would be great if Metchie blossomed. Now you got Metchie, Tank. Could you imagine? Next year we could be going into the offseason if Nico ends up somewhere else because he's slated to be a free agent. Right. Now they could sign him as well. We just saw a signing in the last 24 hours,
correct.
right? What was it, 3 years, 75? Mm-hmm. I was going to ask you, would you? You don't have to answer that right now. Let's get back to
I would. Absolutely, I would.
Let's see what they do. Let's see what the market is.
Would he do it?
Would he do? I don't know if he does it or not.
That's betting on himself.
And because Nico can bet on himself, but what were we just saying? There are only so many passes to go around, and if Schultz catches 65 and Diggs gets this and Tank gets that, how many will Nico get? But does that diminish his value to this or another team? I don't know. I can't answer those contractual kinds of things.
I do not want to think of a world without Nico Collins.
Either do I. I think he's a Texan, and I love it that he was here in 21 and 22. I absolutely love it. I love it that Nick drafted him in the 3rd round, and the COVID situation, you didn't really know what you were getting, but you saw the raw ability, and now look at it.
Okay, so
I think I'm crazy. He could be one of the great Texans receivers, and that's saying something. He already is.
This might be crazy
in terms of a 1-year bit of production. Now, I know the other 2 he did things, but when you look at 1,300 yards and the highest yard per catch average in the history of the franchise, even with Andre Johnson and DeAndre Hopkins, that's saying something. Go ahead.
When you need a bucket, you got a lot of guys that can go get buckets. I feel like Nico's he can hit buckets from all over the place.
Yeah.
This might be crazy considering how the Texans with, Rick Smith just wasn't going to negotiate during the season. What if Nico comes out and just balls out? Or maybe just the first 2 or 3 games of the year, you just see Nico. He's just fitting in well. I'd give him a contract right there. I mean, I'd like to do it this offseason.
Yeah, you don't know what they're like you mentioned, and I'm glad you brought it up because this is what people need to think about. What is the other side thinking? What is he thinking? What is his agent thinking?
Right.
I don't know. I don't know these things. Okay. By the way, we are well into this segment, and we've done one Who's Better. We just tend to talk.
Yeah,
all right, who's better, Trevor Lawrence or Jared Goff? Trevor Lawrence or Jared Goff? Who's better, John? This is a tough one. Didn't I pick a good one here?
It's a good one.
See? Who would you rather have?
Right now, today, it's Jared Goff.
Oh, okay.
Right now, today, it's Jared Goff.
Jared Goff.
I know you're smiling. You're smiling. I'm not even looking at you because I know you're smiling. I do feel like Trevor's going to get better, and the Texans have to prepare for that. But I just think Jared Goff has been so incredibly. I mean, the whole thing with L.A., with the Rams, and he and McVay. I think, and to me, I think part of the fall for McVay was good. Because he had a certain way he did things, and he was so successful with that way. And he was immediately and totally convinced that Jared Goff was done. He was done. He was a throw-in in that trade with Detroit.
Yeah.
Detroit got 2 first-rounders, and they got Jared Goff. Jared Goff
was a Band-Aid.
He was. Jared Goff has played very well in Detroit. Now, is he at that level?
No.
He hasn't gotten there yet.
No, he's not.
He's not. And don't think he's going to get, man, he's pretty damn. He is Alex Smith plus. Alex Smith always used to be that gauge of the above-average quarterback that gets you to the playoffs. Probably not going to get you much more. I think Goff is better than him, but I think he's still in that notch below the top guys. But he's in a notch below. Trevor is still in that world of what is he? Who is he? God, he made some great throws and had some great moments at 22, but, we covered horribly in that second game here, or otherwise he doesn't have that big game against us. But, man, you see him rip a throw from one hash to the other sideline, and you're like, yo.
That video that I sent you of Trevor Lawrence in the tunnel versus C.J. Stroud, these are pregame moments.
Yep.
And Trevor Lawrence, and somebody, I think Memes had the caption on that video of Trevor Lawrence, which was, Trevor Lawrence could not motivate me to make a sandwich. Because he's like, all right, boys, time to show them what we can do. And CJ's, come on, we're too special. It doesn't end today.
Well, the thing about it, too, is that at some point soon, he was asked about it today at his press conference. Trevor was, I'm not going to lie, the contract, it'd be nice to get a new contract. As soon as those words are coming.
No, he did not.
Yeah.
No, he did not say that. This is the first I'm hearing of that.
I'd be lying to you.
He said the C word?
He'd be lying to you if he wouldn't, I can't remember how it was phrased, but essentially he'd be lying if he wasn't thinking about the contract a little bit.
Oh, my God. Don't tell the truth up there.
I know.
It's like when Ryan Tannehill said he was seeing a sports psychologist. No, don't say that.
No, you don't have to tell everybody everything.
There's nothing wrong with seeing the sports psychologist. I want to be clear on this. But you don't really talk about that.
Yeah.
I just think it's a touchy situation.
Here's what he said. Trevor, I can't lie. It would be nice to have the contract, done.
Yeah. Okay. What's he going to get? This is going to be interesting how they handle this.
Here's another quote from Trevor. There's definitely been conversations about the contract. I'd love to be a Jag for as long as possible. We love it here and where we are headed as an organization. My best ball is ahead of me. It's not a focus right now. And then after that, I can't lie, it would be nice to have that done.
I'm appointing you general manager of the Jaguars now.
No, why are you doing that?
Yes, I am.
No.
You are the GM of the Jaguars. No. What are you going to do?
I play it out.
You play it out.
Year.
All right, so he's entering year 4.
He's already got the fifth-year option.
Yeah, to be clear, he's entering year 4, so he's still under contract for next year. It's not a franchise thing. He's under contract going into year 5. I think he's turned into one of those guys where you have to play year 4 and then you make your decision. Right. It's not one of those things necessarily. It might be by next year, but maybe he plays super well this year and you say, now you get the deal going into year 5. Good. Has he earned? There's a special class of quarterback drafted in the first round where you get that extension after year 3, which is where he is. Right. Is he in that class? I don't think so.
I'm with you. I think he falls into the Tua category. Tua got in the league in 2020, correct?
Yep.
Little struggle, finally got in there, got the offense kind of right with McDaniel in 22, 23. It starts to really kind of round into shape. They still haven't gotten a contract done. Look, I feel like you said, I feel like there are categories of guys you just know don't have it. Then there are guys where, we think he's got it. We're pretty sure. We're not about to give him this contract. Let him do a 4th year. But you know what? We're going to pick up the 5th-year option.
Right.
And then there are some right away. Day one. And
you can make him an offer, but it's not going to be what he wants.
Right.
I don't think.
Correct.
He's not one of the top flight quarterbacks
it's one of those
in this league.
We're really excited to give you this contract. Oh, man, I'm excited to see it. And you're like, wait, what?
It's an extra year, Trevor.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
You want me for 3 years and $57 million? No. Yeah. So, yeah, I think that's okay. Well, he's going to bet on himself, and maybe the Jags bet on him. I don't know. I would let him go through that 4th year. Look, he's got the 5th-year option. It's great. Okay. He's here for 5 years, but I'm letting him play out year 4.
All right, next, who's better? We're going to get to a third one in this segment somehow. It's draft-related. Who's better, Marvin Harrison Jr. or Malik Neighbors? Who's better, Johnny?
Okay, you need one more word. Who's a better fit athlete? Better receiver, better draft prospect. You got to put one more word.
All right, so you have a top 5 pick and you need a receiver. Both guys are on the board.
Marvin Harrison Jr.
Ooh, okay, because there's a little controversy here, or debate, I should say.
Well, here's part of the issue. Marvin Harrison Jr. chose not to test anything.
Yeah.
Not test at all.
So what?
He didn't test at all. But here's where Malik Neighbors did test, and Malik Neighbors tested off the charts. 42.5-inch vert. He ran the 4.3 range. He tested off the charts. And so there becomes this, well, we really don't know what Marvin Harrison is. Well, yes, you do. Watch the damn film. You can look at him and see him do all the good wide receiver things. You know the stock that he came from.
Yeah. Put on the film, bro.
Put the film on, bro. You'll figure it out. Now, look, Malik Neighbors had those moments too. I just think the little nuanced receiver things, body control on the sideline, those kind of things, Marvin Harrison Jr. does extremely, extremely well. Malik Neighbors, as a freakazoid athlete, can just run right by you from any spot on the field, get the ball in his hands, and make moves after the catch. He does that exceptionally well. So they're different from that standpoint. So maybe tough to pick, but to me, Marvin Harrison Jr. is just a better receiver.
Okay, I've got two more. We'll save them for Thursday when we have the John McClain appearance and the rest of it. But coming up, and by the way, Nick Casario on later this week, probably Friday for Nick. Coming up, DeMeco Ryans, another choice cut on something that's going down next week. It's not the draft, it's big, and we'll get his thoughts and reflect. It's Texans All Access.
This is Texans All Access.
Texas Children's Hospital is proud to be the official children's hospital of the Houston Texans and local sponsor of Play 60. Getting kids moving for just 60 minutes a day can improve bone health, fitness, brain function, attention, and academic performance. Join us in our commitment to the Houston Texans and Play 60. Because at Texas Children's Hospital, everything we do is to ensure your family's future is a healthier one. Learn more by visiting texaschildrens.org/Texans.
When it's your turn to pick up the tab, do it in style with the Texans debit card exclusively from TDECU. With access to team store discounts, discounted tickets, and other offers and promotions, this card is a must-have for all Texans fans. So whether you're grabbing concessions at the game or buying your lucky t-shirt to wear on game day, spend with spirit all season long. Visit TDECU.org/Texans and get yours today. Insured by NCUA Equal Housing Lender.
Community Coffee is proud to be the official coffee of the Houston Texans. For over 100 years, we've served communities like yours with rich, smooth coffee crafted right here in the USA. And as a company that's worked to bring people together since 1919, Community Coffee celebrates the uniting power of fandom, especially for Texans fans in Houston and beyond. We're grateful to be part of the Houston Texans family on game day and every day. Community Coffee, strong as our roots.
Coach DeMeco isn't letting all the hype get to him or the Texans heading into year 2.
We're always hunting. That doesn't change for us. Expectations on the outside, whatever that may be, it really doesn't change who we are. We don't care about expectations. Talk doesn't win games. We have to go out and play good football when that time comes.
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Lots more to break down next on Texans Radio.
Teachers want to help your students blitz through the math section of the STAR test? Join Toro, the Houston Texans, and ConocoPhillips as they help 3rd and 4th grade students throughout the Houston area tackle math together with Toro's Math Drills. Toro's Math Drills is a video series that will challenge your students with math topics like fractions, multiplication, division, financial literacy, volume, and more, all while having some fun in the classroom. Sign your classroom up today for free at HoustonTexans.com and run your students through Toro's Math Drills presented by ConocoPhillips. Go Texans!
If your day sounds like,
we need the report ASAP,
you deserve Modelo. If you've persevered through, you deserve this rich golden lager with a crisp but refreshing taste. Or if you overcame,
2 more reps, 2 more.
You deserve this ice cold reward. Modelo, the Remarkable Fighter. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Port Chicago, Illinois.
Is Whataburger's honey barbecue chicken strip sandwich a work of art? The 3 chicken strips covered in melted Monterey Jack cheese are a study in contrasts and surprise. And the honey barbecue sauce, while at first unexpected, becomes a sweet delight to the senses. Plus, there's the 2 thick slices of Texas toast that are the canvas for this tasteful creation. And you can eat it. How about that for a masterpiece you can really bite into? The honey barbecue chicken strip sandwich at Whataburger. Just like you like it.
You don't want to miss it.
Gotta go! Sacked. 3 and out.
Energy around the stadium here has been great.
Throws left side of the end zone. Caught. Touchdown. Houston.
Nice.
It's intercepted. Houston's going to win.
Season tickets for 2024 are available now. Catch the Texans taking on Miami, Buffalo, Detroit, Chicago, the AFC South, and much more. Go to HoustonTexans.com and don't miss any of the action.
What a day.
This is Texans All Access.
It's Texans Radio. Mark Vandermeer and John Harris with you. And going into the break, we said that we would talk about something that's happening next week, get DeMeco Ryans to reflect on it, and we would reflect on it. And it's not the NFL draft. What is it? You guessed it. It's new uniforms. What did the head coach have to say during his podium appearance this week about new unis?
Yeah, I'm fired up about the new uniforms. It's it's 2024, time for a fresh look for the Texans. I know we've had the same uniforms, all right, since our organization started here in 2002. I was messing with the guys earlier about I wore the same uniform that they were wearing, and I think it's time for an update. And credit to Doug, Cal, Hannah, all the work and time that went into coming out with the new look. I think our fans will be excited about it. I think the coolest part about the new uniforms, as you guys all know, is having our fans input into the look of our new uniform. I thought that was pretty cool, pretty unique by our organization, being able to talk to our fans and get a true feel for what our fans wanted to see. And, of course, our players are fired up about the new look. So it'll be exciting reveal for next week for everyone.
And he mentioned Doug. That's Doug Vosick, Senior Vice President of Marketing, and the guy who's the point guard on this whole project. And Coach is not exaggerating. They did take the fans' input into big consideration here. The fans had major input. Now, if you're listening, you're thinking, oh, I didn't vote. Listen, they can't talk to every single one of you. But they had numerous focus groups.
I didn't vote either, so
and a fan council. I didn't vote either. I might have picked magenta. I don't know. Probably not. Probably not. But I think it's cool. And, the fact that Coach played here, of course, we all know this. This is obvious. But every once in a while, I'm reminded of that again in a different way, a different context, if you will. He said, I wore the uniforms that you guys wore last year. So obviously he didn't wear the color rush, right?
That's
he
correct.
never wore the red helmet. He wore all red with a blue helmet because that was 07 when they unveiled that look. The first Battle Red Day was 03, so he got here after that. He got here in 06. But anyway, he wore the uniforms, and now he gets to be part of the new unis.
Well, it reminded me yesterday of when the Jaguars unveiled, they're going back to their throwbacks. That's their alternate. They're going back to those are pretty sweet. I was living in Jacksonville all the time. I always liked those, and the fans were so excited.
I have to look at them. And
so there will be a day 15 years down the road where we're going to wear these jerseys.
Yeah.
And everybody's going to think those are awesome.
They were
we
great.
should have never left them. I like our jerseys. I like the new ones. I like the old ones. I like them. I just.
Well, you know what I'm thinking, though? I love the Battle Red helmet, right? We unveiled it in 2021, right? Or 2022? 2022.
Yeah.
It was
Or
November
against the
3rd
Eagles.
against the Eagles in that weird night where the Astros were playing the Phillies in the World Series. That was weird. But it was cool to see the red helmet. Now, based on my reaction to that, I am so excited about what's to come here because, hey, what do they got? Let's see it. And look, I've had some glimpses, but I've seen so many different things as far as ideas, and some of them from the fans. I start to forget, wait, what am I looking at again?
Yeah, exactly.
So,
which ones? Where did it come from? Yeah.
I'll tell you this, though. The production value of the way this thing is going to be revealed to the general public is off the chain. You and I saw something yesterday. It is high Hollywood level. It is awesome.
Yeah, it was. I watched it. And I was stunned into silence. I was like, wait, that's us?
Yeah.
That is cool. I've wanted that for so long. That in itself is going to be awesome.
And by the way, I'll go full disclosure, maybe not full, but some disclosure that you and I, we had a bunch of player interviews recently on the show.
Yeah.
And we've repeated some of them because they were so good.
Yeah.
And it was during a shoot for some of the players in the new uniforms, but not all the new uniforms. So we got a glimpse of them wearing one of the versions or whatever. So it's going to be cool. I think people will like them. There's something for everybody. It's going to be awesome. And when we have Doug Vosik on the show this week, we'll talk more about the whole process and everything. But I like that the coach is excited. All I want is this. This is my ask. And I haven't gone to Cal McNair, Hannah McNair, and Doug and Greg with this. My ask, and the coach, is that DeMeco still wears some kind of red dry fit during the game. All right? Can we please
That's
have
be his
that?
thing. That's his thing.
That's his Landry hat, his Bum Phillips hat. That's his calling card to have the dry fit. I know when it's cold he can't do that. But that is his look to me. Because, he's all buff. Looks like he could suit up any moment. He's off by himself sometimes because he's at the line of scrimmage. He's out of the coach's box, let's be honest, sometimes. And he's riling up the crowd. He's got the headset on. It's just such a great look. It inspires people. Let's continue with that.
Well, that just makes it all the more important that we play playoff games here at home from now on.
So he's not freezing his tuchus off?
So we can wear the red wear his red jersey.
Yeah, the battle red, some kind of battle red thing, and let's see what they have.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's one of the first off the bus. He and Dan Campbell. Those two come off the coaching bus, you're in trouble.
I'll disclose something else here. I had a peek at some of the gear, not uniforms, but other gear that they'll have available,
like
starting
t-shirts
next week.
and hats
Just
and
stuff like that, Johnny. This stuff's going to fly off the shelves. It is going to be ridiculously in demand, and I wanted to scoop it all up myself. And I'm not, although I have a lot of Texan stuff, clearly, and I got to replace a lot of stuff.
That's exactly right.
I mean, you're wearing a shirt today. I'm like, is that still going to be valid, or is that a retro shirt all of a sudden?
Well, there's no logo on this. It just says Houston Texans, and I think that's still our font. I've had this shirt since 2014. This is like the first thing that you ever told me to go buy at the store.
No, we're going
and
pure,
I still wear it.
We're going pure cursive and goth lettering as well. I don't know what we're doing.
I don't know.
It'll be cool. We'll all see it together. Johnny, thanks a lot.
You got it.
Tomorrow, it is going to be an episode of In the Lab as part of Texans All Access. Among other things on the program, McLean Thursday, likely Nick Caserio on Friday. We'll let you know. Thanks so much for listening. Area 45 is next. Those guys have a lot to say on the Texans, Astros, a whole bunch of other stuff. It's Texans Radio. Go Texans.
This is Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610.
Hi there. I'm a sleep expert, and I'm proud to be on a team that has served the Houston area for 37 years. I'm personally invested in helping you find better sleep and train 200 hours a year to do it. Mattress Firm is me.
We value giving back, with time off to do it too, while promoting causes that support the health and well-being of this community. And we're part of a local staff of 600 that's as diverse as our city itself. Mattress Firm is me.
Mattress Firm, the official sleep partner of the Houston Texans.
Behind every door at Houston Methodist, you know what to expect. Expertise. Whether it's life-saving brain surgery, your 3D mammogram that catches breast cancer sooner, or orthopedic specialists helping you feel stronger than ever. With hundreds of doors across Houston, you can get expert care everywhere.
That's the difference between practicing medicine and leading it. Houston Methodist, leading medicine.
The big game is here. It's the new Houston Texans scratch ticket from the Texas Lottery. Play today for your chance to win up to $100,000 instantly. Or enter for a chance to win Houston Texans prizes like an away game trip on a private plane, season tickets, a VIP suite experience, and more. Make everyday game day with the new Houston Texans scratch ticket. Houston NFL Holdings LP, all rights reserved. Visit TexasLottery.com for odds. Must be 18 or older to participate. Play responsibly.
As a Houston Texans Lux member, you can access the Houston Texans like no one else. Get an unparalleled game day experience from the best seats in the house. Share your Lux access with clients and employees for memories they won't forget. And make intentional connections alongside Houston's most influential business executives. Ready to learn more? Our Lux team will work with your needs in mind to create best-in-class moments that extend beyond the field year-round. Visit HoustonTexansLux.com.
The Texans and SLB are proud to present the Houston Texans Stats Challenge for our 8th consecutive year. This program is designed to help middle school children learn and sharpen their math skills using the game of football. With interactive worksheets and fun videos from Houston Texans representatives, the Stats Challenge presented by SLB makes math a blast for everyone. Last year, over 700 teachers and 85,000 students across Texas completed the challenge. Help your local middle school be the next to join them. Visit HoustonTexans.com.
Houston, we have a great problem. Branson Cognac and Le Chim de Wa Champagne are the official sponsors of the Houston Texans. Now, as we get ready for game day, you've been hearing the hype, you've been hearing the reel. Now you're going to experience the great taste of Branson Cognac and Le Chim de Wa, because it's available starting August 1st at all sideline bars of the club level of NRG Stadium. That's right, Branson Cognac and Le Chim de Wa will be available at all suites in season. So bring your friends, bring your family, and taste the great taste of Branson Cognac and Le Chim de Wa.
No matter where I travel, one thing remains the same. Everybody loves Ford here in the Lone Star State.
The best in Texas isn't just about being the best-selling trucks. It's about you and how Ford trucks help you be at your best every day, offering the technology and capability to handle whatever the day brings. And that's why we say,
Ford is the best in Texas.
What's good, H-Town? Let's clock in for our 2024 season with the official Houston Texans draft party presented by Modelo on Friday, April 26th at 5 p.m. at Avenida in downtown Houston. Watch with fellow Texans fans and celebrities as we welcome our newest players to H-Town. You can also enjoy meet and greet opportunities with Texans legends, cheerleaders, and Toro. Plus, match the players on the field this season and get your hands on one of our new fan-inspired jerseys or exclusive merchandise. RSVP for free now at HoustonTexans.com/draft party.
This is Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
This is a journey into sound.
Much as you try to bury it, the truth is out there.
The truth lives right here, Houston.
On this day, I see clearly.
Sports Radio 610 presents Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton.
All right, good Tuesday evening to everybody. It's Area 45, Sports Radio 610. I'm Sean Bijani. He's Patrick Creighton. We've got Chris Santiago here as well, producing. And we're taking you all the way up until 11 o'clock. Of course, coming up later on this evening at the conclusion of the Astros game, we'll have the H-Town post-game show. Look forward to that each and every single night. We get a chance to talk some baseball for sometimes 30 minutes PC like last night, sometimes for an hour and 30 minutes. It just depends on what the Astros are going to give us. And hopefully this evening, one Hunter Brown gives the Astros many more innings than he did his last time out. That is certainly the hope. There is maybe a golden pot at the end of this rainbow. Well, maybe it hasn't really been a rainbow for the Astros so far through the first 17, 18 ball games, but I say it has been just fine, and there's a pot of gold waiting for all of us, and it comes in the form of one Justin Verlander. Very good news from Justin Verlander today, PC. Are you excited?
Listen, this is what we were hoping for, and we talked about this last night, is for JV to be back with the team for the series against the Nationals.
Yeah.
For Fromber to be back with the team for the series against the Cubbies. That's coming up. The National Series goes into the weekend. Cubbies comes out of the weekend. And to get your two aces back in the same weekend, essentially, to bolster a rotation that half the rotation has been getting its ass kicked. Let's just call it what it is. And, one of the guys who's been getting his ass kicked was Spencer Arrieta, and he gets optioned down to Sugar Land today, which it was kind of the foreshadower of Justin Verlander going to be active. Then you get into Justin and then Fromber. Okay, you know what? Now, the two guys who've been struggling the most, in Hunter Brown and JP France, they are now, quote, the back of the rotation. They're not the middle of the rotation. And look, those two guys are going to be competing their asses off because it's only another couple of weeks until the Astros expect Jose Urquidy back. And if you're sucking wind when Urquidy comes back, you're going to be sucking wind in the bullpen.
They've been sucking something, here recently. There's no doubt about that.
Really?
Oh, really? Hey, before we move on, we've got a couple of things we're going to be doing tonight, and I'll give you the times in which we're going to do them. Last night, we gave away some pairs of tickets to see Hinder at Home Run Dugout in Katy coming up this Friday. They've got a show at 8 o'clock out at the Home Run Dugout, badass venue out in Katy. We're going to be doing the same thing tonight at 7:25. We will be giving Hinder tickets away. At 7:25, be listening, and then guess what? We're going to do it again, PC. We're going to do it at, let's call it 8:25. So it's 7:25 and at 8:25. You got to be listening at 25 past the hour, and you could have a chance to win Hinder tickets.
We are giving you the free for the weekend.
Yeah. And, if Chris is cool, since it is free, he might give you 3. I don't know. You just have to call and find out. You're going to have to be a certain number caller. PC will give that to you when the time comes. At 7:25 and at 8:25, we'll be giving away those tickets. So make sure you be listening on Area 45. And, hey, watch us, too. You can check us out on Twitch and YouTube. Hit us up, see our pretty faces, be a part of the show. You can hit us up in the chats there as well, along at 713-572-4610, 572-4610. You can call, text, be a part of the show. Hit us up on Twitter, at P. Creighton, the number 1, at Sean Bajani for myself. So I think, look, we're talking about JV coming back. We'll find out for certain, according to Joe Espada, who said earlier today it's going to be Friday or Saturday against the Nationals in D.C. We'll find out what day for certain tomorrow. I would assume, because JV threw a bullpen session today, said he felt fine, said it went well. Hopefully he wakes up tomorrow and feels the same, if not better. And then we will get a day hammered out for the return of Justin Verlander to make his 2024 debut. That's the shot in the arm, PC, that I think that the Astros need. I think they could get another one tonight by way of Hunter Brown, who... Look, Spencer Arrighetti was sent down today. Why? Well, something we've been waiting since 2016 for, when the Astros selected this individual as the 17th overall pick that year in the MLB draft. One Forrest freaking Whitley has been called up to the big league roster for the first time in his tumultuous up and down roller coaster of a career. He might make his major league debut tonight. It might come tomorrow. It might never come. I don't know. I'm trying to figure out why the hell they even called this cat up. I'm happy, but I'm just a little confused. In 3 games, he's pitched 3 innings this year. He's given up 4 runs, 3 by which have come from the long ball. Why the hell have the Astros decided now is the appropriate time to call Forrest Whitley up? Are they that desperate?
They are, in fact, that desperate. When they DFA'd Miguel Diaz last week, and then he opted for free agency, and then he re-signed with the team. I believe that eliminated the 15-day waiting period, but it also took him off the 40-man, and now they'd have to make a move to put him back on the 40-man to recall him, which they don't want to do. So Forrest Whitley, kind of last man standing when it comes to arms on the 40-man, guys who have been moved up and down, who have waiting periods, they can't go up and down yet. With sending down Arrighetti, you could essentially have another reliever, which you might need with Hunter Brown and J.P. Frains pitching the next 2 days. But Hunter, look, I'm happy that I'm happy that Forrest is getting the call up to the big leagues, right? I'm happy for him. This is a big moment in his career with all the injuries and other issues that he's had.
Heads.
He may have thought this day was never going to come.
Yeah.
That being said, he is nowhere near ready to attempt to get major league hitters out. I said he's pitched 3 innings. Each game he has pitched 1 inning.
Yes.
4 hits, 4 earned, 3 homers, 2 walks, and 4 strikeouts.
And an ERA of 12. Yeah. Yummy.
Last season.
Fits right in, doesn't he?
While dealing with other injuries, last season, Hunter made 8 appearances. 8.
Yeah.
He pitched 30 innings. He had a 5.70 ERA. He gave up 6 homers in those 30 innings. The year before, across rookie ball, A ball, and AAA, he threw a total of 40 innings. He had a 6.53 ERA. That 73 innings is all the innings he's pitched going all the way, let's say, for this decade.
Jeez.
Because he didn't pitch in 2020.
Yeah.
He didn't pitch in 21. If you can't get guys out at AAA, why should anybody think you're going to get guys out in the majors? The strike zone is smaller, the umpires are stricter, the hitters are better.
But he hit 99 the other day.
Well, hot damn. He can give up a home run on a 99-mile-an-hour pitch or hit a guy in the face or throw it to the backstop.
The further it goes.
I mean, it's great that you throw 99, but when you have no idea where the hell it's going, that does not help. And when you can't throw your breaking pitches for strikes, guys are going to sit on fastball.
Yeah.
Again, I want Forrest Whitley to be successful. The Astros are not setting him up to succeed. They have called him up because they really had no other choice, and they need an arm, and he will likely be optioned again as soon as JV gets active.
Don't they have Dubin?
Dubin's still on the team.
Yeah.
They didn't send him down.
Yeah. Don't they still have Dubin?
They optioned Arrighetti, so they got to call up another arm, and that's why they called up Forrest Whitley. He is essentially the emergency arm. And if you see Forrest Whitley in either the next 2 games, it probably means Hunter Brown or JP France did not last 3 innings.
Yeah, look, you're up against it tonight, really, because you had to use Martinez, Montero, Abreu, Hader, and Bielak last night.
And how Brandon Bielak is the government mule. I mean, they are beating him with the amount that they are using. He has been worked harder than any reliever in baseball.
What did he pitch last night? I think, I don't think it was a full inning. He had to come in for Hader, who got an out, so he pitched like
two-thirds of an inning.
I think he threw 8 pitches last night, so he would effectively be available tonight in, I would assume, a desperate type of a situation, unless they like a particular matchup. And
they had him throw 146 pitches in 7 days. I feel like Brandon Bielak's available no matter what.
That's what I was getting at. I think that was the Chandler Rome stat a few days ago that he tweeted out. Like, Bielak's usage is like out of this world. It was like 146, 147 pitches. Now you can bump that to about 195 over the course of the last 9 days. I mean, this is like the barnstorming days of Major League Baseball, where these guys would start like every 2 days.
Yeah.
Or every day.
Right? Like 100 years ago when, not even 100, you'd have to go more than 100 years ago. You'd have to go back to like 1900 when teams had like 2 or 3 starters and the same 2-3 guys started every single day. So first batter for Hunter Brown, it's a broken bat, opposite field hit, little flare, destroyed Acuna's bat.
Yeah, boy,
I mean, that
broke on the handle.
This is just pure unluckiness. I mean, the bat is destroyed, and it just little dumper. I mean, here, perfect example. That's a Texas League hit.
Yeah, you know the name of the game though, PC. Hit it where they ain't.
Yeah, even if it's by accident.
Speaking of the Braves, did you see that Ozzie Albies is going to be out for a little bit of time, 3 to 4 weeks? Spencer Arrighetti nailed him in the foot last night.
He break his foot?
He continued to play. He broke his toe.
Oh, no, not the toe.
He broke his toe. And so I think he's going to miss about 3 to 4 weeks.
What, they can't just spray the cold stuff and tape it up?
No. Well, I guess maybe they sprayed it and taped it up last night. He ended up finishing the game in the 6-1 win for the Braves, but couldn't stand it, I guess, today. And
I remember playing hockey games with a broken bone in my foot.
Yeah.
They just taped my foot up as tight as possible. They put all the cold stuff on it. My foot was numb.
Dude, I learned my lesson. I broke my finger fielding a ground ball my sophomore year. It ripped the nail off of my finger, broke the very tip, and they had to stick a pin in there to reattach the bone. And so I missed the rest of the season. No lie. Same day the next year, to the day, Same thing happened to me.
You needed an oven mitt.
I said, screw this. I taped that sucker up. I was like, I am not playing with a freaking 2-inch pin in my finger. I'm not missing games. I'm taping this sucker up. It's just a broken tip of a finger. I don't care. And it was just fine. And I think later that season,
Lot that. Just chop it off.
Thing is, I broke my other hand sliding into third base later that season. As soon as that one healed up. I don't know what the hell was wrong with me, man.
Ronald Acuna just stole second base and then stole third on successive pitches because Hunter Brown not even looking at him. And, I mean, look at the jump he's got. Hunter's not even looking at him. It's
a good throw by Yiner.
Still has the full leg kick. I mean, he's not even trying to shorten his delivery here.
No.
I mean, you're asking Yiner to bail you out.
I wonder if that was a little closer. Are they looking at this?
The room has got 90% full of water, and you're like, here's a bucket.
Yeah. I don't know if they're looking at this. I can't tell because we have a blue box in the way of our the bottom third of our screen. So trying our best here.
But I mean, Hunter can't completely ignore the runner. I mean, Acuna didn't even have a walking lead. He had a running lead.
All right, but look, in regards to Hunter Brown, like, he's not going to be – think about the struggles that he's been through, right? He's thinking about maybe not tipping. He's thinking about just calming down, relaxing, breathing.
Yiner nailed him anyway.
I told you.
That was a strike from Yiner. Look how big – he has this massive lead.
Yeah. I know, it was
Yiner
a great throw.
With an absolute cannon.
It was a great throw. It couldn't have been any better. Perfect spot. Bregman applied the tag quick. Good fortune.
And the best part is after he slid in there and his early little safety, he's doing his "you can't see me."
Yeah.
I see your ass on the bench. That's where I see you.
No, but getting back to Hunter, he's not going to be able to put everything together in this third start, especially after the two disastrous ones that he's coming off of. I just think that, hey, look, if that's going to happen, then so be it. But you've got to execute pitches against good hitters, and I think that and that alone is all he really needs to focus on and think about at this point in time, is making sure he is living pitch to pitch, and that's it. And once he gets in the flow of a game, look, yes, I would expect him to do what he's been doing for years as a really good pitcher at all levels, and that's just control the game. Pay attention to the base runners, keep them honest, so on and so forth. But I can't fault him for really that. I mean, it was a cheap-ass hit.
It was a cheap hit because of broken bat flare.
But, you know,
you didn't even look at Acuna, who stole 70 bases last year. You didn't look at him as he got this mammoth lead off of first base, and Yiner with the fast pop and the big gun makes it a close play. Yeah. But he's safe because, Payne can't handle the throw.
But I thought Yiner's defense wasn't as good as Maldy's.
Yeah.
Wah, wah.
And everybody who feels that way has never looked at a statistics page.
Yes.
Or has never looked at any of the research that shows pop time and arm strength and any of those things. Also has no idea who's led the league in pat. Like, there was a stat the other day that came out that said in his entire career, Buster Posey only had 27 pass balls. Maldy had 21 the last two seasons.
My goodness. That's rough. That is rough right there, yeah.
But, defensive X. And people always say, defensive wizard. The pitchers love him. Look, he might still be really good at prepping games before the game, tendencies, how to pitch guys and whatnot. But as a physical player,
yeah,
hasn't been good in 3 years.
Nah, but you know what they call the former, though? A really good coach. You could do that from elsewhere, off of the field.
And probably make the same amount of money.
Yeah, 100%. 713-572-4610, 572-4610. And his WAR would probably improve as a coach, to be honest with you.
Well, yeah, because it wouldn't be negative.
Exactly. 713-572-4610. You want to be a part of the show. Coming up next, way too early to count this guy out, but I feel like a lot of you are. We'll talk about it next. It's Sports Radio 610. Also, coming up, next segment, 725, Hinder Ticket Giveaway. Be listening right here on Area 45.
Hey, a minute here for Dr. Ben Salento, Texas Sinus Story. 5 years ago, I went to see Dr. Ben because I had been dealing with sinus infections on and off every other month for over 20 years.
610 presents Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton.
In times of desperation, PC, it's amazing what the human body craves. We'll have to talk about that here in just a moment. Hopefully you've learned your lesson. But it is now time for our giveaway. We've got free stuff. Hinder is playing at the Home Run Dugout in Katy this Friday, 8 o'clock. And give me a lucky number, PC.
Let's go with 3 and 5.
Ah, there we go. Callers 3 and 5 right now. 713-572-4610. Win a pair of tickets to go see Hinder at Home Run Dugout in Katy this Friday, 8 o'clock show. You can win those and take your best friend, Sean and Patrick, and we can just call in and go see those guys. I just want to see one song. That's it. One song. One song, and it's this song.
Is your wife going to divorce you if you show up without her?
She would be so mad, but it would be kind of funny because she tells me all the time, like, there's like a handful of bands that I'm just not allowed to see unless she goes with me, and this is probably number one. So I would just do it, and I think I'd still survive. It would be more entertaining for me, and I would suffer the ramifications, the consequences later.
So I played this song. Hey, Chris, turn this up. I played this song from my wife so she could understand who Hinder was.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, have you ever heard this song? She's like, I think so.
Yeah. Did she get it? Did she know what the song's about?
No. And I wasn't going to spoil it on her. You know, all she heard was Lips of an Angel. And she's like, oh, that sounds nice. And I'm like, yeah, you have no idea.
Yeah. You need to use, did you tell her, like, you know, Urban Dictionary is your friend sometimes when you want to translate, lyrics or certain verbiages.
I feel 1,000%.
Mm-hmm.
My wife has no idea what Urban Dictionary is.
Probably. That's why she thinks this is a nice, sweet song.
I probably want to keep... Well, she also thinks that You're Loved by the Outfield is a nice song. She has no idea what that's about either.
The Outfield. That's another one.
And I don't want to... Like, I don't want to ruin it on her. Like, I said... Years ago, I ruined that song on my mom.
Yeah.
My mom used to love that song. She'd just sing. I'm like, Mom, do you know what you're singing about? I said, he's talking about, like, I'm going to score with the high school chick who's the younger sister of my girlfriend because she's out of town. No, he isn't. I'm like, yeah, here, read the lyrics. Read them.
You hear what you want to hear, PC.
Followed by, oh, my God. And I'm never listening to that again. and I didn't want to, my wife loves the 80s, and I don't want to ruin it on her. I mean, I feel like that would be cruel and unusual punishment, which is great for criminals, but not great for your wife. So
I was going to say, it's great for our Bandwagon segment that comes up every night at 9:20. Always look forward to the cruel and unusual punishment you suggest.
By the way, if you haven't been to Home Run Dugout, you need to get to Home Run Dugout. That place is cool as hell. The food is great. You've got indoor bars, outdoor bars. The batting cages are awesome. They're not really cages. I guess the best way I could explain it is...
It's like a stall, right?
It's like baseball Topgolf.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there you go.
So it doesn't have like an old Iron Mike firing baseballs at you. The ball just pops up out of the ground, and you slam it into a screen that, gives you like how far you hit.
Yeah, well, it's a baseball simulator. I mean, you see the pitcher throwing the ball. Looks like it's coming at you. That comes out of the ground. And I always see the videos on social, like people trying to have the MLB exit velocity. Saw some dude like wrap one the other day, like 117 miles per hour or something like that off the bat.
Well, you can set up the boosters on the game so that, let's say you want to play like the Major League Stadium, and it'll add like a 50% boost to everything you do. So if you hit it like 50 miles an hour, it'll say you hit it 100 miles an hour, and it'll give you double the distance.
Oh, okay. So that's kind of like a womp womp. He probably didn't really hit it.
It doesn't matter. People are there to have fun, and if they want to, make the ball, be a home run every time, then have fun and make the ball be a home run every time.
I want to take my boy. My boy's 4. He would absolutely love that.
Yeah, because it's like I said, the ball just pops up out of the ground. So this is not, you have to have some kind of skill level to play. Anybody can just hit the thing. It just pops up out of the ground nice and slow, and you hit it.
We need to do that. We need to broadcast from there. You need to tell them. Hook it up. We need to go broadcast. We need to play some ball, have a good time, drink some beer, eat some food.
Working on that.
Yeah, let's make it happen, man.
Out to see them on Thursday.
Tell them I said hello.
Which is always my favorite thing to do, because if you want to get a really awesome lunch, I believe their menu was created by the former executive chef of WWE. So, I mean, their food is awesome.
Can't be a bad thing.
You're gonna love. And if you've never seen a concert there, it is cool as hell to see a concert there. So go get to see Hinder this week. And you know what? We're going to have more tickets for Hinder throughout the week. We'll have more later on tonight.
Yeah, 8:25. 8:25. Be listening. We'll give away more Hinder tickets.
I want to say next week we'll have different tickets.
Yeah.
To give away.
Maybe some Rolling Stones?
No, I don't have those.
Come on.
Dude, I wouldn't be giving those away. I'd be pocketing those.
Stones are coming in town in 12 days, baby.
I did ask a power that be around here if I could get tickets to the Rolling Stones. And
they were like, how about no?
My request went unanswered. I wasn't even worthy of a how about no.
Maybe you'll get surprised.
I got like,
you never know.
This idiot, I'm not even delete. Like, that's what I got.
They said, ha! He asked for Stones tickets.
This guy think he is Sean Pendergast? Delete.
Yeah, that's what they said. They were like, these are reserved for Sean.
Guy thinks he's Clint Stoerner. Delete.
Clint don't know nothing about any Stones. I'm doing the show with him tomorrow, by the way.
Guy thinks he's John Lopez. Delete.
You're going to be in solo tomorrow. I'll be in with Clint, and I'll guarantee you, he might have heard of the Rolling Stones, but I bet you he couldn't name one song.
Come on. We can't be doing Clint like that.
I'm telling you.
The Stones? He doesn't know any of the... He doesn't know the Stones? Come on.
No. He might know...
Hold on. Chris, I need you to call Clint. This can't go on all night long. I need you to call Clint, get him on the horn. We need to have this conversation tonight.
Do you think he's going to tell the truth?
Clint?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You think
so?
so?
I don't think Clint has any shame at all. The dude talks about how he's got holes in his underwear. Meanwhile, I mean, he played in the NFL for all those years. I think he's got enough money to buy himself some drawers. But he talks about how he's always got holes in it. I'm like, bruh. I told him he should buy the
underwear.
He should just buy the Burger King ones that say "Home of the Whopper" right across the front, and then walk up to the little lady and be like, "What do you think?"
I'm just like, it's not. I'm not trying to insult him or anything. I think I've got him pegged pretty good. He's like country boy? He's country through and through. I don't think he knows about the, because him and I are about the same age, and. I mean, the Stones have been really good, really relevant. 10
years older than both is.
I just don't think he knows.
Dude, can I tell you how angry I was, irrationally angry, when I found out Ron wasn't 40?
When you found out he wasn't 40?
Yeah, I think it was like 39 or
oh, yeah, because he is younger. Yeah.
Dude, oh my God, I literally wanted to hit him.
You thought Ron was old?
I thought he was like older. I thought he was like a little older than you. I wanted to hit him with an RKO out of nowhere so bad.
Dang.
I'm like, dude, you are not more than 10 years younger than me. I will kill you where you stand.
It is kind of weird. However, I'm like bookended right now by two people that are significantly younger than me, I think. I think Tyler is significantly younger than I am. I'm not sure. Maybe by like 4 years. And Chris, he's just a young kid. He doesn't know nothing. I mean, he barely just got out of college young.
So Hunter Brown just gave up an absolute tank. That was like in that corner where the boxes jut out. And Chaz afterwards kind of puts his arm out like, what the hell? So check this out. The ball it's in that corner.
Hit off the top rail.
And
that's a homer.
It like sneaks right into the Crawford box. It's like just inside, hits the rail.
It bounced up.
Yeah.
It bounced up and landed back onto the field.
It hit the rail and bounced up. Jazzy thought he had it lined up. Like he was going to get, and then it hit the rail. And
was it, it's funny. This might make its way into the show twice tonight, if I'm correct. I mean, I'm going to bring it up anyway, but Ebbets Field, where the Brooklyn Dodgers used to play.
Oh, yeah.
Way back in the day. I feel like, because you know old baseball, right? Wasn't that the stadium that I think it was in the left field corner where it was kind of funky, and they had like a painted line in the power alley, and the white line went up. And they actually had the ground rules painted on the wall. It said if a fly ball hits to the right of the line and above this yellow line, then it's a home run.
No, I don't. I think that might have been Shibe Park.
Shibe?
I think that's Shibe. I know what park you're talking about. It's not Emmett Field. I want to say that's Shibe Park. But I know what you're talking about. It's got this weird jut, and there's a yellow line. It goes, the ball hits over the line, it's a home run.
Yeah, and the ground rules are painted on there. Like, the rules are on there. You can read them. That ball is just, that's anomalous. I love Minute Maid. I love the weird quirkiness of it, especially in that left center field area where the Crawford boxes jet out and it kind of gets funky. You can't hit a ball. I mean, you could hit a ball a million times in that direction and it wouldn't land on top of the rail. I don't know that it's ever happened.
It's Crosley Field.
Cincinnati.
It's Crosley Field.
Yeah, Cincinnati
that has
was funky.
the picture that you're talking about where batted ball.
Yes, that's
hitting
it.
on the fly to the right of the line is a home run. It's Crosley.
Yeah, and you remember that Crosley Field, I feel like Minute Maid, they stole elements of Crosley, Wrigley, Fenway, Tiger Stadium. They put all these little ballparks together. I remember them talking about that whenever they first constructed it, but I think Crosley Field, too, didn't they have the flagpole in center field? And I know they had, like, the really low right field wall. It came up to, like, guys' waist. Like, you could easily just rob a home run. Now, it might have been really super deep there.
So, yeah, in right field, the stands came all the way down.
Yeah.
So, and Crosley Field last year was 1969, by the way.
It was a very good year.
But for the Mets, it was. So it had some funky dimensions. Like the backstop was 38 feet.
The backstop was
38 feet.
I mean, what's typical though in Major League?
I don't know, but
is that like gigantic? Yankee Stadium.
Big backstop.
Old Yankee Stadium had a really big backstop.
Old Yankee Stadium did. Yes.
Yeah. 713-572-4610, 572-4610. If you'd like to be a part of the show, join us, hop on in. You can call or text. Remember the number 2 coming up in about 45 minutes at 8:25. We'll be giving away more Hinder tickets. My apologies, meant to get to this, but I do want to talk about it. I think he's being treated very unfairly. I think it's a little hyperbolic. I think it's overreactionary. I mean, how many games are we into the season right now? Oh, yeah, 18? And you're ready to fire this guy already. I'm going to tell you why it's way too early for that nonsense. We'll have it next.
Area 45 with Bajani and Creighton.
Expectations too high? I don't know. I feel like they're just about right for a team that went 10-7 and had the offseason so far that the Texans have had.
You went from number 2 overall pick to second round of the playoffs in one season. It's going to be hard to say that expectations are too high because expectations should be through the freaking roof. I mean, that's what hope is.
Radio hits different at night on Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
O'Reilly. Protect your vehicle's engine with Syntec and O'Reilly Auto Parts. Syntec Premium Full Synthetic Motor Oil is formulated for today's engines.
information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton.
All right, coming up in about 35 minutes, we'll give away Hinder tickets. Joining us on the phone lines is Clint Stoerner from The Drive with Ron Hughley. Clint Stoerner, you hear him every day, 2 to 6 on Sports Radio 610. Clint, what are you doing, man? Sorry we bothered you.
Man, you ain't bothering me, man. Yeah, y'all ain't bothering me, man. I had a little meeting, a little post-show meeting today with the boss man. So, man, I'm cruising through Pasadena and Deer Park, man. I just hit that wall of funk that you hit when you're on 225. Y'all know what I'm talking about.
Take that deep breath. You take that deep breath.
Hey, I roll the windows. I roll the windows down, boys, and just take it all in.
Builds immunity.
Hey, man, listen, the reason that we made this was my decision to have Chris call you because I want you to know I was defending your honor here. We were talking about.
Well, I appreciate that.
We were talking about concerts, and the Rolling Stones are coming to town, and Bijani says he doesn't think you have any clue who the hell the Rolling Stones are. And I said, man, you can't be doing my guy Clint dirty like that. You cannot say he has no idea who the freaking Stones are. And he said he don't think you could name one freaking Stone song.
Johnny,
yes.
Come on, man. The Stones, bro.
Well,
I'm not going to win any trivia contests or anything, music trivia, but damn, the Stones. I mean, give me a little honky tonk women. Are you kidding me? Give me a little satisfaction.
Oh man, here we go.
There's one. I don't know many. I'll be honest with you. I'm naming obviously the lowest hanging fruit. What is the one? Beast of Burden was a big. My dad was a big fan, so I listened to this stuff growing up.
Yeah, my wife thinks that song's called "Never Leave the Pizza Burning."
What is the one? There's one that they sing. I remembered it because it's the opening of one of the old war movies. Gosh, dang it, man!
Paint It Black.
Yeah, bingo, that's it right there. Every time that thing, before they ever start the words, and I can't remember what movie it is, but it's one of the old movies.
Full Metal Jacket. Yeah.
Bingo. You know, that one, and then is it Creedence Clearwater Revival? Isn't that the one that the Vietnam? What is that? When they're in the helicopter, man, at the very beginning, they're in the helicopter coming around over the mountains, and it's the beginning of. Damn, what was that other war movie that was big? Vietnam?
I don't know why. I know it was tongue in cheek. I was going to say MASH
No. No, what am I thinking of, man? The old one that was like real gruesome and all that. They were in Vietnam.
with Charlie Sheen.
Yes. What was the name of that damn?
Oh, that's Platoon.
Yeah, Platoon.
There it is, Platoon. Yes. Those two songs right there will forever, because of those movies, man. When it first kicks in, brother, it's like, and so Rolling Stones, those movies were Dad's go-tos, and the Stones were he was a fan of. So I got a couple of them.
I was saying it a little bit more tongue in cheek, but I said, man, now Clint, I mean, I just didn't think you were a Stones guy. He's country through and through. That's what I was telling PC.
Hey,
and you just dropped two names right away, two names of the songs.
Well, I mean, hell, if you ain't got them two, man, come on now. Honky Tonk Women, I can jam that one. But here's the deal, man. I'll be honest with you. 99% of the time, you'd have got me. Because I don't, even the songs that I know, like even the bands that I know, 20 songs, I've got to hear the song to know it. You know, I can't just rattle them off the top of my head like you guys can.
Well,
so
I need to.
You're not wrong, brother. You ain't wrong.
I need to put together an old school music challenge.
Yes.
With Clint and Nate Griffin.
Yes.
Two guys who know songs but have no idea who the bands are. I can't remember what they are. I got to put you and Nate Griffin in the hot seat and do an old school music challenge that you two got. Oh, man, that'll be so much fun.
Hey, I'll just sing them to you, baby. I'll sing them to you. Sorry I had to let you down, Johnny. I hate that for you, man. But you picked the one group that I had a few names on.
That's all right. Now, I'll think of something for you tomorrow because we got 4 hours together.
Now, Clint.
Come on, baby. Man.
Does Show know the Stones?
Oh, man. You know, he's got a wide range of I bet he's got a couple stuff. I bet he's got a couple Rolling Stones songs. Yep. I bet he's got a couple.
Wild horses.
I mean, you got to find. Do the Stones have any that are controversial?
I mean,
yeah, they've got a lot of songs that will, especially by today's standards, but they were controversial then, and then they have other songs that are controversial now because sensitivities.
Yeah, I bet you he's got the Stones. I bet you he's got more than you would think.
Well, you impressed me, dude. I appreciate you taking a little
I'm
time.
I'm gonna go home and listen to the Stones, man. I'm gonna go home. I appreciate the Area 45 boys for getting me turned on tonight. I'm gonna go home and listen to some Stones.
Attaboy. All right, Clint. I'll see you tomorrow, man.
All right, Phil. I'll be good.
Later.
Appreciate you, Clint. Dude, my God, Clint, dirty like that.
Never leave your pizza burning.
I don't even know how.
I walk for miles. Yeah, my wife swore up and down. That's what it was saying.
That's like the people who always thought Jimi Hendrix was saying, "Excuse me while I kiss this guy."
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of the songs. What's the one? Tiny Dancer, Elton John. People always thought it said Tony Danza. That's a thing.
Wasn't that song written before anybody knew who Tony Danza was?
I don't know. It's
Hold me closer, Tony Danza.
Yes. I think it was a Friends bit too. I always thought that was a real thing. I really thought that was Tony Danza. Anyway, let's.
So just to have a little fun with that, right?
No.
All right. Tiny Dancer was released in 1972.
Okay, and Who's the Boss came out when?
In the 80s.
In the 80s. Yeah, you're right. It was probably like 80.
Tony Danza
87?
was born in 51.
Okay.
So
Who's the Boss was like
21
87.
years old when that song came out. And let's see, Who's the Boss came out in 1984.
Ooh.
Taxi came out in 1978.
Okay.
So
it's generational. I was born in 82.
It was 6 years before he was on Taxi. And you really kind of got to be my age to have ever seen Taxi.
I haven't seen Taxi. Well, I've seen that was Robin Williams, right?
No, Taxi was a...
Yeah, wasn't Robin Williams in Taxi?
Judd Hirsch, Christopher Lloyd, Danny DeVito, Andy Kaufman, Tony Danza, Meryl Henner.
All right. So I'm dating myself, but in a good way, I guess. I just legitimately thought that. And it's generational. You have to understand that. I guarantee you there's songs that...
Like everybody, like both of our age, we've all seen Who's the Boss.
Yeah, of course.
All right. Alyssa Milano's still on your Hall Pass list.
I have not seen her recently. Like, is this like retroactive?
Even if you saw
her
lately?
Can I go Alyssa Milano like 1995?
I'm sure you can, although you will not be disappointed.
What was that movie she was in with Mark Wahlberg? Fear, I think, with Reese Witherspoon and Alyssa Milano, I think. That was a really good one, if I'm remembering correctly. But yeah, I have not seen her recently, but if you're telling me that's still a yes, then yes. She would be on my Hall Pass list.
There's Alyssa Milano.
Hello. Yeah, some things don't change.
Yeah, she's still on the Hall. She's 51, still on the Hall Pass list.
Oh, boy. Are you giving this guy a Hall Pass? I have to get to this. I got to ask you. I feel like people are being way too hyperbolic about this guy. Talking about, you still got 4 years and $80-some-odd million to pay Josh Hader. This looks like it could be an absolute failure. These are the kind of signings that get people fired. This guy's horrible. We talked about this
We might need the
briefly.
law firm of Kirby and Crawford for this.
I would agree with you. Do you think that's a really bad sports take? I think it's a really bad sports take for it being just 18 games into the season.
That is sports idiocy.
I mean, come on, man. We talked a little bit about this last night. Just reference the back of the baseball card. Don't look at it as a bad thing.
We're not talking
Sometimes
about a
it's
39-year-old
educational.
reliever who's now throwing 88 miles an hour.
He's been one of the best in baseball the last handful of years. Like, I don't know, just check that part out. And
when he was signed, the entire fan base literally had to change their pants.
Sure. We did an hour on that, I think, when that happened. The show existed when that happened.
And now we're not even a month into the season, and it's, he's terrible.
Sure. We talked about how Jim Crane was kind of, stepping up, walking the walk. He was talking the talk. Now he's walking the walk. He wants to say, hey, the window's wide open. To me, that says pretty convincingly that, hey, we think this team is going to be really good for a long time, and we're going to see to it. We've got one of the best back of the bullpens at the time, and I still think it has a chance to get that way because of Josh Hader, because of how good Brian Abreu is. Their stuff is too good for this to continue. Hader, we talked about him having a horrible month of July and August in 2022? Yeah, while he was with the Brewers
in September and October.
Yeah, he got traded, and he was absolute shut you down. I think he gave up like a total of 3 runs like the last 2 months of the season.
I'm going to make this really simple for everybody. If you know someone who is saying they should get rid of Josh Hader, it's the bust of all bust signings, and he's going to ruin careers, and if you've ever seen NCIS, you know how Gibbs always slapped Tony on the back of the head? I want you to slap this person.
Give me an NCIS reference.
On the back of the head. Just bam, right in the back of the head. Tell them that they are an idiot and that their speaking privileges are revoked. If you're calling one of the best closers in baseball a total bust because, 18 games into the season, he's struggled. 18 games. Not like there's not another...
On like 9 appearances.
140-plus games to go. 144 games. No. We're not even out of April. This entire contract is a bust. Your friend is an idiot. An idiot. And you really should question your choices in friends. You should question your own choices that you choose to be friends with someone who is that big of an idiot. And then you should smack them again. And when you get home, smack yourself for being friends with them.
Yeah. I think it's ridiculous. Before last night's performance, I think you'd say to yourself, like, hey, maybe the guy's getting it together. He had 3 outings of pretty good baseball. Unfortunately, he was being used in, some tough situations that more times than not this season when he's come into a game, it hasn't been to save one. I think he's had like 3 opportunities, and he's blown 2 of them. Outside of that, they've used him because they've absolutely needed to use him. Either they're in a close ball game and trailing, or they're in a forget-me-not, let's just get the hell out of here type situation.
Look, at 11 of their 18 games, they've scored 3 runs or less. It's not like they've given the pitching staff a whole lot of room for a lot of margin for error. When they score more than 3 runs, a lot of times they're scoring 8+, but the consistency of the offense and hanging the crooked numbers has not been there as yet. So, they're finding themselves a lot of times, I got to go to Hader even though we're down because, I need arms.
Yeah, we just got to stop riding this roller coaster. We do this to ourselves every single season. Talking about us in generality, Astro fans, Texan fans, Rocket fans. I mean, we ride the roller coaster every single year, but particularly with baseball, it's a long season, man. And it's still too damn early to be that hyperbolic about the dudes that are going to be just that when it comes time to, put up or shut up.
Nobody wins or loses the division in April except the 84 Tigers.
Fair. You're going to have to remind me what the 84 Tigers did or did not do, rather, in that April. Mork and Mindy, by the way, is the Robin Williams sitcom that I was thinking of. Thank you from the 713. He's Patrick Creighton, Sean Bajani. Coming up next, 8 o'clock hour, we'll give away some Hinder tickets coming up at 8:25. But next, Hunter or Hunted? What are we doing? The Texans, what are we even talking about? We have to discuss this. It's next.
They started 35-5.
Payne and Pendergast.
This is where I will give Joe Espada.
Access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton.
Who are these Texans going to be? That's the question that is a long ways away from being answered. Draft still needs to happen, PC. You've got OTAs, you got training camp, etc. All of these things. As many improvements as the Texans have made on both sides of the ball. Really? They got a new punter, too. He's pretty damn good. Formerly of the Chiefs.
Former Super Bowl champion.
Former Super Bowl champion. You're correct, Chris Santiago. All three facets of the game remarkably improved. One thing I am quite certain the Houston Texans are not, though, at this point in time, is the team that is being... I heard this being talked about earlier today, and I'm like, why are these guys talking about it on the drive with Ron Hughley and Clint Stoerner? I didn't understand it. And then I heard a clip in which they'd played from DeMeco Ryans addressing the media yesterday. He spoke along with Will Anderson and C.J. Stroud. We talked about some of the things that those guys said yesterday, and I have to be honest with you, I glossed over that clip yesterday. I mean, there was so much. I think we had like 22 different sound bites from DeMeco alone. But some good stuff. And when he speaks, especially after an offseason like this, PC, I want to listen. I want to hear what he's saying. And I got to tell you, he said a couple of really interesting things when he was asked about being the hunted or the hunter. I'm not really sure I understand the question. He wasn't really either, though he appreciated it. Take a listen.
I appreciate the question, but we're always hunting. That doesn't change for us. We're always hunting. Expectations on the outside, whatever that may be, it really doesn't change who we are, right? It doesn't. The expectations from the outside don't permeate inside our building, and now we have to change what we're doing just because of outside expectations. It really doesn't matter. My message, our focus as a team is it's always been consistent, the same as it was last year, is, man, you show up and we continue to get better every single day. You're the best at your position, you're the best for our team, then that's what wins games, right? For us, when everybody is really striving, putting the work in, right, to be better. And that's what it's all about. We don't care about expectations. Talk doesn't win games. We have to go out and play good football when that time comes.
So as much as DeMeco appreciates the question, as weird as it was, in my opinion, I appreciated his response. He mentioned outside expectations and the perception coming from fans 3 different times in his response. I mean, it's coach speak. He doesn't really have to acknowledge it, but quite literally, for the first time in franchise history, the expectations by the fans and the team match.
And the local media and the national media.
Yes, they match. Literally, for the first time in Houston Texans franchise history, the expectations match. They're thinking Super Bowl.
And
the
Las
fans
Vegas.
are thinking Super Bowl. Las Vegas is thinking Super Bowl, at least sixth best odds, I believe it is, or is it higher?
Third best.
Third best. Are you tied with the Ravens?
Tied with the Ravens, third best.
Yeah. So that's pretty dang good. And it should be. Expectations should be high. You said this the other day when you have an offseason like they've had with Danielle Hunter and Azeez Al-Shire, Stephon Diggs. You retain Dalton Schultz. You go out and trade for Joe Mixon, significantly upgrade the running back position, I think. And you still have some work to do in areas certainly there as well. But, damn, it's good. And I think, yes, it's cool for, him to have that mentality. I'm all for it. I don't need him to acknowledge that, hey, it's nice that expectations do match. No, you keep doing what you've been doing, DeMeco. Leave that other stuff to the rest of us to talk about. But getting back to being the hunted or hunting, I just didn't understand the question. You correct me if I'm wrong, but we're all proud of 10-7. We're happy that they did what they did last year and won a division going from worst to first. We're happy that they went to a divisional round playoff game. You took on the Ravens, one of the teams, along with the Chiefs, the Bengals, the Bills, that has been there every damn year, along with the Steelers at some point in time over the last 6-7 years. They've been playing in the AFC Championship game, and you had an opportunity to go kick their ass and take their spot. You didn't do it. It's a good barometer. You see where you needed to be. Cool. But there is no way in absolute hell right now this team can be considered the hunted. They're hunting the Chiefs until they die.
There are three teams that are hunting the Houston Texans. They are the Jaguars, the Colts, and the Titans.
Yeah.
That's it. Those are the only three teams that are hunting the Texans because they all looked up at the Texans' fanny in the standings at the end of the season. Those three teams are hunting the Texans. Everybody else in the AFC is hunting the Chiefs and the Ravens.
And I would even, to be honest with you, I would throw the Bengals. I would still throw the Bills in there. I know the Bills are if you want to say they've lost, this offseason, so to speak, they've lost weapons. There's no doubt about that. But again,
the Bills are not winning the division.
They've been there and you haven't. And so until you're there and they're not, like in my opinion, because I don't think they're going to throw in the towel. They've got a really good quarterback, certainly a top 5 guy in Josh Allen. They're not going anywhere until they do. You still have to be there. You still have to beat out the Bills, beat out the Ravens, beat out the Chiefs. Like, go do all that. And then I think you can say that this team is being hunted. Then I think you can say they've got the bullseye on their back. I think they have a lot of teams and maybe fans in other parts of the country's envy because of the quick turnaround. But again, as exciting as all that is, I don't mean to pee in your Cheerios or anything, but
not eating Cheerios.
You still have to go do it again. And we talked about how difficult it is, historically speaking. Over the course of the last 23 years, the 21 teams, the Texans being the latest, going worst to first, that third year, that's been pivotal. More than 50% of the teams don't make the postseason in that third year after going worst to first. The Texans, very much like DeMeco Ryans said, it's so true. They ain't worried about all the outside noise, the expectations, blah, blah, blah. We're not going to let it seep in. I get that. He shouldn't even acknowledge it, to be honest with you, because I think that can infiltrate the mind, and all of a sudden you start believing you're something that maybe you're not yet.
It's a question that somebody asked because they got an idea they're going to write a column or a story, and this is going to be their thought process. So they asked the question so they could get a quote to put in their story. That's all it is. They're just trying to get clicks. That's the game right now, right? Especially off season. There's not really look. There is nothing different for the Houston Texans from today, from yesterday, from 3 weeks ago.
But you know what
really
is different?
Nothing has changed.
There is something different, though, and you're going to hear about it all season long until they prove that they shouldn't be talked about in that way anymore. We're going to see just how sustainable it is, what the staying power is from the national media. You just mentioned it. Now, all of a sudden, they've become like ants. You know, it's like you drop the ice cream cone on top of an ant bed, and boom, here they come. Here comes the national media. We're eating it up, man.
Right, but what I'm talking about is as far as, like, right now, there is no new Texan story. Nothing new has happened with the Texans that's noteworthy since they made the Diggs deal. Like, nothing has changed since then. But you still got to get your daily clicks. So let me come up with whatever narrative. And since Coach is going to talk today, let me get DeMeco to answer this question. It doesn't matter if it's stupid. And this is the game. I mean, this is why a lot of the content, and this is my frustration with a lot of media and stories. A lot of content is manufactured. Like, there's nothing really to talk about. So let's just make stuff up.
Mm-hmm.
Let's, pull something out the fanny and throw what about this? Or what about this hypothetical or that hypothetical? It becomes, one of your drunk friends sitting around the fire pit and he pulls some wacky ass thing up and it's just like, dude, have another beer. Like, go
slow down.
Like, get another burger. Like, stuff your face. Just please shut up. As Yainer Diaz guns down Michael Harris, second
base. Is that 2? Did he get him, really? He's staying put.
Oh, I thought the umpire said out.
Come on,
He
man.
put his fist up like this. Oh, they're challenging.
Okay, they are.
Okay, because I'm like, the umpire had his arm up. He said out.
Yeah. Well, we'll see if it goes the Astros' way again. As Yainer, was that the first inning when he threw out Acuna?
Ronald Acuna Jr. Here's a throw strike. Ooh, he might be safe.
Damn oven mitt.
Yeah, I think he's
safe. Oh, man, I don't know.
I think he's safe.
I don't know. Look, the call is out, so it's got to be.
The call is out, so it's got to be clear and obvious.
Got to be clear. Yep.
But I do think he's safe.
I don't know, man. That's pretty bang bang.
But I'm happy for the umpires not to see that. Don't get me wrong.
I mean, that's close. It's not exactly like Armando Galarraga beating the runner to first base by like a half mile. Yeah. I wouldn't Jim Joyce out there.
At least to Jim Joyce's credit, he owned up to it right away. He was truly remorseful.
Well, you couldn't die on that hill. The only guy that would have died on that hill is Angel frickin' Hernandez. Or maybe C.D. Buckner.
Joe West. Yeah. They all would have died on that hill.
Don't do Joe like that.
Oh, Joe West was a jackass.
He could not have done that. I have a lot more respect for Joe West than I do Angel Hernandez or C.D. Buckner.
Never lost an argument because if you were right and he was wrong, you were rejected.
Well, yeah. That was old school. But that was bang bang. We'll see. They're going to have to look at that one. It's got to be clear and obvious, as you say, for them to overturn that. And I don't know from that view that it actually was. You have to really slow that one down.
I mean, that was a freaking strike from Yainer.
Dude, I want to see. I feel like there's probably a pretty good sample size from him now on his throws. I would not be surprised to see, because I think prior to this year,
I think he was second in baseball last year in arm strength for catcher. I think it was number 2 in velocity.
Was it like
base.
It was like 89 or something?
It was. I
feel like it was up there. Maybe that's too much, too high, but I feel like if you go look at his numbers, even through the minors, there's been a pretty steady improvement, if I recall, over the course of the last 3 seasons or so from him in terms of arm strength, and I think pop time too. 713-572-4610. You want to jump in, be a part of the show.
Right now, Yainer is 4th.
Did call him out, so that call was upheld.
Excellent.
There you go.
As entering today, Yainer was 4th in arm strength, averaging 84.5 miles per hour.
84.5, okay.
On his throw.
Do you have last year's numbers? I mean, you're saying he's among the tops now with 84.5. I would imagine it probably wasn't very far from that last season. But
last year, Yiner was second, 84.9.
Oh, maybe that's what I was getting the 9 from. 80. I mean, that's damn good. That's damn good. Who's tops? Real Muto?
Christian Betancourt.
Real Muto's got to be up there.
82.9 for Real Muto.
Oh my gosh, that's it? Is that even top 15?
7.
Okay. Boy, that's a pretty.
Now ask me the
drop
question.
off.
Now ask me the question you really want to ask me.
Pop time.
No, arm strength. Ask me what you really want to ask me.
I don't want to look at last year. Are you looking at this year?
Look at last year.
I know who had the worst arm strength in all the major leagues.
Not the worst.
Okay, among
Just
the worst.
a lot worse than Yiner.
Probably for every day, like starters. Yeah, Martin Maldonado was what, like 77?
He was 16th, 82.
82.
He had the same arm strength as Garrett Stubbs and Big Dumper.
Sandlot arm, man. Sandlot arm. Come on here. Oh, my gosh. All right, 713-572-4610. Coming up in 8 minutes, we will be giving away Hinder tickets during Hot Lead. 713-572-4610. Remember that number. We'll give you the callers coming up in 8 minutes right here on Area 45. Stay put at Sports Radio 610.
Coach DeMeco isn't letting all the
213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
These are the new leads. Now look, I need the leads. These are the Glengarry leads.
2 lead cards for tonight, 2 lead cards for tomorrow.
Why give him the good leads? He's got the leads. He's got the leads. He's got the good leads. The whole thing is leads. They stole the Glengarry leads.
Let's talk about something important. Put that coffee down. Coffee's for closers only.
1.
All right, before we get to hot leads, it's time for some Hinder tickets. Giveaway time, 713-572-4610, 572-4610. You can call right now. If you're caller number 2 and caller number 4, you will win a pair of tickets to go see Hinder this Friday, 8 o'clock, Home Run Dugout in Katy. So 713-572-4610. Callers number 2 and 4 win a pair of tickets to go see those guys out at Home Run Dugout Friday, 8 o'clock in Katy. First up on Hot Leads, PC, we'll start with the NBA play-in games. Did you know that was happening this evening?
I kind of knew. The problem is I don't really care.
Are you not about that?
LeBron James.
It's not that I don't care about.
I like the single elimination. I like the play-in idea. It's hard for me to kind of get involved because the Rockets have been uninvolved the last 4 years. But when you have LeBron James facing off against Zion Williamson, who's making his first playoff appearance of his 5-year NBA career tonight, I don't know. That might pique some interest. It has mine. The Lakers are leading the Pelicans right now, 83-75, with a couple of seconds remaining in the third quarter.
It has what I call Twitter interest.
Yeah.
Like, I'll watch a couple of highlight plays on Twitter and then read the recap.
Yeah, that's fair.
I'm not going to watch it.
I would imagine tonight there's probably a lot of highlights, given that Zion Williamson making his playoff debut, having a badass game.
We're in the postseason, I'd be all on it.
Yeah, 100%. We'd be talking about that half of the show and the Astros the other half of the show.
The Knicks are the number 2 seed in the East, but I swore off the Knicks many, many, many years ago because I hate James Dolan, and I will not pay attention or root for the Knicks, really, until James Dolan sells the team.
That's a good call by you.
I have refused to spend a single penny on anything Knicks related. I will not buy their MSG network channel or watch. $0 to James Dolan because that man is the ultimate POS. So, bleep him. Bleep his whole damn family.
Oh my goodness!
His uncle.
What corporal punishment ideas do you have for
his
them?
uncle is Larry Dolan, who has stripped all the equity out of the Flying G's, the Cleveland Indians, Cleveland Guardians, whatever you want to call them.
Oh,
they used to be considered you think back to the 90s, the big time teams that they had.
Yeah.
And even in the 2000s, but then he decided, no, we're going to be one of the lowest payroll teams in all of baseball. We're going to put no money into the team, and they win basically because their player development's been pretty good, but they're never going to be anything because he always has some of a minimal payroll. And meanwhile, he's worth like $8 billion.
Yeah, I was going to say billions. Good choice, because around here we say screw New York, period, from Texas. So good call by you.
Hey, now, no need to just throw the entire, all the people away. But
I was waiting for that.
Can we flush the Yankees? We can flush the Yankees.
Yeah, we flush the Yankees.
We can flush the Jets.
Flush the Jets.
We can flush the Knicks as long as Dolan owns them. We can flush the Rangers.
Yeah, don't flush the Mets because they're flipping the bill for JV. We appreciate that.
Don't flush the Mets. I mean, look, the Mets are cursed. I know this firsthand. The Mets are cursed. So, pretty much no matter what, the Mets are going to spend a ton of money.
Hold on, when's the last time the Mets won a World Series?
1986.
It's in the 80s. It was in my lifetime. They're not cursed.
They're cursed.
Get out of here.
Sing it with me, PC. Go New York, go New York, go.
Yeah, okay, get out of here.
That's like a 90s Knicks thing.
Get out of here. Warriors and Kings coming up later on tonight. They'll tip at 9 o'clock.
ZFG.
In Sacramento. That is the 9th and 10th place game.
Sack of tomato.
7-8 going on right now. 83-76 Lakers heading into the fourth quarter. The winner of this game will await the winner of that 9-10 game between the Warriors and Kings. They will play the loser of this 7-8 matchup, which will presumably be the Pelicans going in. But Zion, 30 points, 10 boards through 3 quarters. Hell of a playoff debut for him. Kind of a 1A on Leeds. You can keep it here. Chris, Blake Griffin calling it quits today. Did you guys see this?
I did.
6-time All-Star, 15-year NBA vet Blake Griffin, done, retired. Selected first overall back in 2009 by the Clippers. Remember him as a Sooner. I watched a lot of college basketball back then. Remember he broke his patella before his rookie season even began, and he came back the following year. Not only won Rookie of the Year, but that's when he just set the standard, changed everything.
Dunked over a Kia?
Yeah, he dunked over a damn Kia and won the slam dunk contest in his sophomore season, effectively his rookie year. For his career, Griffin averaged 19 points, 8 boards, 4 dimes, named second-team All-NBA 3 times, third-team All-NBA twice. Pretty damn impressive career. When you're drafted number 1 overall, I don't know that you ever really live up to the hype like this day and age because so many expectations are put on a guy. And because of injuries and all that stuff, he probably didn't, but still a hell of a career. I can't believe it's been 15 years. That really makes me feel old.
Yeah, in 2015, he tore his left quad, and that's kind of where it started to go downhill, and the injuries started piling up, and it kind of sabotaged his career. His body just started betraying him at that point. He managed to get like one more swan song type season.
He had a really good year a couple of years ago.
Yeah, with one more year, and then hurt his knee in 2019, and wound up having 2 surgeries, and that was then he didn't have the explosiveness at all anymore. And it's unfortunate because
he was such
that dude could jump out of a building.
Yeah, he was such a physical specimen.
Highlight reel.
Yeah, for sure.
Time.
But he was. Remember how I was telling you about Zion in college? We were talking about him earlier, and just how big boned and chiseled and strong he was. Like that was Blake, but more defined. And he could jump out of the building, like you're saying, over damn Kias.
Blake Griffin is basically same body as LeBron. 6'9" and 250.
Yeah.
And, earlier in his career, before he started having all those injuries, could jump out of the building, could fly up and down the court. He had that body type. Just part of what makes LeBron so amazing, even though I hate him because he's a whiny biatch, is that his durability is legendary.
Up next on Hot Leads, 2. Kind of sad news today. I was surprised to see this. A Dodger legend, Carl Erskine, passed away today at the age of 97. Erskine pitched a couple of no-hitters. He was a mainstay on the Brooklyn Dodger teams back in the 50s, 20-game winner back in 53, struck out a then record 14 batters in the World Series. The right-hander had a career record of 122 and an ERA of 4, 981 career strikeouts, PC. The last surviving member of the 1950s era Dodgers Boys of Summer. What a group. Listen to these names. It was just Jackie Robinson Day yesterday. Jackie Robinson, Pee Wee Reese, Duke Snyder, Carl Furillo, Gil Hodges, Billy Cox, Roy Campanella, Clem Labine, and that is your Boys of Summer, Carl Erskine, passing at the age of 97. I found this clip, and it was a documentary that he was a part of years and years ago, talking about the teardown of Ebbets Field. Take a listen.
They had this wrecking ball, been painted white, and someone had put some simulated stitches on it. It looked like a big baseball. They swung the ball over the visitor's dugout. As many times as we had hated who was over there. When they dropped that ball, I got sick. I said goodbye and I left. My best days in baseball had been at Ebbets Field. I could almost smell it. The kids on Not Whole Day, the celebrations after a win, when you try to describe it to somebody, they get out of this mysterious look in their face like, I don't know if I understand that. They can't if you hadn't been there.
Man, that hit me in a certain type of way when I saw that video earlier. It reminded me of my grandfather. You know, he used to tell me stories, and you don't understand all of those stories, but at least you got to hear them from a firsthand account, somebody that experienced all that stuff. And it makes me sad that like that era of baseball is fading away. One of the last he's the last member of the Boys of Summer and one of the last surviving members of those Dodger teams in the 50s.
He's the ace of those 50s teams that, look, 55 is the only year the Dodgers won a title in Brooklyn.
Yeah.
It's the only year.
They
went lots of time. They lost in 56.
They lost in 50 to the Yankees, I think 52 to the Yankees, 53 to the Yankees. And then they lost, they went to the very next year, and they lost in 56 to the Yankees.
Remember, 51, they lose on what they call the shot heard around the world, the Bobby Thompson home run.
Yeah.
Off of Ralph Branca.
Yeah.
And it's just the Dodgers, they were the underdogs.
I think Erskine was warming in the pen during that home run.
they were the great underdogs. Uh-huh. And Ebbets Field was a bandbox.
Mm-hmm.
So you're like reading off of the ERAs are kind of high. Ebbets Field was a bandbox. It was 297 down the right field line and like 344 to the right field power alley.
Mm-hmm.
It was 351 to the left field power alley. It was under 400 to center field.
Yeah.
It was an extremely small ballpark. It only held 35,000 people. There was nowhere to park. The only way to get there was to take the subway. There was nowhere to park.
Did you see how they used to park at ball games back in the day? Have you ever seen
just line up and down the streets? I mean, they were all over the place.
Like in the lots, you just park right behind each other. Like you can't reverse out, you can't pull forward.
You can't move.
You're screwed. Like good luck leaving that ball game early. If you were there, you were there. It was just probably one way in and one way out. Line of cars.
Walter O'Malley, who owned the Dodgers in 1950, wanted to build a domed stadium at what was then called Atlantic Yards. Now it's the Atlantic Terminal Mall.
Yeah.
And this whole big market was being torn down. And Robert Moses, who was the building commissioner in New York, also known as Big Bob the Builder, he would not help O'Malley get the land. He wanted them to move to a city-owned land, a city-owned stadium that would happen to be in Flushing Meadows. Hint.
Mm-hmm.
O'Malley was like, we're the Brooklyn Dodgers, not the Queens Dodgers.
Yeah.
So they wound up moving to L.A., and 4 years later, the New York Mets played in Flushing. Well, not quite 4 years later, but by 65, they were playing at Shea Stadium, which was Flushing Meadows.
Yeah.
When the Mets first came out, they played in the Polo Grounds, which is northern Manhattan.
There's, do you ever, I'm sure you've seen it. I watch it 5 times a year, no lie. And certainly every Christmas, the Ken Burns documentary, Baseball, they do a great account of when the Dodgers left Brooklyn and how tough that was. Cool fact I just wanted to share.
Is now?
What?
It's a low-income housing project.
Oh, is it really?
The only thing there is still a...
They probably still have home plate.
No, there's a brick retaining wall.
Oh, really?
It says Ebbets Field.
Wow.
That's it. Ebbets Field project.
Cool fact I just kind of wanted to share, and I had to do research on this, but I found out that my great-uncle, Gus Mancuso, who played 18 years pro ball, but at the time in the 50s was working as a baseball analyst. From 51 to 53, he was calling games with Harry Carey for the St. Louis Cardinals.
Oh, wow.
And the Cardinals and Dodgers played each other probably 20 times a year, every year. That's just what they did. I mean, there was fewer teams. You played each other more times, back in those days. He probably called a handful at least of Carl Erskine games. And so I just thought about that and how cool that was. And I was hoping that he might have called one of those no-hitters, but I think one of the no-hitters that he threw came against the Giants, and the other one I can't remember who it was against. Certainly wasn't the Cardinals. But nevertheless, other sad news to pass along today in the world of baseball. Whitey Herzog. Who hadn't heard of Whitey Herzog? Legendary manager, Hall of Famer, guided the St. Louis Cardinals to 3 pennants, won the 82 World Series with the Cardinals. He passed away today at the age of 92. He was just at the home opener a couple of weeks ago for the St. Louis Cardinals.
So, Whitey Herzog, who has, lots of New York connections. He originally was signed by the Yankees. And a Yankee sportscaster called him Whitey because of the really light blonde hair and the resemblance to a Yankee pitcher.
Whitey Ford?
No, Bob Cassava.
Oh, really?
Bob Cassava was known as the White Rat. In fact, Whitey Ford, the year that he was signed, Whitey Ford was a rookie. And in 1953, during the Korean War, Whitey Herzog was in the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, stationed at Fort Leonard Wood in Missouri, where he was the manager of the baseball team. He would get traded to the Senators, and he'd bounce around a little bit. He played for the Kansas City Athletics. He played for the Baltimore Orioles. He played for the Tigers, and then of course he's the manager of the Texas Rangers. I want to say they were the only team in baseball to have 100 losses in 1972, and the previous manager was Ted Williams.
Yeah, I remember that.
So Ted Williams is out. They hire Whitey Herzog. The team is scuffling along 47-91. And in September, they fire Whitey and they hire Billy Martin, who got fired by the Tigers a week before.
Wow.
Then he'd go on to,
great names back to back to back.
He wound up being hired. He was the interim manager of the then California Angels after Bobby Winkles got fired, before Dick Williams was hired, another Hall of Famer.
Mm-hmm.
And then in Kansas City, he succeeded Jack McKeon. Who probably should be a Hall of Famer if he isn't. Our age will remember Jack McKeon leading the Marlins to a world title.
Yeah.
And he was the Royals manager, where they won 3 straight AL West titles from 76 to 78. And then he became the Cardinals manager in 1980, and he was their manager for 11 years through 1990, won the World Series in 82, won the NL pennant in 85 and 87. And when he resigned July 6th of 1990, they were in last place, and he said, when I got here, we were in last place, and I'm leaving here in last place. I'm leaving them right where I started.
I guess better that than in worse shape, right? You always say you want to leave them in better shape.
In the meantime, he won 822 games, 3 pennants, and a World Series.
All right, that's going to do it for Hot Leads. He's Patrick Creighton, Sean Bajani with you. It's Area 45 coming up next. You want to be a part of the show, let us hear from you. 713-572-4610. We'll get to the Rockets. How does Rockets general manager Rafael Stone view this roster after their .500 finish and what he thinks kept them from reaching the playoffs this season? That's next.
Your home for the NFL Draft is Sports Radio 610. Every Texas.
to try ZipRecruiter for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Area 45 with Bishani and Creighton.
I like my team. So I think potentially we're just bringing back everybody that we have. And it doesn't mean we won't look at things, but I don't think we're sitting here today feeling like, oh, we need to go get X at all.
That was Rockets general manager Rafael Stone earlier today at the season-ending media availability for Stone and head coach Ime Udoka. Our own Adam Spillane was present, asked some of those questions that you'll hear responses from here in just a moment from Rafael Stone. You can catch his work on SportsRadio610.com as well. Adam Spillane covering Astros and Rockets with the best of them for us on Sports Radio 610. Rafael Stone, PC, you just reporting the years are undetermined right now, but has officially been re-signed to a long-term extension for the Rockets to remain general manager for the foreseeable future. Who initially had that report?
That was Woj.
That was Woj. Yeah, so we'll get you the details, as I'm sure Woj will be getting them pretty shortly. And we'll talk about that, because as you heard there in that clip, he's talking about how he likes his team, and he'd like to bring everybody back, and doesn't feel like there's anybody that he needs to absolutely go out and get. However, there was discussion earlier today amongst he and Ime Udoka talking about the salary cap space that they do have available to them. And the Rockets should have a sizable amount to go out and get a player or two.
Your thoughts on Rafael Stone? I know Stone tends to be a polarizing figure, particularly among Rockets fans for some reason.
For some reason?
For some reason. He's drafted Jalen Green, Alpi Şengün, Amen Thompson, Cam Whitmore. He signed Van Vliet and Dylan Brooks, brought in Ime Udoka. As soon as he got the job, when Daryl Morey decided to punt on the team, first thing he had to deal with was James Harden quitting on the team and needing to trade James Harden, which, look, I obviously he kind of botched that a little bit, because in the very beginning, the Nets were willing to give you the sun, the moon, and the stars, which would include players and all the picks. Eventually, he got all the picks. But when you have a rookie GM, they're usually not going to win their first trade. He kind of won his first trade. Now, he could have been a bigger win, but he still won his first trade. And I think overall, the draft picks have been pretty good. His handling of the previous coach was poor.
That
new coach has been excellent. But
yes.
The way his relationship with Steven Silas was awful.
And that's it. You could go through, as you just did, and feel pretty damn good about the draft choices, and really you only have this past offseason to point to the offseason, or rather the free agent acquisitions in Dylan Brooks and Fred Van Vliet. And look, I kind of said, hey, you know what? That's the NBA market now. You're going to have to overpay for some of those guys. I mean, that's the way these contracts are now, and you just got to suck it up. And if you want to play with the big dogs, you got the young talent, you tanked, you acquired the guys that you believe are going to be here for the long haul, for the future. And he reiterated that feeling today. Whether or not you believe it, that's what he said. I just think the reason why that I don't feel like a lot of people are necessarily behind Rafael Stone is because it has taken a long time, and I don't think it should have taken this long. And I think because of the reports, which have not really been discounted, rather just flat out ignored by them and him, are pretty damning and frustrating to hear about through channels, and how he was micromanaging, potentially, allegedly, with Steven Silas, and hindering his growth as a head coach, hindering the growth of his young team that he was trying to coach, and maybe setting this team back a year. Maybe because of a grander plan. Those are always frustrating and more frustrating to the fans, the consumers of that product that want to consume that product but can't stomach it and don't have the patience for it when you're tanking for 3 straight years because you're trying to get out of underneath of an albatross of a contract or trying to trade a difficult personality or all of the above, which has been the case over the course of the last 4 years. If you're talking about James Harden, if you're talking about John Wall, and anything in between, it's just been a frustrating thing. There have been so many conversations. You and I have probably had a couple of them even by now, PC. The similarities or the similar path between the Rockets and that of the Texans. I think there's a little similarity going on there in regards to the general manager. I don't know how much people really trusted or even liked Nick Caserio going into the hiring of DeMeco Ryans. It was like, hey, cool, we got a fan favorite, a coach, a guy that we loved, a guy that's going to be great, but damn, the GM's still here. I don't know. Should we trust that guy? I think there's still a little trepidation about, damn, should we trust this guy, Rafael Stone? For many of the same reasons. You just don't like how you got there. But if you got a coach you can believe in, if you've got young players that you can believe in, that you find watchable, you find likable, and I'm asking you that question, 713-572-4610, do you? And if you do, then I think that makes it that much easier to stomach and move on and kind of wrap your arm around your basketball team again. I feel like you're getting there. They're close.
Speaking of close, less than 3.5 minutes to go. Lakers, Pellies, tied
at 95. Yeah, man.
Zion's got 40 and 11.
And you know whose stat line hasn't changed, I think, but just 2 points since 3 seconds into the third quarter? LeBron James.
5 of 18.
19 points, 9 boards, 9 assists. Cool-looking stat line that way. Yeah, dig a little deeper and you find the 5 of 18. He is almost over, I believe, the first 7 minutes of the fourth quarter, and I think that goes back to the last couple of minutes of the third quarter as well. So Zion is just putting it on, man.
17 of 27 for Zion.
Beautiful. Love it. This is... Ocho texted in earlier. He said he was making an NBA playoff joke. Hey, if the NBA... what did he say? I got to find it. Now I lost it. Oh, if the NBA playoffs fall in a forest and no one's around to hear it, does it make a sound? Like, kind of similar to what you brought up earlier. Do you really care about the playoffs right now at this point? I don't know if that's a play-in thing or a playoffs in general thing. It can't be a playoffs in general thing. I mean, you've got some of the best players in the league playing in the postseason right now. And tonight, you got Zion, you got LeBron, you got Steph coming up a little bit later on. Holy crap. You know, in a week or so, you could be going Steph Curry versus Zion. You could be going Steph Curry versus LeBron. How many times do you need to see that in your lifetime? You got one more opportunity, maybe. Maybe the only other opportunity to see that again. Who knows? I'm loving it. For a guy that hadn't been able to enjoy his basketball team in his own city, yeah, I'm kind of enjoying seeing some of the greatest players go head-to-head. I was telling Chris earlier, man, it's about damn time for Zion. 5 years in the NBA, and he finally gets a shot in the postseason, and he's killing it.
Well, he finally decided he wanted to play. I mean, I think a lot of it, honestly, is he don't want to play in New Orleans.
I don't know if he...
I think he wants out of New Orleans.
Well, I don't know if it's that. I mean, I'll tell you what, his path would be a little bit easier if he'd stay in shape and stay healthy. Maybe easier said than done, but the staying in shape part, I mean, my goodness. The guy was looking like he was considering a career change for a hot minute and wanting to go maybe interior tackle or something.
What's amazing is at 290 pounds, he can still jump out of a building. The problem is when he lands, his feet break. So
yeah, he explodes his shoes. Has he done that in the NBA yet,
no,
by the way?
He's not exploded a shoe. But honestly, they should not have, put him back on the... I thought he came back from that too quickly. And he's kind of had this chronic issue with the foot since. So when you're normally 285 pounds and you have those kind of handles, and you're that fast, and you put that kind of torque on your feet when you plant, when you stop, when you pivot, like, it's almost like he needs to be less heavy because his body can't handle the torque of his own power.
What did I just tell you, Chris, earlier?
That exactly.
That was my take, my thought on Zion in college when he exploded his first shoe. I just said, this guy's an absolute freak, but I don't see it. And I've said, I don't think he's going to be very good in the NBA, not because of a lack of talent or a lack of skill or anything like that. I just mean, like, in totality, like, I don't know that he's going to be able to put together a good career because I don't think he could stay healthy. I don't think what he's got on his frame is sustainable. You just said 6'9", 285? 285,
I don't
bro?
even know if he's 6'9". He might be 6'7".
Okay, Blake Griffin, 6'8", 250. Like, pretty confident in that. You add 35 pounds to that dude and maybe take an inch or two off?
Zion, 6'6", 285.
Get out of here. I mean, it's incredible to see what he's doing athletically, and I ain't complaining. I'm not saying anything about 40-11 tonight because he's killing it.
We've been watching this.
Happy for him.
We've been watching this kid play since he's 14.
Sure,
years old.
but the sustainability's always been my question. And you know what? If this is like his one shining moment, if this is like the year, then awesome. Let's go. I want to see how far he can take it.
I mean, I've always been in love with the fact. I mean, this kid is just, his physical talents are just so off the charts.
Yeah.
That to be his size and fly the way he flies, and really, it's just, like, it's funny. You basically had the same conversation with Chris you and I just had right now, which is, at 6'6", he needs to be closer to 250 than 280 because he's too fast and too strong, and he's going to break his own body.
Mm-hmm.
And, unless he's going to go get some titanium feet, which I don't know if that's legal in the NBA yet or not, although I bet they'd probably make it legal because it's the NBA. He's going to, you got to figure out how to not let him break himself because he's so strong and so fast. That as he lands, his legs just explode.
Was it Oscar Pistorius who had the
Blade Runner?
Yeah,
yes.
Blade Runner. Yeah, that guy.
Murderer.
Yeah, I didn't. So why did he come up twice this week?
Speaking of things not going so well, Hunter Brown finding himself in a jam here in the top of the 7th, 2 on, nobody out.
This is already a win right now. Stop. Pause life.
Oh, no, this is not
frame.
Negative on Hunter Brown.
Yeah.
He's in the 7th inning.
Here's what I'm really excited about, and we'll bring it to you at the top of the hour. But he's got 2 on, nobody out, 84 pitches. He's got enough left, hopefully, to get out of this. If he can get out, this is such a huge shot in the arm for Hunter Brown. It is already, but if he can get out of this jam and keep it 1-0, give his ball club a chance to get back in this ball game, generate something offensively, huge. I want to talk about that a little bit more
Hunter,
next.
Last year, before things started going sideways, was one of the best in baseball at getting the ground ball double play. He's gotten Ozuna on a GIDP once. If he can get him here, that would be huge to getting out of the inning.
100%. So we'll get you caught up on that at the top of the hour. We'll also get you some more Rafael Stone, who was asking for the Rockets to go from a 500 finish to a playoff team. That's next.
Are the Astros turning a corner after a Sports Radio 610 presents Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton.
I mean, winning 5 of the games that we tricked off. I think Ime's talked about it. We feel like we had some games in hand this year that we wish we had back, and if we had those, we're probably there. Hopefully we take another step next year, and all our young players get better, and some of those games that were at the margin become, that were really close and end up being coin flips, and maybe we lost some coin flips this year. Some of those they're not, and we hold on to leads or whatever, and just that alone hopefully would get us better if we don't regress in other areas.
Winning 5 games that we tricked off. That was a quote from Rafael Stone, Rockets general manager. You just heard in that clip. And the question was, hey, what can you do to go from a 500 team, 41-41, and get into the playoffs? Easy answer is win 10 more ball games, because that's you had to finish 10 games above 500 like the Golden State Warriors did. They're the ones that nabbed that 10 seed to get into the play-in game. That's what it was going to take. He said 5. One of those 5, you had the opportunity to go head-to-head. All that ish you were talking if you were Tari Eason on the Warriors come out to play. That made everybody mad over there. They didn't like that. They brought their game. They had a really good finish to the season. Won 8 of their last 10 to Golden State. You poked the bear. What'd you think was going to happen? I mean, really. It's still Steph. It's still Steve Kerr. Still Clay. You got a good squad, man. But 5 games. The Jazz game from last Thursday certainly has to be one of the games that Rafael Stone's talking about. I want to know from you. You guys can weigh in as well. 713-572-4610. Call or text. Hit us up on the Twitch and YouTube chat. Do you believe Rafael Stone when he says, "It's my team, I like my team. I want everybody back. We don't really need to go out and get X player. We're close. Hopefully we can take a next step." Do you believe that? Do you believe the Rockets can achieve playoff success next year? Is that the expectation? I know it's the hope. Is that a realistic expectation with this squad that just finished 500 this season?
I think it is realistic. I mean, these are all young guys with the exception of Van Vliet and Dylan Brooks.
Yeah.
Everybody else is a young ascending player. Do you believe that Jalen Green will finally get better now that he's had 1 year with a real coach in a real system? And while he has his occasional game where it's like, what the hell? He does have. He had a really pretty strong close out to the season. Alpi has gotten a lot better. Jabari Smith made good strides this year. Cam Whitmore is going to be better. Alman Thompson's going to be better. This team, if they're healthier, one of the issues they've had is they don't have a lot. They didn't have a lot of. They hadn't figured out their depth early in the season.
Right.
Cam and Alman were still in the G League. They hadn't figured out how they were going to use those guys.
They got a lot of dead weight on the end of that bench.
They did. And I think as the year went on, they figured out how to utilize these guys better, and the young guys got more playing time. And you saw like Jayshawn Tate getting a lot less minutes. So I think that next year, this is a team that could be a playoff time. I don't think they're ready to be like a top 4 challenge for the Western Conference title team, but I do think they could take the next step and be a playoff team. Now, in order for them to get to that next level, where they're like a top 4 team, you're talking about Jalen Green puts it all together for a whole season.
Mm-hmm.
If he can reach the full potential next year, which I don't know, maybe he reaches another level next year. But
unlocks another level, yeah.
He'd have to go up, say, 2 levels to get them to 55-plus wins and a legitimate conference champion contender. But if he goes up 1 level and he's an all-star level player and Alpy's healthy and he's an all-star level player, you get the next step from Jabari. You get the next step from Cam. You get the next step from Amin Thompson. That should be a team that could get near 50 wins. Let's say 48, 49 wins, maybe to 50. That's a playoff team. That's like a 5 seed.
Let me ask you a question, man. And I'm hedging on this a little bit now. It just kind of popped into my mind, and it's maybe I'd fallen victim because in sports, it's let's go buy a player. Let's go trade for this guy. Let's go trade for that guy. How many teams really over the course of the last 20, 30 years, probably go deeper than that, 30, 35, 40 years, like in any sport, have the opportunity, have the flexibility, to be patient with young players and actually develop them and not have them on a strict 2 to 3 year timeline. I mean, money's made it almost impossible. Contracts, firings, the need, the want to win right now. I'm hedging on this because I'm thinking, and I might make Chris mad here, might make a lot of people mad here. Seize the opportunity maybe if you're the Rockets. How many teams, especially in the NBA right now, can say, we've got like 5 dudes, first-round picks from Jalen Green, Jabari Smith, Cam Whitmore, Amin Thompson. Oh, God, who's the 5th that I'm forgetting? Who's the other first-round pick over the last 5 years?
Well, who did you name? You named Jalen?
Maybe I'm thinking Alpy. He was a second. No, I didn't. Well, Alpy was a second round.
No, Alpy was a first round pick.
Was he first? Okay, yeah, he was 15, right? 15. Okay, Alpy. I forgot Alpy then.
Amin Thompson's first round pick.
Yeah.
Cam's first round pick.
Said Amin, Cam, Jalen, Jabari, and Alpy. It's like, how many teams can say they have the opportunity to retain all of them? Because all of them have all-star potential. You've seen it in flashes. And something, very simple was asked of Rafael Stone earlier today. I think it was maybe by Adam Spillane. Said, why do you think Jalen Green and Alperen Şengün can coexist? And Rafael said, well, because one's a guard and the other's a center.
That's a great answer.
It is a great answer, and I actually developed a little bit more like for Rafael Stone in that regard, because sometimes it is just that simple. We like to make things too damn complicated sometimes. We like to rush. Are you good with Ime and the Rock? I'm not saying they don't need to add anything. Hell, they added Dylan Brooks. They added Fred VanVleet. You saw how valuable that was to the maturation of this team this year. Maybe you go out and get another guy or two. Younger, but a more veteran, mature player to mesh with this group.
Threes.
Somebody that can bang threes. Maybe somebody that can bang some freaking boards too consistently. You're going to have Steven Adams, presumably, too, healthy.
He's going to crash boards. That's
coming off the bench.
Number one thing he does is he rebounds.
I just find it freaking amazing that Amin Thompson's grabbing 15 boards, and Jock Landale in 28 minutes is getting 4. It's just, what the hell is happening here? Like, I need more consistency out of the center position, out of my bigs. But that's neither here nor there right now for the sake of this conversation. If you're the Rockets, are you good with them being patient and continuing to build this thing slowly but surely with this young core? How many NBA teams are doing that? How many NBA teams have the patience by the owner to allow a GM and a head coach to do that?
Honestly, I am okay if they do that, because unless you are able to make a trade for a young two-way superstar player, then there's no reason to not be patient with the players.
But why even want? I'm saying to hell with that. Like, you should always, as a general manager, be looking at options. Not say that you're looking at options because you have doubt in the guys that you currently have on the team. I think they believe in their guys, but I think there's the potential of Rafael falling in love with a deal that could be done for the right price, and it might include Jalen Green, or it might include a prospect. And I'm saying, would you care if he said, you know what, F it. I ain't doing it because I think Jalen's going to be that guy in 2 years. I think Amen's going to be that guy in 2 years. I think Cam's going to be a sixth man in 2 years. I think Jabari's going to solidify himself as a real frontline player in the next 2 years, and we're going to be freaking stacked.
I think if he has the opportunity to make a deal for a Donovan Mitchell type player and the cost works for the Rockets, he is pulling the trigger. He will I don't care what he says about, I'm not going to make a deal no matter what. That's and I don't think he's really said that. And I know he doesn't mean it. It's if they said, all right, look, we'll give you Donovan Mitchell, but we want like 5 of your first, all of your picks, and we want Jalen, and we want Alpi, and we want Jabari. It's going to be like, no.
How about no?
I'm not paying. I'm not buying your Ford Fiesta for the price of an E600, right? So there's the practicality of it. But I think if there is a deal that legitimately works for the Rockets to bring in that player, I do think he'll pull the trigger. I think Ime wants to win. He wants to win now. And if that costs, we're getting to the point where, you're going to have to pay Jalen Green. He's going to go into his 4th year. So he's ready for that extension. How much of an extension are you willing to give him? I don't think Jalen Green's a max player. Certainly not right now.
Not right now.
But he's going to want a max extension because they all want max extensions.
Well, yeah. I mean, look at the extension that Alpi could be up for. What did we say the other day? 5 years, $230 million. Or now, when $230
And I think
like
Alpi's
5
a
years,
hell of a player.
Or something.
But I'm not giving him $200 million.
It was crazy. It was in the 40s, wasn't it? It was like 41 and 41 and a half.
That's insanity.
Yeah. And it's not to say that per the market, Alpi can't be that guy. But
one of the things about sports, guys tend to get paid more often on what they've done than what they're going to do.
Yeah, but then that's the problem. These guys are so damn young. They're 21, 22 years old. I mean, my goodness, if you give them that deal now and you lock them up for the next 5 years, what's their market value going to be in 3 years, if you give them a shorter term deal, and then you're really going to have to pay the money?
Well, it depends. Is that kid who is on the ascent right now? Do they then level off? And now I've got a $20 million player making $40 million.
Yeah.
Or do they ascend into being like a tier 1 all-star? And now I've got a $40 million player who's really making $40 million, but they're earning it.
Mm-hmm.
Jake made a hell of an effort on that. Didn't get there, but he went for it.
Yeah. Just missed it by probably a couple inches. Sean Dubin in relief of Hunter Brown in the 8th inning. Doobie's bringing it tonight, man.
This ball's just slicing away from him, and he's right there.
I think he was a little shallow. He missed
that ball by like an inch.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, look, you want your center fielder to play shallow.
No, I'm saying on his track. I think he should have taken a deeper angle. I think he cut it in, and he was a little too shallow.
Oh well, that's
attempt
that we know Jake does.
Yeah.
He sometimes takes routes that are not the best.
Yeah, that was gonna be a tough play. If you're a stat nerd like 2.0 and you want to know,
was that a 4-star catch?
Yeah, like the hit probability on that one or the catch probability? What would that have been if that catch was made? That, as Milo Hamilton used to say, would have been a blue star. No doubt about that one. Hell, maybe even a gold star. Who knows? Whatever the best one was. 713-572-4610. If you'd like to be a part of the show, 572-4610. Coming up next, you're going to be on or off. It's our favorite time of the night, unless it's the H-Town postgame show. That's coming up later, but it's bandwagon time next.
Coach DeMeco's preaching humility and hard work heading into the new season.
You can't fall into a trap that you made it, right? Just because you have success in year one.
Cards issued by J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
I'm on a board.
Yeah, he's been off the wagon 2 years.
Off the wagon?
I think it's off the wagon.
I think it's on the wagon.
You're back on the wagon.
Right off the wagon. What the hell do you know about wagons?
I know enough not to get on them.
Told you.
There's lots of... All right, it's time to get on or get off. Let's play some Bandwagon. Are you ready, Sean Bajani?
Let's go, baby.
All right, number one. For richer or poorer, in sickness and in health, till death do us part. Although maybe I'm trying to speed up that last part. An Arizona woman accused of trying to kill her husband by poisoning his coffee has pled guilty to a lesser charge. Melody Feliciano Johnson, who had been charged with first-degree attempted murder, pled guilty to 2 counts of adding poison or a harmful substance to food or drink. She faces a maximum of 2 years in prison for each count and will be sentenced on May 10th. So instead of being charged with attempted first-degree murder, she pleads guilty, and she's likely getting a maximum 4-year sentence.
How's that possible?
For attempted murder.
It's got to be because of, like, whatever she put in the coffee.
So her husband, Robbie Johnson, told investigators she was trying to kill him to get death benefits.
Of course.
They were living together with their child, but they were going through a divorce. They were overseas in Germany as Robbie is an airman. And he noticed that his coffee tested funny. So he used pool testing strips to determine what was in his coffee pot and found high levels of chlorine. She was putting bleach into his coffee. I don't know how you didn't smell bleach. He pretended to drink it until they got back to Davis Monthan Air Force Base in Tucson, and that is when he filed the police report. Sean, make her fight Chris Cyborg for 10 minutes each week for her entire ridiculously short sentence. Are you on or off the bandwagon?
I'm off the bandwagon. Off, and that's easy. And instead of Cyborg, I'm putting her in the room with the naked lady with the axe. That's my go-to.
Yeah, Lizzie Borden her ass.
Yeah, Lizzie Borden her ass for sure. Here's the thing. Pleading to a lesser count to where she could only serve 2 years max for putting bleach in this guy's coffee. So many questions, but one, it's got to be because of what she put in there. If she put like rat poison or something much more deadly than I would deem bleach to be.
There's a little arsenic.
Yeah. Something like that. I have to believe that they would have given her like attempted murder, and she'd be facing far severe penalties.
Well, if she put arsenic in his coffee, he'd probably be dead.
Or yeah, whatever. But I mean, thank God that didn't happen. Here's the other thing: for him to even like have the idea in his mind, like, why does my coffee taste funny? Let me test this. Oh, let me put 2 and 2 together. My wife must be trying to kill me. What?
And not kill her, right?
What the hell was going on in that household leading up to that point?
They're going through divorce.
That's what. Oh, yeah, that's very general. There's a lot of divorces in this country. That's just crazy to me. But I'm off. Lizzie Borden, her ass.
I'm on this bandwagon. I want to see her get her, behind whip. Why? Like, that's not right. It's your husband, Like, why are we putting stuff in her coffee?
I want to know what was happening there.
Like, I can't imagine. My girlfriend usually makes me coffee in the morning. I know.
Yeah.
Chris is going to be out tomorrow.
Yeah.
So
he said, I know.
So I got to be careful now.
See, if she's only going to get 4 years, I want every week she gets 10 minutes at Cyborg, who breaks her body. Beats the holy crap out of her. And then the next week, before she's really fully recovered, you got to do it again. All right, stitch her back up. Put a metal rod in her leg. Now break the other leg. Oh, I want it to be the most painful 4 years of her life. So we've got 2 on the bandwagon. Hey, more OJ news because, we've got to have our OJ news of the day.
Was that a clean link that you clicked on?
Yes. According to O.J. Simpson, his estate executor, there will not be any submitting of O.J.'s brain for CTE scanning. O.J. is going to be cremated. The executor also backed off some of the very harsh rhetoric towards the Goldman family, where the other day he said, I hope they get nothing, and I'm going to fight that they get nothing.
Yeah.
Now he's, well, that was pretty harsh in hindsight. I understand my role I got to tone down the rhetoric and be my personal representative. All that means is he's sorry he said it out loud.
Yeah, exactly.
But OJ will be cremated. His brain will not be donated for CTE study. You could give a flying rat's ass about OJ's body. Are you on or off?
I'm on. I'm on the bandwagon. When a person dies, regardless of what they did in their life, like I don't need to know. There's nothing you can do. There's nothing you can change about anything. I don't care. Like, I didn't really. I was one of those the other day when I saw the news. I kind of didn't really have a reaction. If anything, it was kind of like, oh, I didn't know he was sick, kind of a thing. But okay, this will be interesting over the next week, month, year. Like I told you, I can't wait for the stuff to come out. Like, if there is anything, I'll be waiting on pins and needles for that. But in terms of what they're going to do with his final resting place and study his brain, do you need to study his brain to realize that the guy was whacked out? No.
Like Mike Tomlin said, we do not care. I don't care, if I'm being honest. Like, oh well. Like, may he rest in peace. That's cool. I don't care.
Yeah.
May he rest in peace in the first ring of the seventh circle of hell. And for those of you who never read Dante's Inferno and don't know what the seventh circle of hell is, that's where the murderers grow.
Is there, how many circles are there? Do you happen to know?
9.
9, okay.
And
so the inner circle is like
they progressively get worse.
Going in or out?
So as you go down to the bigger circle, the higher number circles, it's the worst crime.
Damn, so he's only 7? According to PC's
according to Dante's Inferno,
Book of Hell?
he's in the seventh circle of hell.
All right, just checking.
OJ's body, ZFG, Dillagath. If you don't know what ZFG is, that means you've never listened to me for the last 7 years. It means Z is for zero, and G is for given, and you can figure out what the F stands for. And if you don't know what Dillagath stands for...
I don't, really.
Does it look like I give a F?
Yeah, I got you.
And the answer is always, I don't.
I like that acronym. That's one of my favorite acronyms now.
Schultz stealing that one.
Yeah, good job.
All right, number 3.
Use that one on the wife.
Parents. You will not be getting any that day.
Oh, yeah.
Parents are supposed to guide their kids to make good decisions for them. Sometimes parents fail. An Oklahoma family who bought their 9-year-old son a pet octopus found out the hard way a bad decision. So Cameron Clifford, who was a 36-year-old dentist, bought a female octopus for his son. The octopus wound up being a lot larger than they thought, and then proceeded to lay a ton of eggs, which hatched 50 babies.
Holy smokes.
They thought, oh, this is so cute.
I knew it.
We're going to have all these babies. We're going to take care of them. We're going to make a journey for this on TikTok. Yay! And then what they realized was that the large aquarium tank they had, well, that could not hold 51 octopi. Fact, well, they had to go get a lot more supplies. They, with 50 babies, found that they needed to have a lot of individual.
Why are you drawing this house?
Part of the problems they had, they spent thousands of dollars on clams and crabs and snails to feed all these octopi.
Sounds like a good boil at the Creighton household.
Then there was a lot of spilled water from all these octopi, which caused thousands of dollars in repairs to their flooring and caused a small electrical fire.
Oh, jeez. You went a long way to get to the meat and potatoes, man.
Good parents know when to say no. All Are you on or off the bandwagon?
I am on the bandwagon. I say no every single time. Every single time. I'm not even lying about that one. I really do, which is why my boy loves me so much, I'm sure, at 4 years old. But he got to draw the line, and I just tend to draw the line every time. And if you do that, you're always in the safe zone.
Yeah, I'm definitely on this bandwagon. Once you found out that the octopus was having babies, it's time to get rid of it. It's time to say, all right.
How big was the original octopus?
It's large.
What's large like?
I've already X'd out. You got to ask these questions early. We're ready to get on to the next topic.
Okay. I just have so many
questions. You were already
questions.
on. You don't get to reassess. Hold on. Am I really on? Maybe I'm on. Can I get a foot off the bandwagon? No. You're on the bandwagon and move it along.
We started with an octopus and ended with an electrical fire. I love this segment so much.
All right, last one. This seems like it's probably going to cost somebody a job. A married teacher caught naked in the car with a 17-year-old male student turns out to be the wife of a Harvard-educated Department of Defense deputy director.
The 17-year-old?
No, the teacher.
Oh, okay.
And they have a daughter who is 17. Doug Ward is 53. He's a high-ranking U.S. government official. His wife, Erin Ward, is facing felony charges for sexually abusing a 17-year-old boy. They are in Nebraska. He was appointed deputy director of the Commander's Action Group and senior nuclear deterrence advisor at the U.S. Strategic Command in February. And she, apparently, is a pedo and a hoe.
A peto.
Death penalty? Are you on or off the bandwagon?
Death penalty? What, for getting with a 17-year-old boy?
Yep. As a teacher.
As a teacher. As a 17-year-old boy, would I press charges? That is the question. Is it not? Death penalty, I'm off the bandwagon. And maybe because I just have to believe that as a 17-year-old boy, he was probably not forced into that situation. I'm just guessing without having seen any pictures or anything like that. I just feel like that punishment, Patrick, is too harsh. Too harsh, I say.
Give her the death penalty.
Come on!
Nah, man. I'm not even going to get into this. Just give her the death
17.
penalty. Hey. He's still a kid.
I'm not endorsing anything. I'm just stating fact.
He's still a
He's
kid.
17.
Still a kid.
He didn't hate it.
Still a kid.
I am off the bandwagon because I feel like at 17, if you could bang the hot teacher in school, you're totally doing it. I might give
big man on campus
some of these kids the death penalty for ruining the good thing that everybody our age wishes that we got to do. But here they are, they get to do it, and then they run their mouths about it to their friends and on social media, and they ruin it. And the teachers who actually put out, which is like everybody's fantasy, they go to jail. Maybe if old Dougie boy here was handling business back home, wifey wouldn't be looking for a 17-year-old to get a Ross off.
He's too busy with his big, high-profile government job.
Handle your business and bang your wife, Doug. Bang your wife, Doug. And then she won't be cheating with 17-year-olds. In fact, I might give Doug the death penalty for not being a man.
Very appropriate.
Probably hung like a shrimp. That is the bandwagon.
Oh, man. Classic as always. All right. Sometime within the next, I don't know, let's call it 20 minutes because the Astros are going to have to do a lot of work. We will have the H-Town post-game show. Between now and then, we do need to talk about the starting pitcher for this evening's ball game by your said Astros. And while it's probably going to go down as a loss for Hunter Brown, it was really a win. That's next.
Area 45 with Bajani and Creighton.
Expectations too high? I don't know. I feel like they're just about right for a team that went
Creighton. Now, I'm not a lawyer, but I play one on radio and TV, and that's why I recommend the law firm of Kirby & Crawford for all your sports fan injury needs. Kirby & Crawford are the protectors of the people. Kirby will fight to get you justice from sports idiocy like bad sports takes.
I'm locking in Stroud as a bust.
Ridiculous overreaction.
We were losing running backs left and right.
Lunatic trade ideas.
Would you trade Zach Wilson straight up for Josh Allen?
Player and team gaslighting.
Your definition of what is all in and mine might not be the same thing.
Deliberate misinformation.
Ellis Burks is in the Hall of Fame.
And much more. If you've been injured by sports idiocy, you need the law firm of Kirby & Crawford. Call them today at 713-572-4610. That's 713-572-4610. Or go online to www.savemefromidiots.com. The law firm of Kirby & Crawford, protectors of the people.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Area 45 with Bishani and Creighton.
Sean, you just heard the spot for Kirby & Crawford.
Yes, I did.
Personal sports injury attorneys.
Mm-hmm.
I need to know if this qualifies as the kind of thing that causes injury, sports idiocy, that we have been harmed and we need to use the law firm to collect damages.
Quite possibly. They handle just about everything.
I saw this. Sean Pendergast retweeted this with his comment. But a Texans fan proposed this mock trade. The Texans would trade Stephon Diggs, their 2024 second, 2024 fourth, and 2025 first to get the number 4 overall pick from the Arizona Cardinals, which presumably would be
Marvin Harrison
Jr.
Uh-huh.
Is that a horrible sports trade, mock trade that requires we invoke the services of Kirby & Crawford?
Yes.
That is sports.
Not 100%, not 1,000%, not 10,000%, but 100,000%. Alex, my God, seriously, this is what we're doing. You want to trade a top 5 wide receiver in the NFL right now and multiple draft picks, including a first-round pick next year for a rookie wide receiver that used to catch touchdown passes from C.J. Stroud in college 2 years ago.
It's definitely one of those WTF type things.
Yeah. Who's this person? C.J. Anderson.
Yeah. AO Texan Nation.
Has 5.1 thousand followers. I would recommend that all 5.1 thousand followers, bots and porn stars included, revoke your following of one C.J. Anderson season now. What are we doing? Come on, man.
Speaking of other things not going so well, Forrest Whitley in the game for the Astros. First batter he faces, it's Turundle.
Did he throw the softball up there? Did you see he was throwing a softball in the bullpen? I've never seen that before.
I did not. I just saw him warming up.
It was a freaking yellow softball in the bullpen.
Maybe he's got to stretch his fingers out.
Stop it, man.
I don't know.
How tall is Forrest Whitley? 6'9"?
6'7".
6'7". I mean, he could probably touch his thumb with his middle finger while holding a baseball. Like, when you're 6'7",
I think I could do that with a golf ball.
Your hand, yeah, a golf ball. That's probably what a baseball is like in his hands. I mean, come on. This guy. Here's the thing.
He also hit a batter.
He hit a batter. He gave up a two
He
RBI
two-run
double.
then hit Acuna. Michael Harris lined out, and he is.
This is what he's been doing at AAA. This is what he's been doing at every single level since 2017. He hasn't been a good minor league pitcher. Hasn't seen the results since his second year in pro ball at like the age of 20.
Now he has walked Austin Riley, so the bases are full yet again with 2 outs, and he's going to face Matt Olson, who I believe led the National League in home runs last year.
This is tough, man. It's a tough watch.
If you're going to give up a home run, you might as well give up a grand slam, right?
Yeah, go big or go home, right? Why the hell did the Astros leave Sean Dubin in for what they tried to get 3 innings out of Dubin?
I don't know why that was the decision that they made. I think it's fair to say sometimes that maybe Espada's bullpen management so far this year has been iffy, because why couldn't Taylor Scott pitch tonight?
Taylor Scott should have been available tonight, along with Brandon Bielak, Forrest Whitley, Sean Dubin. And those were your guys that were, I think, guaranteed available tonight. Even though Bielak pitched last night, he only threw 8 pitches. But Taylor Scott's earned the right to pitch in a high-leverage situation. Ever since his first outing this season, Taylor Scott's been nails, man.
I mean, it was a 2-0 game going to the 9th inning. Not really much different than the way they brought in Hader yesterday in a game where they were down in the 9th inning. You know, they chose not to put Ryan Presley. Ryan Presley hasn't pitched since
Presley,
like 4
that's
days.
who I forgot. Yeah, no, Presley should have been available tonight as well. That's who
And I
forgot.
get you don't want to bring the guy who was going to be your closer tonight into the game when you're down, which I don't like them bringing Hader into the game when they're down either. But Taylor Scott could have been in this game in the 9th inning instead of them. And look, Dubin got just bad luck on a bloop that wound up being a 2-run double with a little pop-up that bounced on the chalk.
You talking about bad luck. Check this out. So earlier in the ball game, bad luck for the Astros. Ronald Acuna had a broken bat single, didn't play to run, still. Jake Myers, just about an inning ago, barely missed what would have been a great diving catch going to his left, just escaped his glove by like an inch or two, if that. Earlier in the ballgame, Orlando Arcia hit a home run into left field off the top of the rail of the Crawford boxes. It just hits the rail. If it's like an inch, maybe a quarter inch to the right, it's at best a double.
Chaz thought he had it lined up, and then it ticked the railing.
Yeah.
Forrest gets out of it with only allowing 2 more runs. So it is 6-0 Braves as they played 4 in the 9th.
They had that double earlier this inning down the left field line.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about, the one that kicks the chalk.
I mean, barely.
Yeah, it was a bloop, and it just literally catches the end of the chalk.
What's the first thing you said to me? First thing you said to me when you walked in the studio this evening. Remember?
No.
Sean, you ever have those days that when it rains, it pours?
Yes, that is exactly what I said.
Yeah, this is just another one of those days for the Houston Astros. When it rains, it pours. And not to say that it's not all just by happenstance. Some of it is self-inflicted. I think the point that you make about Joe Espada's bullpen management is certainly fair. That's not the only criticism by him in totality of the season so far through this ball game, which this is the 19th game of the season. Joe Espada's had his struggles, bullpen management, though maybe not all his fault. I understand, I guess, the mentality of, look, your guys have been stressed. You're going to try your damnedest to squeeze every last ounce out of a guy like Sean Dubin, who is a guy who can start for you, very much like the Astros used Ronel Blanco last year, or using Brandon Bielak this year. Sean Dubin, I think, even started a game or 2 for the Astros last year. You can get some innings out of him, but you had enough guys available, I think, to stay in this ball game and feel good enough about your situation where the game's getting late anyway. You've got to plate some runs. You're down 2-0 already. Doobie goes to Pullum. You got Scott. You got Presley. If you need to go Belak's route, if it goes to extras, so be it. And if you have another opportunity to save a ball game, you go Hader again, maybe. I think he threw 22 pitches last night. If you have to go there, I don't know. To me, you're really pushing it. Again, another example of flying way too close to the sun if you're the Astros and Joe Espada by trying to stretch 3 innings out of Sean Dubin.
And look, Doobie got a little unlucky there, but yeah, like I said, I thought Taylor Scott should have had the 9th. You're down 2-0. You let Taylor Scott get the 9th inning, and instead you went with Dubin for a 3rd inning, and he gets unlucky, and then you bring in Forrest Whitley, who, like I said, gives a double, hits a guy. I mean, he really shouldn't be on the team. He's not ready yet. And I don't know that he ever is, but he's definitely not ready yet. And because they've put themselves in this position where they were just churning through pitchers because they had issues with the depth in the rotation and not being able to get guys to go, more than an inning sometimes out of the rotation, and they were burning arms. Like, for example, Miguel Diaz would have been a better selection.
Mm-hmm.
But they DFA'd him. He elected free agency. And then he resigned, but now he's off the 40-man because on a minor league contract.
Yeah.
So you would have had to DFA somebody else or put somebody on the 60-day or whatnot in order to get him on. And here, the Astros are finally going to get on the board in the 9th inning because Kyle Tucker hits a completely useless solo homer.
Maybe it gets them going. 6-run rally in the bottom of the 9th. They have no outs. And it's now a 6-1 ball game. Never give up. And I do not say that tongue-in-cheek. I don't care. You can make fun of me all you want to. It's baseball. Crazy things happen. It's a win tonight for Hunter Brown, in my opinion. He went 6 innings. I mean, is that not the best you could hope for? A quality start out of Hunter Brown tonight after he goes 3 innings and then 2/3 of an inning in back-to-back starts coming into the night's game.
Huge outing for Hunter. I mean, this was the best offensive team in the National League, maybe in all of baseball. And Hunter was really good tonight.
He was.
And hell, I'll even give it a win for Dubin, even though he winds up getting charged with 4 runs in the 9th, because when he came in the 7th inning with guys on,
he was good.
He got out of that jam.
He was good. He had his stuff working. He was spotting the fastball. There's no question. He was fun to watch pitch. The first couple innings he was in there. There's no question about that. But Hunter gave you everything you could ask for, and even a little bit more tonight, honestly. For a guy that went 3 2/3 and gave up 15 earned runs combined his last 2 starts.
He gave 11 hits in 2/3 of an inning last time we saw him.
Yeah. Yeah. You go 6 innings, 5 hits, 2 earned, 3 walks, 3 Ks for Hunter tonight. He did a very good job. And again, another example. And it's been more times than not, PC. The Astros, more times than not this season, through 19 ball games, have gotten the starting pitching that's been good enough for your team to win ball games. The problem is the offense is not reciprocating it, those efforts on the mound more times than not.
This will be the 12th time this year they score 3 or less.
12. This is game number 19.
Yeah.
So you've got 2 10s, a 9, an 8, and an 8.
And everything else is 3 or less.
Uh-huh.
Offense has not been consistent. Jordan has really cooled off.
Jordan's cooled off. Yiner's cooled off. Tucker, before that home run, he'd cooled off. Bregman's starting to get it going a little bit. He's kind of inconsistent. He's had about 3 multi-hit games, I feel like, out of the last bunch, 6, 7 ball games. Showing a little bit more pop.
He finally gets the chance to be a regular, and he gets off to an awful start.
Yeah, it's a rough look for. I mean, look, if you're going to talk about Chaz, we need to talk about Jake, who hasn't really been given an everyday opportunity to play center field for this team. Dubon played last night. Jake was back out there in center field tonight. It's basically a platoon situation for him. I don't like that, just given what the expectation seemed to be pretty clear in the offseason and into spring training what it was going to be for Jake Myers. Center field's yours.
Yeah, he was told center field is his, and right now he has the at-bats of a guy who plays every other day.
They're treating Jake Myers like they treated Yainer Diaz last year.
Almost. I mean, Yainer didn't get to play at all for like the first 3 months, but
sure, but it was like in and out, in and out.
That's
Get a day off, in and
if
out.
you're going to say he's your starter, then he should have starters at bats, and he's got platoon at bats.
Yeah, I was 100% on board with giving that guy every opportunity to pass or fail for the first couple of 3 months of the season, depending on how the rest of the ball club's going. But I mean, hell, 3 games in, you pinch hit for him in the sixth inning. What is that showing a guy?
Right, day after he hits a home run.
Yeah, what is that showing a guy? 713-572-4610, 572-4610. Coming up next, we'll roll into the 10 o'clock hour. We'll start the H-Town postgame show right here on Area 45. Stay put.
Payne and Pendergast.
This is where I will give Joe a spot.
45 with Bijani and Creighton.
All right, I haven't jinxed it yet, PC. I told you when we come back, the H-Town postgame show is going to start. No, not doing it. Unofficial H-Town postgame show is going to start, though, because we're talking about a situation right now in the bottom of the ninth where the Stros are saying, no, we refuse to die. Question is, will Jake Myers get the opportunity to extend this ball game with 2 out and 2 men on? As Chas McCormick just worked a walk. Mauricio Dubon pinch hitting for Jonathan Singleton, getting on.
Jake Myers is not going to hit.
Jake Myers is not going to hit. Victor
Iglesias,
Caratini.
Raisel Iglesias is coming to the game for the Braves, and Victor Caratini is coming to the plate for the Astros. 2 on, 2 out, 6-2. Which now, if you go back to, well, you know, why didn't Taylor Scott pitch the 9th inning? This could be a tie ball game.
Yeah. If there's a lot of ifs in that regard.
If you manage the 9th inning better, maybe you don't get any runs, and now you've got a tie ball game. But Raisel Iglesias will be coming in. That's the Braves closer. And Victor Caratini will come to the plate to pinch hit for Jake Myers. Also, if you're pinch hitting Dubon for John Singleton in the 9th inning, why the hell is John Singleton on this team?
Yeah, well, go ahead, say it. Because you told me during the break.
Let Doobie play first.
Put Doobie at first base. I mean, I'm with you there. It's
if you don't think John Singleton can get a hit in a big spot, but you think Doobie can, and he did, by the way, then why isn't Doobie the backup first baseman and Doobie playing?
Yeah.
Why the hell is John Singleton on this team?
Doobie's been swinging a better bat of late too. He's earned that opportunity. I said I'd like to see Jake Myers hit in this situation because they have not allowed him to hit in these situations literally since the first 3 games of the season. In high leverage situations, they've opted to go in other directions, whether it be John Singleton, Victor Caratini, anybody but Jake Myers in these situations. And I totally get the sarcasm, the cynicism, the lack of confidence in Jake Myers. But the problem that I have is the Astros built Jake Myers up with nothing more than confidence all offseason into spring training, said, this is your job. Give him the opportunity to pass or fail in these clutch situations. They've not allowed him to swing the bat. And for that reason, that's why I want to see, because he's earned it more than Singleton has. And you've pinch hit for Singleton. Sometimes it's worked out. Usually it does when you tell him, don't swing the bat, I'll punch you in the throat if you do. More times than not, he hasn't come through. More times than not, Jose Abreu hasn't come through. More times than not, Greg Kessinger hasn't come through for you. Like, give Jake Myers an opportunity. And if Caratini comes through here, cool, great. He won't. Out.
Could be a 2-2 game, but I think it's spot to let the 9th get away, and the Astros bats slept walk through this entire game, and they fall 6-2 to the Atlanta racial slurs. And
that means the H-Town postgame show begins now.
Sports Radio 610 presents H-Town Postgame with Bijani.
It is the H-Town postgame show.
And Creighton.
Hold on, Jerry. This is my show. So since it's my show, I get to control who talks and when.
Ground ball. Dubon throws to first. No-hitter. Run up Blanco.
It's a no-hitter for Ronel Blanco.
Yiner hits one high, deep, forward. Get a batted up on the train track. That was a Yiner bomb. This ball smoked deep right center field. Number 2 on the night, the big man.
H-Town postgame show underway, Area 45. I'm Sean Bijani. He is Patrick Creighton. 713-572-4610. If you want to get involved, react to yet another Astros loss, this time at the hands of the Atlanta Braves, dropping now the first 2 games of a 3-game set at Minute Maid Park to the Braves. 6-1 last night, 6-2 the unfortunate final tonight. The Astros really struggling to put together any kind of consistent effort offensively, and definitely not repaying the efforts of Hunter Brown tonight, making a start that a lot of people, I think, were feeling like this is him pitching for him to keep a spot in this rotation. I don't necessarily agree with that. We've talked about it. I think if that was the case, he did pitch well enough to keep his spot in the rotation. He got literally a quality start out of Hunter Brown tonight, PC. 6 innings, 5 hits, just 2 earned runs, 3 walks, and 3 Ks. The offense could not reciprocate. There are a lot of questions that I have, and I want to know from you guys, Astro fans out there, that you watch this ball game, the inconsistent offense, the mismanagement of the bullpen by Joe Espada, the situational hitting decisions, as we just got done talking about, going with Caratini instead of Myers, pinch hitting Dubon for Singleton earlier this inning. Half of them worked out. Dubon got on, but still, what does that say about your ball club right now? Joe Espada's responded to those questions multiple times already, and he said last week, hey, I'm going to have confidence in my guys. They're going to get opportunities to come through. It's still early. That's the mode that he's operating on right now.
But it's not exactly the mode that he's executing.
Certainly not being executed. It's not, that is not being reciprocated by the team, and that hurts. That's the frustrating part to fans, to people that watch these games, that you see what's going on. And look, Myers had a double tonight, man. Myers almost made a great catch in right center field, diving attempt, just missed his glove. He gets another opportunity to come up, 9th inning, clutch situation, high leverage, get his team back in the ball game, and he's not afforded that opportunity. Victor Caratini, more times than not, has been that guy. John Singleton has been that guy. Mauricio Dubon has been that guy. Those are decisions that, look, you live and die with, and I just wonder at some point in time when certain things are going to change and when you're going to instill confidence in these guys, give them the opportunity to build it within themselves. I felt like the idea for Joe Espada to start this season, PC, was like, I'm not going to take things too seriously. I'm not managing this thing like the World Series. I want to get everybody reps as much as possible. Let's get Singleton some early at-bats, hit him in some situations late in the game, off the bench, see if he can come through for us, build his confidence. Why haven't you done the same thing with Jake Myers? That's bugging the hell out of me.
It's one of those things that if you're not going to give him the chance now to prove himself, and we both thought this was a make-or-break year for Jake Myers. Either, by the time we get to, say, the All-Star break, he is going to have instilled confidence that he can be an everyday player, or he is going to instill confidence that they're going to make a deal or call somebody else up and give somebody else a shot.
Mm-hmm.
But he's not really getting the opportunities. And look, I understand that the numbers aren't necessarily great for Jake Myers, but at the same time, example, guys who have played 15 or more games, right? Abreu's got 49 at-bats. He has some pinch hits in there. Bregman's played 15 games. He's got 58 at-bats. Yiner's got 66. Jordan's got 67. Pena's got 70. Jake Myers has 35 at-bats.
How many at-bats does John Singleton have? John
Singleton has 28 at-bats.
How many at-bats does Jose Abreu have?
49.
John Singleton 1 for 3 tonight. Did get pinch hit 4 by Mauricio Dubon in the 9th inning. He's hitting 258. His on-base percentage is 343.
He just run some walks.
That's been, I think...
He's got a couple of doubles.
What's taken him over the top with the on-base. I mean, he just drew a walk the other night in a pinch hit situation, 1 for 1. those are going to kind of beef up the numbers a little bit. And again, it is a small sample size. That's 28 at-bats. It flips like a switch this early in the season. But the point is really with him, he's had those opportunities and he's got fewer at-bats. Jake Myers, he's had more opportunities technically at the plate because he started games and played full games. But when he's had the opportunity to come up in tough situations, to flex his muscle, to, show his true value, for him to grow as a player, you've robbed him of that opportunity because you like a particular matchup. And that's where maybe I was wrong in my analysis of Joe Espada, where I thought he was going to be a guy that kind of meshes an analytical side of things and the humanistic side of things and allow guys to grow, kind of test them as ball players, test them as men. And I don't know that I've actually seen that to my expectation to this point.
Well, it's his first month as being a manager. There's pains are inherent with that. We also don't know how much of this is a symbiotic relationship between the front office and the manager's office, kind of the way it was with Jeff Luhnow and AJ, the way that James Click wanted it to be with Dusty, the way Dana wanted it to be with Dusty. I'm assuming that it's more of a symbiotic relationship where they're working collaboratively, and they probably already have their decisions made of, if we get into this situation, these are the matchups we like. If we get into that situation, these are the matchups we like. And hopefully as the year goes on and Joe has more of a feel of what's going on, he'll defer a little bit more to his common sense feel than just, I got to go by the book, because we all know what happens when you go by the book. You become Kevin Cash or you become Joe Girardi. You're not. How many times has Dave Roberts had the best team in baseball and not won? Like pretty much all the time.
Sure.
Except for the 1 year when we only played 60 games in a horse bleep season. The Dodgers are always supposed to be the best team in baseball, and they never win. Unless you cut the season down to a third.
Mm-hmm. So
I do think that there is a learning curve for him that he will make. We have to remember he's still a rookie manager. As long as he's been a bench coach, he's still the rookie manager. And the decisions that he's making, he's got to learn. And he's probably trying to figure out his bullpen, because it does seem his bullpen changes every other day. He's got different guys in the bullpen.
It does. But at what point in time, as a rookie manager, when you've got certain things pre-planned in terms of like being in XYZ situation, here's what we're likely going to do, here's what would be available to us, literally like health-wise as the bullpen was tonight, as they were kind of taxed last night. At what point in time can you trust a guy that is your bench coach, that has been with the Astros under several managers in Omar Lopez or Alex Cintron, that have survived multiple managers, from A.J. Hinch to Dusty Baker to now under Joe Espada? There should be some sort of synergy and simpatico there amongst baseball men that are not new to making baseball decisions, that you can mesh. Hey, here's what the numbers do say, but here's what I'm actually seeing. Hey, Troy. Hey, Alex. Do you think he's really swinging the bat really well, the last couple of plate appearances? Even though matchup-wise this should be ideal, John Singleton couldn't hit the broadside of a barn right now, so maybe we should go ahead and let Jake have this at bat. Maybe we should go ahead and let Victor have that. Whatever the case may be, at what point in time do you just trust what your eyes are seeing and coach baseball?
I think, to be fair, we don't know that he's not having those conversations. At least not yet. I think there's questions that we have that right now we just don't have the answers to. And I certainly don't think the fact the bullpen changes literally by the day is helping him any. I do have questions about why we haven't seen Ryan Presley since Friday of last week. And I'm wondering if there is something going on with Ryan Presley that he hasn't pitched.
Right.
Is he hurt? Is there something going on? Because I know Presley doesn't go 2 days in a row very often. Certainly doesn't go 3 out of 4 days. Never goes 3 days in a row. So what is it that's going on with Ryan Presley? Because he pitched 3 out of 4 days, then had 2 days off, pitched again, and hasn't been seen since.
Yeah, and look, the last 3 appearances, he's been pretty efficient. You know, he's walked a couple of guys in the last 2 appearances, but
He's had one hit in his last 3.
Given up 1 hit, 2 walks, has struck out 4 in his last 3 appearances in 3 innings of work before that disaster against the Rangers in the 7-2 loss. So I don't know. Hopefully nothing's going on with him. There's been no news. Maybe a question gets asked tonight, and we see. I think, given the way that the bullpen was utilized tonight, them trying to stretch Doobie to 3 innings when Taylor Scott was available, when we thought,
or at least should have been available.
Yeah, should have been available when we thought Ryan Presley should have been available, when Brandon Bielak probably should have been available, even though, like, I know he's been used a lot this year and only pitched 8 balls last night. I think that's probably a question that's got to get asked sooner or later, and I would bet it does within the next 24 hours. 713-572-4610, 572-4610. A lot of reaction on the chats. We'll get to that. And on the phone lines, if you want to hit us up, 572-4610. We'll, of course, get you the latest from the ballpark and let you hear from your Astros manager, Joe Espada, between now and 11 o'clock. That's all next. It's Sports Radio 610.
Coach DeMeco isn't letting all the hype.
that you can possibly get in Major League Baseball. You're up 4 runs. The tying run is in the on-deck circle, and you have to come in to get 1 out. That is the softest.
I thought you had to be
save.
within 3 runs to get a save.
Tying run on the on-deck circle, you are considered a save.
All right. Yeah, agreed. Soft.
I mean, that is literally the furthest you could stretch out a save.
Yeah. 4th save for Iglesias. And for Ronaldo Lopez, who started tonight for the Braves, 4 straight quality starts to start his season. His ERA lowering, I think, from, I think it might have been like 0.78 or something coming into tonight's game to 0.5. 6 innings, 4 hits, no runs, a walk, 7 Ks, 94 pitches for Ronaldo Lopez.
Not ass.
Not ass at all. And you know what? Hunter Brown, not ass.
Not ass.
Tip your cap to Hunter Brown, and you should feel pretty good about that situation, as rough as it's been starting pitching-wise for the Stros. Spencer Arrighetti optioned to AAA earlier today to make room for one Forrest Whitley, who made his Major League debut. Managed to escape with a 0 ERA. The hit that he allowed, runs charged to Dubon. Is that correct?
To Dubon.
Yeah. I said Dubon. My bad.
Wrong Doobie.
Yeah. We got 2 Doobies now. Nevertheless, 6-2. Braves beat your Astros tonight. A lot of reaction on the chats. Let's get to a couple
Forrest
of these.
did throw 8 of his 18 pitches for strikes.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
8 of 18.
It's a man who was using a softball to warm up in the bullpen. I have questions, so many questions about why he was up, what he was doing, and why Joe Espada managed the bullpen the way that he did this evening. So many questions. Joey in Minnesota. Haven't bashed Joe Espada. I haven't defended Joe Espada, but tonight was my breaking point. He's given people who don't deserve
ABs and takes the bat out of their hands. People who have. I'm tired of all the pinch hitting decisions the guy makes. One night it's okay for Singleton to pinch hit here, then the next night he's being pinch hit for. It's all over the place. There's been 0 continuity.
Yeah, that text was all over the place. Not your fault, Joey, but just the system. Yeah, that's the frustration. Breaking point, though, you're 19 games in. That do you, Joey? But I would just try to caution you, man. I mean, I kind of talked about this with Josh Hader. People are ready to jump off the ledge, about him being a 5-year, $95 million mistake this offseason for the Astros. He's gone through bad stretches before in his career, and he's come back and been absolute shut you down, the best, bar none, in baseball. I would fully expect this guy, if he's healthy, given his stuff, given his track record, to get back to being that guy, especially given still his young age. So I'm just not going to worry about Josh Hader, just like I'm not going to worry about this Astros ball club not being able to regain, because I phrased it to you this way the other day, PC. If you would have told me before the season the Astros get a split on the road with the Rangers, you come home and you get a series win, you take 2 or 3. Are you taking that?
Yep.
Yeah, you feel pretty good about that situation, right? It didn't look good the way that you got there, but you got there. And as we know, in baseball, sometimes it doesn't look good. Winning ugly is very much a thing in baseball. What you haven't seen the Astros do, Joey in Minnesota makes a really good point in this, is it's not just the inconsistencies with hitting and the inconsistencies with the pitching. This is a team that's throwing the ball around on the feet. This is a team that isn't making the plays that they had been making in recent years during this run, whether it be just easy pop fouls, maybe some diving catches. Literally tonight, the ball simply did not bounce the Astros' way. They got a freaking home run in left center field that bounced off the top rail of the Crawford boxes. They got a 2-run double late in this game in the 9th inning down the line that touched the chalk by like maybe 1/8 of an inch. Like, what do you do with that? You got a broken bat single earlier in the game. Jake Myers missed what would have been a da-na-na catch late in this ballgame. I think it was the 7th inning. Missed it by like an inch. Literally didn't bounce their way tonight.
So you want to know what's crazy about that home run?
That was the Arcia home run, yeah.
Yeah, so here's the thing. If the ball hits the railing and then bounds into play, it's a live ball. If the ball hits the railing and then bounces up out of play, it's a home run.
Which is what happened.
Because
it hit
the
top
railing
facade.
and then bounced off the facade, it was a home run. If it had just bounced up in the air, Chaz could have fielded it and that ball was in play.
Baseball.
They got a few unlucky breaks tonight.
Yeah, was it the Shibe Park we referenced earlier with the weird cockamamie outfield?
It was Crosley Park.
Crosley.
But it's actually Crosley Park.
Yeah.
Where they had the line that says if the ball is hit to the right of this line, it's a home run.
Yeah. From me2, one of Nick Casario's quote-unquote superpowers is being able to adjust on the fly to ever-changing circumstances. Joe Espada doesn't seem to have that same superpower. I think that's unfair. I don't think that's comparing apples to apples, not just because we're talking about a coach or manager versus general manager, but the way that I thought about it, maybe you feel differently, is you're dealing with a roster of 26, multiple different positions. You're dealing with multiple different positions in a football sense where you could have in upwards of 70-some-odd players on your team, including the practice squad. That's not just Nick Caserio. That is also DeMeco Ryans and a coaching staff and being able to evaluate guys that fit a particular scheme that could come in and contribute. Not necessarily the same thing in baseball where a guy, hey, you know what? Yeah, he can throw 96. He's got a little movement, but can he get guys out? Can he make big pitches in big situations? Do we have a spot for him in our rotation? What does it mean for us to bring him in? Who's got to go out? Like that kind of a thing. To me, it's just not apples to apples.
Let me kind of peel the onion back on this a little because I think we lose context on this.
It's easy to do so when you do that cross-sport reference stuff.
I want to talk about how many about the Astros rotation. Justin Verlander, not pitching. Framber Valdez, not pitching. Louis Garcia, not pitching. Lance Close Jr., not pitching. Jose Urquidy, not pitching. Those 5 guys would make up a top 5 rotation in baseball, and they're all out.
Okay, I'll raise you Jose Abreu, not performing. Chas McCormick, not performing. Can I lump all this together? Your bench is ass. Kyle
The bench is basically Doobie, Caratini, and Scrubs.
Singleton.
Scrubs.
Oh, you said okay. I thought you were saying his name. I was like, no, Singleton.
No,
Scrubs.
it's Scrubs.
Yeah. Kyle Tucker's struggling right now. Alex Bregman hasn't hit his stride right now. Jake Myers is in and out, not really being given a chance. He's scuffling right now. I mean, he's not even getting on base at a 30% clip. So you're getting the underperformance widespread early on this year, coupled with baseball Armageddon from an injury standpoint. Did you see these numbers earlier today?
You got 5 starters on the IL.
Forrest Whitley making his major league debut tonight. He's the 22nd pitcher the Astros have used this year. 22. You know how many pitchers the Astros used in totality of all of last season? 24. You've used 22 pitchers already through 19 games. They used 24 through 162 last season.
You have an inordinate amount of injuries to one very specific position with the starting rotation. You have had to churn and burn relievers because the young pitchers that you've had haven't been able to get the job done. And then you're coupling that with you've got some veteran players who aren't pulling their weight. And I know this is shocking to say, but if Dusty Baker was the manager, Jose Abreu would still be sucking. Chaz might not be sucking as often because he probably wouldn't get to play every day. The pitchers would still be hurt. like this idea of bring back Dusty, and I keep seeing it every night on the text line, on Twitter. Bring back Dusty, Espada stinks. It's not Espada's fault that they got 5 starters down. It's not Espada's fault that Jose Abreu is going to be forced to play because he's making $20 million and he can't hit a beach ball.
Mm-hmm.
That's not his fault.
Here's the thing I wonder, though, and the thing that Dusty was maybe the best at, or certainly one of the best at, because there's been a lot of really good managers, really great managers over the years. Think what you will about Tony La Russa, but I mean, I'm certain at one point in time, maybe before he got so damn grizzly.
Before he became an old crotchety, angry bastard, he was, I shouldn't have said that word, but an angry person who just hated the world and refused to relate to players because you got to do it my way. I'm 174 years old. Once upon a time, Tony La Russa was a great manager.
Sure. Throw Bruce Bochy in there. I mean, there have been countless. But the thing that Dusty Baker was so damn good at is developing relationships, being able to talk to guys, maybe relax them, have them think about things a little bit differently, maybe take certain pressures off of them by just doing something. And I'm being serious. If it's bringing pudding, if it's having a guy in the office to jam out to some music and maybe surprise that player about like this 70-some-odd-year-old guy who's listening to their kind of music or whatever the case may be, or talking about something that they watched on TV recently. Like, how's this guy know? It takes your mind off of things. Like, I just wonder when that is missed in a clubhouse, when that day in and day out, those conversations on the plane, the conversations on a bus, the conversations in a dugout, just that calming influence, that is a difference, man. It is a difference. And I do think it's still a little bit unfair, and this is just the unknown. This is the conversation. It's the unknown. How do you know definitively that Dusty would be handling Jake or Chaz or Dubon or Singleton, insert whatever player that's struggling right now, the same way this year that he did last year? You know what I'm saying?
Would JV and Fromber not be hurt because Dusty was here?
That's the thing. It's like injuries are going to be the injuries, but I'm just saying in terms of maybe relaxing and calming, that's missed potentially. To what degree, you don't know, because we don't know what Joe's approach is or effectiveness is through 19 games of a season.
Do we think that if Dusty was back, that Moldy would be back?
I think that was kind of the sense, right? I mean, I would imagine there had probably been some pretty heated conversations, because if you could go get a guy like Victor Caratini, get younger, get better, more athletic, and just better versus Moldy, I think Dana Brown probably ends up winning that battle, and Dusty Baker probably swallows the pill because he knows he's managing another World Series contending baseball team.
Because of the fact that the obviously the expectations for this team were very high, they're not 6-13. They do not fall any further down in the standings because the Arlington Junkrabbers lost in Detroit today, 4-2. But the fact that there were really high expectations for this team, at what point do hands get forced? I know we got to take a break here as we hit the final segment on the H-Town post-game show. But Sean, I want to ask you in the next segment, at what point in the season do hands finally get forced on a team that is not meeting expectations?
It's a good question. If you want to weigh in, 713-572-4610. I'll give you my answer next.
Your home for the NFL Draft is 800-948-7878. 800-948-7878. Live from the Twin Peaks Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Area 45 with Bishani and Creighton.
All right, final segment here on the H-Town postgame show. Patrick Creighton, Sean Bishani with you. Sports Radio 610, H-Town postgame on Area 45. Sean, the Astros are now 6-13. So the question is, at what point is our hands forced? At what point do you have to start making hard decisions? Look, they're 19 games in. It's not like you are, in the end of June and you're, 9 games out and 10 games under or whatnot. They're still only 3.5 out of first place, despite being 6-13.
Mm-hmm.
But that being said, there are certain guys up and down the lineup who are struggling. Is there a point for you at which point you say, you know what? We're not going to do you get a day off or you get moved down the order or I'm going to pinch hit for you in big spots. You're going to sit maybe for a week. I'm going to give somebody else a shot at this job. And if they take off, it's theirs.
I think there's only one position that should be dealt with that strictly, and I'm always of the Band-Aid approach kind of mindset. You rip it off, you get it over with right now. Handle it now. Because, dude, you went through an offseason. You went through spring training. You're 19 games in. Your body, the way that it feels right now, it's not going to feel as good 30 days from now as it does right now. 60 days from now, 90 days right now. Like, I'm giving the opportunity to guys when they're at their peak health, when they've seen pitching, their scouting reports out, they've got opportunities. They should be getting in a flow right now as a hitter and even as a pitcher. As you're going through your third and your fourth turn in the rotation, you should be starting to catch it a little bit of a groove right now. If you're not handling business, I'm doing that now with first base. I've made that decision with Jose Abreu. You don't have a good alternative that is to the fan liking, but look, a 348 on base percentage is better than an 089 batting average and basically next to nothing on base for Jose Abreu. That's the difference between John Singleton and Jose Abreu right now. I'm going with John Singleton as long as I can stand it. I'm giving Jake Myers every opportunity to fail from here on out as the everyday starting center fielder, unless Justin Verlander requests otherwise from one Mauricio Dubon to be in center field this year for him.
JV's personal center fielder.
Yeah. But at what point do I think about making wholesale changes as in exploring options that don't currently exist within my Major League Baseball club?
Or even if you're just going to take guys on your team and change their roles. For example, if you're going to either bench or IL Jose Abreu, if you are going to bench Jake Myers, if you are going to play Victor Caratini at first base more, at what point are you looking at, I'm going to make significant playing time changes to what you would consider, quote, your starters?
Abreu now. They're doing it in a roundabout way. It's just, it appears to be hemming and hawing. If your ass ain't going to play him every day, then you need to just sit him and give him a week to get right. They gave him 2 days the other day.
And then he had 2 hits.
And then he had 2 hits.
And then he went 0 for 8.
Give him a week. Make sure he's good. If he's healthy, he comes back by mid-May. That's a pretty good sample size. 3 weeks worth of ball games for you to put up or shut up. And if you're not doing it then, I've got that date circled. It's called July 30th, the trade deadline. And I've got a decision to make there and see what I can pull off if I'm Dana Brown.
See, and to me, that's why right now I'm looking at the way they're utilizing Abreu, the fact that he seems to play better after he's had a couple days off.
Mm-hmm.
I'm ILing Jose Abreu. Something's not right. I know they're not telling us. I know they're not going to tell us until the day comes they IL him. But something's not right with Jose Abreu, and I think it's his back. You look at the way he swings, and he's all arms, and the body's not moving. There's no torque. There's no hip displacement. There's no weight shift. He's just swinging with his arms. I'm like, man, that's the swing of a guy with a bad back.
Mm-hmm.
And if I don't trust him right now to get on the field every day, or even, most every day, and don't have faith in him, then why don't we shut him down and work on getting him to feel better and work on getting him healthy, and at the same time, you can work on his swing mechanics and his timing and all that stuff, because all you're doing is further damaging his own mental psyche as far as his abilities. You're making him, persona non grata with the fan base.
Yeah.
If he's that out of whack and you're not going to tell us why, I got to believe there's something wrong with him. IL him.
Yeah.
And at that point, you're going to go with Singleton. You're going to go with Caratini. You're going to give Dubon a couple of reps at first base. I know Dubon has played 2 games at first base. They won both of those games, and he equated himself very, very well. Dubon is one of those guys who is just a natural baseball athlete,
Sure.
and he can play anywhere.
And he wants to play anywhere.
He can play anywhere.
I'm sure he has his druthers, but if he's playing, he's happy.
Yeah, this guy's a guy who doesn't bitch about, I'm playing third base today and center field tomorrow and second base the third day and then first and then left field. He doesn't care.
You know who
he
Dubon
gets in
is?
there and he hits.
You know who Dubon is?
It's Jose Oquendo.
He's Kevin Costner. What's the name? Is it The Rookie? And he looks to his teammate and he goes, hey, you know what we get to do today?
We get to play baseball today.
Yeah, that's who Dubon is.
But he reminds me of Jose Oquendo. He plays every position.
Yeah. I'm doing that with Abreu. I'm making a decision now. I'm making a decision on Jake Myers. I'm going to live or die with Jake Myers. He's going to pass or fail. He's getting every opportunity to start every day in center field, because to me, it's a win-win if you're the Astros. Like, it's a win if he flourishes. We've got an everyday major league center fielder, fellas. And if he fails, we know he ain't the guy. We need to go shopping.
Or, you know what? If he fails, do you want to give Pedro Leon a shot? Do you want to give Joey Lopafito a shot? I mean,
Sure.
all he's doing is hitting a home run every friggin' day.
100%. It forces the hand. It instead of prolonging the inevitable, when you're struggling like this, you've got to get something going. Let's inject some new life into the clubhouse. You telling me Joey Lopafito's going to come in there and sit on his hands and act on his P's and Q's? That dude's going to come in there saying, like, fellas, what's going on, man? Good to see you. I haven't seen you since spring training. I'm ready to play some freaking baseball. I'm tearing the cover off the ball. Like, let's go.
I mean, if you're not going to play him at first, play him at center.
Sure, but it brings new life into a clubhouse that right now is pressing, is struggling, is, hearing the outside noise, most likely about them being a 6-win ball club. They're 6-13 now. And look, yes, they could feel good about JV coming back and Fromber coming back and Urquidy coming back, and things are going to be trending well that way. Cool. Let's have multiple quality starts in a row and, combine to score 6 runs in a 3-game series continuously, as you're doing right now. Like, what are we doing? You need to get the bats going. You need to get the pitching going, and maybe one helps the other. Something's got to change. You can't just keep waiting on healthy bodies to come back. They're all ball players. If they can hit now without them.
And just to be fair, it was Dennis Quaid in The Rookie, not Kevin Costner. But I understand, all white guys look alike.
Maybe it was the wrong movie.
So it's the right movie, because I knew the line. I knew exactly what line you were talking about.
Quaid actually said that?
It's Dennis Quaid.
Okay.
He says it to the young hotshot kid. He's like, we get to play baseball.
Yeah.
But I knew what you meant, and I knew what you're talking about. But yes, it's Dennis Quaid. And if you want to say Dennis Quaid and Kevin Costner are interchangeable.
What was the Kevin Costner movie where he threw the perfect game?
For the Love of the Game.
For Love of the Game. Love that. Love that movie. I'm terrible.
He has the epic line, I'm a winner. I win. That's what I do. Quality writing.
We need to pull that for the show, actually. I like that. That's a good drop, Chris. Get that one. For Chris Santiago, Patrick Creighton, I'm Sean Bajani. Appreciate you joining us for the H-Town postgame show. PC going to be right back here tomorrow, 7 to 11. He'll have you. I'll be on with Clint Stoerner, 2 to 6 on Sports Radio 610.
Getting ditched.
Have a great night, everybody.
H-Town!
I appreciate the Area 45 boys for getting me turned on tonight. I'm going to go home and listen to some Stones.
Are the Astros turning a corner after a terrible start? Joe Espada thinks so.
There's a different vibe.